The story begins with an old man being covered in blood, and our MC, Jong, is witnessing his grandfather's death. His grandfather was cut in half, and Jong realizes that he doesn't feel any sadness even after watching his grandfather's death, even though he was his only family, and regrets that he wasn't even a good family to his grandfather. Now he remembers his good time with his gramps. In the past, he shouts that he found a spirit connection herb, and his grandfather appreciates his hard work and tells him that they could earn at least 5 niang for this. Jong explains that there is a fox den right next to where he found the herb, but the mother wasn't there. Only the babies. Now his grandfather asks him, "Did you kill the babies?" He replies, "Why would I?" The mother would be sad if she knows that all her babies had been killed. His grandfather appreciates him again and asks him to promise something to him. That is, to never reveal his true nature, which he hides within himself, to anyone. Now coming to present, our Jong is furious and yells that he is sorry because he can't keep the promise anymore. After a few days, in the city called Zhongyang County, a carriage was traveling with prisoners in it. The people in the city are cursing them for their evil deeds. However, everyone was shocked that a boy was also in the carriage, and whispering to each other, "What has he done for him to be inside the carriage?" From an inn, a middle-aged man from Murim is spectating the scene, saying that, "I guess he is suitable in the young master place." Then another person at the table, who is an informer, is arguing that he is not fit that role because he might be worse than the prisoners. The Murim guy asks about the boy's story, and the informant says the boy is called a scythe killer demon because he killed more than 50 people with just a scythe. The Murim guy needs to hire someone young, someone no one would care about if he were to die. At that moment, someone threw a stone at the boy sitting inside the carriage, saying he needs to get a divine punishment for his crime. Now the boy's face is visible, and he is none other than our Jong. After watching our Jong's face, the Murim guy amazes and leaves the inn, saying he's the perfect candidate. Now at the Golden Jade Hall, a place where the county keeps all the prisoners, our Jong regrets that he was too rash. He finally managed to find the one who killed his grandfather, and the person has covered his face with a hat, but our Jong is unable to do anything because of his low strength. Now he understands that he needs to learn martial arts to defeat such a strong enemy. However, he realizes he will not get a second chance to meet that person again due to his prisoner life. Suddenly a smoke appears from outside to Jade Hall. Jong recognizes the smoke and thinks it is not ordinary smoke, due to he's eaten all kinds of herbs while living with his grandfather. Realizes that it is sleep aroma. Jong falls asleep. A stranger enters the cell and opens up the chains tied to his legs. However, Jong is awake and strikes the stranger and runs away from the cell. Jong thinks that he is able to escape thanks to how badly the herbs were combined. In an instant, he freezes up all of a sudden, caused by the stranger from backside. And he is none other than our Murim guy. He swiftly attacks Jong, and our protagonist coughs up blood. He notices the Murim guy is a martial artist. At the moment, a young man appears in the Jade Hall and states the Murim guy is Guardcam and asks him, is he the candidate? Guardcam responds that he is the one, and lifts him up. Now the young man unveils his face and speaks, "He looks exactly like me." Our protagonist surprises for a moment as to how they look very similar in outer appearance. The young man looks very joyful and expresses that our protagonist is surprised. He speaks to the protagonist that how unfair life is. Even though we were with the same face, I am a young master and you are a prisoner. The protagonist can't decipher the situation. However, the young master presents him a chance, and it is to become the third young master of the Great Mock Sword Manor. And that is the stand-in for young master in front of him, Mock Jiangwon. The young master tells the protagonist about the facilities he would have, like delicious food, pretty servants, and a comfortable bed, which were the privileges Jong never had in his life. And once the stand-in period is over, the protagonist would receive plenty of gold. And the young master presents him a pill in order to take this chance. Our protagonist questions, is it poison? And our young master responds, how can we trust you blindly when you're a murderer? Then Guardcam tells him that he could get the antidote after the mission is accomplished. Our protagonist thinks of his grandpa and realizes that he got a second chance, which is to get revenge, and swallows the pill given to him. The protagonist proves himself, so the young master appreciates the protagonist and orders guard Cam to undo the pressure points and handcuffs. Guard Cam obeys the order and releases Jong from his seal. Now Jong feels a bit relieved and walks out of the prison as Guard Cam leads the way outside. After they were outside, Guard Cam tells them to be silent and turns his head back. However, an unexpected event happens where Jong twists the head of the young master and kills him in an instant. Jong states to Guard Cam that the fakes are dead. So let's check out what happened before Jong got arrested. Everyone was shouting and running away from Jong, and the protagonist holds a head in his hand and expressed this as fun, while everyone was in fear and requesting to help. Jong doesn't even hesitate and slaughters everyone in his way with a smile on his face. He states that this was his true nature that his grandfather told never to reveal. Now he understands that he was smiling while killing all those people and understands what his grandfather was referring to. He doesn't understand whether his true nature was evil or not. He just kills for enjoyment. In that moment, a person kicks Jong from a side. He covered his face in a hat. Even though his face isn't visible, a scar on his left eye is the only thing Jong can see. The man is surprised after watching Jong survive that. Jong instantly recognizes this man as dangerous. The man pulls out his sword and understands Jong haven't learned any martial arts yet. Still, Jong somehow managed to survive his ultimate attack. The man grabs Jong's neck and is fascinated by how a kid who haven't even learned martial arts has tailing his group. The man stabs Jong and states that a talent like you shouldn't live. Jong coughs up blood and the man kills Jong. Somehow he managed to survive, but he was arrested. Finally, he got a second chance and killed the young master. Now Guard Cam is furious. He grasps Jong's neck and interrogates him for what he did, but Jong responds in a cool manner that it is better to get rid of unnecessary risk, which would get me killed. Guard Cam startles for a second and questions him, "Didn't you consider the possibility that I might kill you?" Then our intelligent protagonist responds that he might have been dead already if that were the case, and he also assumes that Guard Cam doesn't have any attachment to the young master. Guard Cam can't believe how a kid was so clever, and he flips Jong completely. Guard Cam picks out his knife and warns Jong that he's going to kill him now. Jong asks, is it really necessary? Because he already took the poison and the antidote is with Guard Cam. So Jong would have no choice but to obey him. Guard Cam thinks for a moment and chooses to let Jong live. Guard Cam declares that, from today onwards you are Mok Jaeongwon. Jong smirks in an evil way, thinking about his revenge. Guard Cam takes the protagonist to the Mok Sword Manor, and he also explains the limits that Jong shouldn't cross, like not meeting the people of Mok Sword Manor, and that he should get the neutralizer every 24 hours or the poison in his body will react and gets him killed. If he tries to do something that causes trouble, Jong will not get the antidote. After the event, Jong's thoughts were all about how lucky he was, that he survived the stab wounds, and also he got a new life. He's going to pretend to be the young master and train in martial arts, so that he can avenge his grandfather and kills the man in the same way who killed his grandfather. The next day, even though he gets a new life and had a chance to learn martial arts, but Guard Cam left another guard to keep an eye on Jong. The new guard's name is Go Chan, and he is Guard Cam's disciple. Go Chan thinks that Guard Cam has gotten soft, because what's so special about a kid that hasn't even learned martial arts? A day before, Go Chan was shocked that Jong killed Mok Jaeongwon. However, Guard Cam only replies that to keep an eye on him and to make sure he doesn't leave this place, so that Guard Cam can come up with a different plan. Once the plan is executed, they will throw out Jong and side with someone else. But Go Chan says they fed him poison, so Jong should obey us. Guard Cam objects he is not that easy to handle, because he managed to kill the young master even though he was on the brink of death. At the present moment, Go Chan is banging his head because he can't go against his master's orders and stands guard outside. Inside the room, Jong's thoughts were about, why do they need a stand-in the first place, and Guard Cam just left a guard on watch and left. Jong understands that this place don't even need a stand-in the first place. That means they have some other reason for that, and Jong quickly realized that Guard Cam is going to switch sides. So he opens the door, and Go Chan questions Jong where he is going. Jong replies, he wants some fresh air, and had some questions to ask Go Chan. However, Go Chan warns him to get inside the room. Go Chan grasps Jong's collar and pushes him back. Then Zhang catches that Go-chan is weaker than Guard Cam and flips him upside down exactly how Guard Cam did to Zhang and tries to seal all his preserve points. Go-chan can't even move in that situation. Then he uses his complete strength to move, and Zhang tries to seal his points again by saying he just copied Guard Cam's movements exactly, and that's not easy. Now Go-chan understands Guard Cam was right, that Zhang is able to copy what he witnessed only once. Go-chan blackmails Zhang about the poison, that if Go-chan don't give him the neutralizer, Zhang will be dead, and orders him to leave. But Zhang bites his finger and makes Go-chan swallow his blood. Go-chan freezes for a moment and tries to circulate his inner energy to expel the poison. But what he don't know is that he swallowed Zhang's blood, which contains a lot of poisonous properties, because Zhang tried all kinds of poison ever since he was a kid with his grandfather. So his blood became a unique poison itself, and Zhang can tell what herbs were used in a poison just by smelling or tasting it. So most poisons don't work on Zhang. To be clear, Zhang don't even need the neutralizer in the first place. Now Zhang blackmails Go-chan to explain him about Mock Sword Manor, or he won't neutralize the poison of his blood. Go-chan fears that he is a demon. Later, in the master's room of the Mock Manor, a doctor looks for a solution for an illness, which the Mock Master Mock-inden was caught in. The doctor uses all his experience and uses all kinds of herbs, but unable to find a solution. If Mock-inden dies with this illness, there would be a fight for succession because the master hadn't chosen the successor yet. Then a lady enters the room, which is the first wife of Mock-inden. She loves her son very much that she would do anything to secure the master position for her son. She inquires about Mock-inden. The doctor greets the lady and explains that his knowledge is lacking, so he is unable to figure out a solution. Then the first lady states she asked for a shaman to perform shamanistic arts to cure the mystery illness. The doctor objects shamanism is nothing more than a false belief. However, the first wife don't care about that and excuses the doctor. She believes to cure this illness with a shaman and commands not to allow anyone into the main hall. Go-chan explains that this is the situation in the manor. Then Zhang sets off to see the manor master with Go-chan. Zhang learns about the truth that third young master and Guard Cam planned. The plan is to let the first son start moving, so both Zhang and the first could kill each other. The first son, Mok Yongo, loves drinking and womanizing that he goes to the tavern every other day. He is the least capable of the four siblings and is greedy and cruel. The second son, Mok Yunpyeong, is clever and cunning. By learning about these two, Zhang understands the true plan is to call the first son and make him kill the stand-in, which is Zhang. Later the first and second son would kill each other. Ultimately, the original third young master would win. However, a variable has appeared after Zhang killed the third young master. Go-chan questions why Zhang is going to the manor master's hall. Zhang explains it is related to his life, and warns Go-chan to keep it a secret from Guard Cam. At that moment, the shaman has arrived to manor and requests to visit manor master. First wife trusts Shaman Myo because of his achievements. Shaman appreciates it and requests to visit the master before it's too late, because the longer the illness lasts, the more the master weakens. Shaman asks everyone to leave the main building, even the first lady. First lady reminds the shaman about a deal, and shaman tells her to not worry about that, which is the master's seal and the secret manual. First lady offered 300 silver coins if the mission is accomplished. Then First Lady commands everyone to leave the main building until she say again. When First Lady walks out of the building, she witnesses the fourth young master of Mok family, Mok Yu-chun. The fourth young master of the Mok family is the child of a concubine, and First Lady hates the concubine and her child. Subsequently, Zhang arrives after First Lady moves out, and he also witnesses Mok Yu-chun. Go-chan explains to Zhang about the fourth son that he is a martial arts prodigy, and most suitable person to inherit the master position. Zhang asks Go-chan, is it a way to learn martial arts? And Go-chan replies it is only for lower body strength, since martial arts comes from one's lower body. Then Zhang instantly asks if he can kill Guard Cam if he learned martial arts. At this moment, Go-chan grasped that Zhang has predicted their plan to abandon him. He can't believe the cleverness of Zhang, which exceeds his expectations. But Go-chan explains that the basics of martial arts is internal training. which is one method to gather the nature's energy by breathing to create an inner chi. The more inner chi one has, the stronger he is. However, inner chi cannot be obtained in a day. At the moment, even if Zhang learns martial arts, it would be difficult to defeat a first-class martial artist like Guard Cam, since Guard Cam has 30 years more inner chi than Zhang. Zhang understands it would be difficult to beat Guard Cam in a short period of time. Go Chan's thoughts are, Zhang won't be able to do it in his lifetime, because there is a period of time to do internal training like, from 5 to 9 years. If a person hasn't completed it in due time, impure energy will stack and hard to gather inner chi. Go Chan chuckles inwardly. Instantly Zhang recognizes the chuckle and touches Go's cheek and offers him to join as Zhang's subordinate. Go hesitates for a moment, but accepts it. Zhang thinks it would be impossible to kill Guard Cam in this state, and it is also hard to bring Guard Cam on his side. Go suggests to leave before fourth son notices, because 2 years ago the third young master called the fourth young master's mother a vulgar woman, and third young master was beaten to a pulp. Zhang laughs after hearing this story and leaves the place. In the main hall, the shaman observes the master's body. After seeing the martyr's body, he thinks it is murderous energy. A normal person would have been dead already, so the survival rate is 50% only. The shaman now starts the ritual. He chants a few shamanic spells and starts the shamanism. The master feels uneasy after starting it, because of the murderous energy. Instantaneously the door opens from the backside and the shaman is interrupted. The murderous energy blows from the master and shaman falls down. Zhang and Go enters the room and were shocked after witnessing the master's state. Zhang moves forward and greets the master. The shaman yells at them to leave this place, no matter who it is. But Go denies to move out. Suddenly, the master makes a unique sound, and the mysterious illness takes over the manor master. The shaman requests the two of them to help him by holding the manor master, so he doesn't break the strings. The master almost loses the strings and shaman starts chanting the spells again. However, his spells were unable to do anything to the master. The master breaks Go's arm and holds onto his arm to transfer the demonic energy to Go Chan. In that moment, Zhang cuts off the master's arm without hesitation. He won't stop there and cuts off the other arm too. Then the shaman applies the seal on the master and his arm. After seeing all this mess, the shaman tries to escape from the main building ASAP. But Zhang points his sword at the shaman's neck, and he asks the shaman, "Is this also the doing of the mysterious illness?" The shaman answers yes, and tells him to complete the process quickly. He tells there is no time for this, and he accidentally slips his tongue by saying, "Do you also want the master dead?" Zhang recognizes his fault and questions him. Who is the person that wants the master dead? Shaman tells it was a misunderstanding, but Zhang won't buy that and points his blade closer to shaman's throat. Zhang warns the shaman to tell the truth. Otherwise, he'll kill him. He answers, it was the first lady that ordered him to locate the secret manual and the manor master's seal using the evil spirit, and the manor master life is not necessary to spare. Zhang don't know what's a secret manual and manor master seal, and Go explains to Zhang that they must save the manor master life, or with the help of those two items the first lady can make her child secure the master position, and now that Zhang has interfered with the first lady plans, she will try to kill Zhang also. The shaman begs Zhang that he will save the master's life, but Zhang rejects it and orders him to locate the secret manual and seal first. The shaman and Go were shocked for a moment there. The shaman explains it would be hard to try anything now, because the matter has gotten much worse compared to before. However, Zhang don't care about that, and makes the shaman start the process. Now, the shaman uses a vessel to make the evil spirit believe that the vessel is the manor master. The shaman starts the chanting and tricks the evil into the vessel. Right after that, the shaman thinks of something evil in his mind. The shaman states that he will restrict the evil spirit, and it wouldn't be better for Go to stay here. After hearing the shaman words, Go leaves the room. Instantly the shaman commences the ritual. The spirit answers the call and wakes up. The shaman starts questioning the spirit about the secret manual and the manor seal location. The evil spirit answers the questions. Zhang and the shamna both remembered the area. The vessel breaks, and the evil spirit moves back to the manor master. However, the shaman requests Zhang to cut the string, and Zhang does as the shaman requested. But the evil spirit now catches on to Zhang, and the shaman makes an evil face. The evil spirit contains strong killing intent from the beginning, and by the time it broke free, Zhang was caught in it. The shaman plans to put all blames on Zhang and receives the payment from the First Lady. He sticks a talisman on Zhang's forehead. Inside Zhang's body, the evil spirit is furious and plans to take control over Zhang's mind. Now Zhang is in his own delusion and trapped in a slumber. He is in a forest and remembers the place as watering hole. He does things as usual, like filling the bucket and carrying it to his grandfather. Somehow it feels a bit strange to him today, and glimpses a fire in the forest. That is the direction to his home. He runs in that direction, shouting for his grandfather. By the time he arrived, his grandpa has already sliced in half. Zhang finally understood the true meaning of his grandfather's existence, but it is already late. The spirit spectates the scene from backside, and traps Zhang with his memories. At that moment, the spirit tries to invade Zhang's body completely. Suddenly, his grandfather speaks and Zhang snaps out of it. He can't believe what he was witnessing. He hugs his grandpa with love. He thinks to never lose his grandpa ever again. The spirit laughs from a side and slowly takes control over Zhang. Zhang asks his grandpa a question about Zhang's name being similar to righteous. When the spirit closes the gap to Zhang, Zhang stares back at the spirit, which scares even the devil itself. He grasps the devil with his hand and tells him that it was annoying to make his grandfather play like that. The spirit can't believe how Zhang can see him. Zhang states that the delusion should have been him taking revenge on the bastard who killed his grandfather. The spirit senses a dangerous presence inside Zhang, which was sealed. A presence of pure killing intent, a desire strong enough to subdue even a spirit itself. That is not something a living can possess. Zhang's grandfather replies to him about his name. It was because Zhang is different from others. So, he wished Zhang to grow in a righteous way. That's why Zhang's name contains the character righteous. By saying these words he fades away. The spirit escapes from Zhang's clutches and runs as fast as possible with fear. After running for a while, he reaches deep inside Zhang's consciousness. It is peaceful with flowers and all. However, there is a door with a seal on it. The spirit understands that the door contains all the memories that were sealed in Zhang's mind. The spirit attempts to open it. But Zhang pulls the spirit back, and he swallows the devil itself. Coming back, the shaman turns back and he can't understand what's happening here. Zhang has subdued the demonic spirit and named it as demonic monk. On the outside, the inner home master, Zhang Myanjin, is worrying about the master of the Mok Manor. He and Mok Inden worked together 19 years ago to subjugate the pirates. Later Zhang pledged his loyalty to Mok Inden and settled in the Mok Sword Manor as inner hall master. The First Lady made a deal to Zhang, that is to permit the shaman, so that he could locate the secret manual and the seal. Likewise, the first young master could become stronger. Zhang thinks that shaman is a fraud, and he's going to blackmail the master to locate the items. He can't control his curiosity and moves to check on Mok Inden. In the hall, the shaman recognizes that it is not a regular vengeful spirit. It's a high-class evil spirit. Zhang commands the spirit to kill the shaman. The evil spirit confronts with full speed. The shaman uses his shamanism to block the spirit. But even the shaman is scared after witnessing that Zhang could order a high-class spirit. The spirit uses his powers to push the shaman back, with a smirk on the face. Then multiple of hands come from the spirit and catches the shaman to swallow. The shaman begs Zhang to release him, but Zhang declines. The shaman apologizes if it was for betraying him, but Zhang states, it is because he knows the whereabouts of the secret manual and the seal. The shaman realizes that from the start Zhang has planned on killing the shaman. Zhang welcomes Go inside, but Go is shocked after seeing the state the shaman is in. Zhang asks Go to carry the corpse. Zhang picks up the sword and swings it all around the room. Zhang makes a plan, which is, the shaman went crazy and cut the manor lord's arms. Exactly at that moment Zhang and Go stumbled upon the scene to put a stop to it. Go explains, no one would believe it that easily and it only draws suspicion towards Zhang. After listening to Go's words Zhang points his sword towards him and stabs his legs. So that everyone would believe the shaman even tried to murder the young master too. Zhang asks, is it more believable now? Go sees the determination in Zhang. Just to make things more clear, Zhang stabbed his own legs. Go thinks Zhang is becoming scarier. No, scary isn't a word to describe his character. It's horrifying. In this moment, Zhang opens the door and his mind is blown after noticing the mess. He thinks Zhang and Go has done this mess. Go explains it is a misunderstanding. Zhang gets up to explain the situation, but falls down. Zhang yells at Go to explain the situation properly. Go looks at Zhang and he is smiling. Now Go understood it is all Zhang's acting. Later, due to Zhang's acting, he ends up at Medicinal Hall. To be clear, he is in the place near to the secret manual and the seal, and he plans to look about them at night. Go visits Zhang. He gives the books that were in possession of the shaman. Go barely got them before they got burned. The manor people burning all the items that were in possession of the shaman to get rid of the evidence. Go is wondering about why Zhang is interested in those books. Zhang tells Go to look outside the window. Go looks outside the window, but he can't see anything. But there is a spirit outside. After that, the First Lady barges into Medicinal Hall to have a chat with Zhang. Go greets the First Lady. Zhang realizes her as the First Lady of the Mock Sword Manor, and even Guard Cam listed her as the #1 person of interest. The First Lady is from a martial clan, and her martial arts are first-rate, and she is clever too. Zhang greets the First Lady too, but he won't get up from the bed. Go thinks Zhang acted better than he expected. Then the First Lady instantly injures Zhang's injury. The guard points her sword towards Go, so he won't save Zhang. The First Lady figures out that Zhang is the culprit of the incident. She whispers that he can't fool her like he did to the Inner Hall Master Zhang. She states that a skilled shaman would never be possessed during a ritual. She slaps Zhang furiously for trying to make her a fool with a lie. She queries him about what happened in the main building. Zhang laughs at First Lady, and he calls Demonic Monk. Demonic Monk swiftly moves and control the guard that First Lady brought. She recognizes the scene similar to what happened to the shaman. Zhang mentions the secret manual and the seal to the First Lady. The guard feels uneasy with the demonic monk. Zhang proposes the First Lady to a negotiation instead of threatening him. He states that he don't want to be the manor master, but he could give that chance to the second master or the lowly fourth master. Zhang explains to her that she is not the one with the upper hand. Later in Lady Suk's room, she is furious and throws the items around her. First Lady's anger is because of Zhang. He easily fooled her and took all the fruits of her labor. Lady Suk thinks all of this happened because she let her guard down around Zhang, who she thought would be scared of her. She believes Zhang has hiding his true self this entire time, and after his mother's death, everyone on Third Master's side began to lose influence. The guard recommends to kill Zhang before he does more. She refuses the guard because it could raise suspicions towards them after causing the ruckus in the Medicinal Hall. The First Lady plans to eliminate Zhang using the Phoenix Pavilion. The Phoenix Pavilion is the place where the shaman is from. The First Lady lets the Phoenix Pavilion know about the shaman's death so that they could take revenge on Zhang. In the midnight, at the Medicinal Hall, Zhang reads the contents of the book, and the book states that when a dead person turns into a spirit due to their unresolved resentment, they turns into a vengeful spirit, and the strength depends on many conditions, like there are 3 types of spirits. The first one is a red spirit. It is bound to a certain location, and it can cause a person to experience chills or goosebumps. The second spirit can make the human body, causing lethargy and exhaustion or even sickness. The third is a yellow spirit. These are the dangerous spirits that should be exorcised. The yellow spirit has the power to kill a person. Then demonic monk arrives and states that he found the area. Zhang thinks the demonic monk is a yellow spirit. Zhang moves to find the secret manual and the seal. On his way, he learns more about the spirits and understands that demonic monk powers didn't work on the First Lady, but luckily it worked on the maid. If the spirit powers won't work on a first-rate martial artist, then the demonic monk's power won't work on Guard Cam too. However, it worked on Go-chan. So Zhang sets a goal to find a 4th-level spirit, called Green Spirits. These spirits are existed for decades and has the abilities to control its surroundings and cause hallucinations. These are very dangerous and must be exorcised at all costs. Zhang is on his way to find the secret manual and the seal. Zhang walks down through the steps deep and deep. Zhang acknowledges the value of the manual if it was hidden this deep inside the manor. Zhang needs more cards to use on Guard Cam, because demonic monk powers won't work on Guard Cam. Finally, a door is visible. Inside the room, there are 4 more doors. According to the Manor Master's evil spirit, it should be inside the 4th door. Zhang enters the 4th room, and there is still a long way to walk in. Accidentally, Zhang steps on a stone, and it triggers a large rock from upside. Zhang quickly jumps out and lands on another trap. Arrows were shot towards Zhang, and he deflects them with the lantern he's holding. A large trunk was released towards him. He dodges it and thinks, is there something more than the secret manual, because the cave is full of traps. Zhang is more intrigued now to check out what's inside the cave. At last, he reaches a symmetrical place made up of wood. There is a wooden box on a table in the center of the room. Inside the box there are 2 books. According to Go Chan, one book is a sword technique, and the other one is a cultivation technique. Zhang takes both of the books, but something feels strange to Zhang, and he spectates around the room. There is a large wooden box, which looks heavy and not functional. There are also traces of the wooden box been dragged to the place it is right now. Zhang pushes the box, and there are seals on the floor. Zhang opens up all the seals, and there is another wooden box inside it. This chest gives off ominous vibes to Zhang, and when he opens it there is book made up of leather. The lantern suddenly shuts off, and to be precise, the book is made up of human skin with beads and charms all around the book. Outside the medicinal hall, the second young master is having a party with his subordinates, and he expresses that he's going to be the manor master due to Guard Cam is on his side from today onwards. Guard Cam greets the second young master. The second young master, Mok Yunpyeong, prepared a welcome party for Guard Cam. He wanted to give a grand feast, but his father, the manor master, is unwell. Guard Cam is honored for this treatment as well. After a while, Yunpyeong learns that Zhang lost his martial arts. According to Guard Cam, the real Mok Jang-woon is dead and the fake one don't know martial arts. But he doesn't intend to tell the truth that third master is dead to Yunpyeong, because Guard Cam's life would be in danger if everyone knows that he is unable to protect the third young master. He thinks to decapitate Zhang as proof to show his loyalty to second son Yunpyeong. Yunpyeong is happy after he is informed about Mok Jang-woon unable to use martial arts. Yunpyeong is also grateful because now Guard Cam is on his side. Yunpyeong wonders about the reason how Jang-woon lost his martial arts, but Guard Cam apologies that he cannot answer to it at the moment. But he assures Yunpyeong no harm would come even if he don't know. Yunpyeong trusts Guard Cam because he is a former assassin from an infamous place. Guard Cam is irritated after hearing Yunpyeong words. Yunpyeong excuses Guard Cam and calls him later if it is urgent. Yunpyeong states to his guards to keep an eye on Guard Cam, and he commands a guard to check on Zhang. Whether he actually lost his martial arts or not, and to break an ankle of Zhang to make it more fun. Beneath the medicine hall, Zhang feels a beat under his fingertips that is closer to death. He don't understand why is something like this down here. To satisfy his curiosity, he wanted to untie the rosary and check out its contents. But demonic monk appears, and he trembles in fear. After he catches sight of the book, Zhang realizes this is something worth it, because even the demonic monk knees before it. But if the demonic monk is here, then it means there is an intruder. Outside the medicinal hall, the guard that was sent the second young master is here to check out on Zhang. However, go guarding outside instead guarding Zhang. The guard thinks this is the right time to strike Zhang and moves to the medicinal hall. The guard peeks into Zhang's room, but nothing seems to be out of ordinary. Zhang sleeps like a kid inside the room. The guard enters the room silently through the window. The guard finds a manual on the table, and he's shocked after realizing what it is. With this book in possession of the second master, they could easily gain the upper hand. However, Zhang appears silently from backside and observes the guard. Zhang grabs the guard's head and slams it on the table. He asks the guard whether is he sleepy or not. He bangs the guard's head on the table again and again and again. The guard thinks he is a mad demon. Later, the loses consciousness, and Zhang takes him to place beneath the medicinal hall and ties him upside down. The guard wakes up and Zhang starts the questioning. Before taking the guard to the underground, Go arrives to the medicinal hall and explains Zhang about the guard that his name is Cho Il-sang, and he's an escort of the second master. By the appearance of the guard and how he infiltrated this place, he had no good intentions. Zhang picks the guard up and takes him to the underground to interrogate him. Go requests Zhang to not torture him, because the second master loves his subordinates very much, and if anything happens to them, he'll be greatly enraged. Zhang doesn't care about that and moves on, no matter how much Go-chan begs. Zhang moves on his way. Now beneath the medicinal hall, the guard requests to let him go. Zhang demands a reason, and the guard answers he is a close subordinate to the second master, and he warns that Zhang will be in severe danger if he don't let him go now. He demands him to not overdo this, and he'll put him in a good word with the second master, so that he could spare Zhang's life at least. The guard thinks Zhang is feared, but he don't know our protagonist isn't a saint to let him go so easily. He's a demon. Zhang is fascinated, and accepts the guard's words about how much the second master cherishes his subordinates. Zhang stands to let him go and unties his ropes, but he surprises that one of his fingers is sliced. Now, Zhang starts questioning about whose finger it is. The guard can't feel anything even after one of his fingers is sliced off. He can't move nor feel his ki. Zhang explains that is because of a poison called aesthetic. He made the poison from combining the herbs from the medicinal hall, and the guard shouldn't be able to feel anything for 2 to 4 hours. Now Zhang starts questioning, and if the guard don't answer immediately, Zhang's going to cut off one finger for every 1 second that passes. The first question is about why did Yunpyong send the guard to Zhang? After the time starts, Zhang cuts off one finger, but the guards still don't respond. So Zhang cuts off the second finger. The guard curses Zhang to stop, but Zhang won't even care. In that flow, Zhang cuts off 4 fingers in total, and blackmails the guard. The next one is thumb finger. Then the guard responds. He was ordered to confirm whether Zhang really lost his martial abilities or not. Zhang thinks for a moment and instantly realizes that guard Cam has switched sides so quickly. Then Zhang proceeds to next question, which is guard Cam responsible for this? The guard nods his face, and Zhang acknowledges guard Cam for using his head. The guard was astonished because of how quickly Zhang realized that guard Cam has betrayed him. The guard can't understand whether Mok Jiangwen was always this clever or Jiangwen doubted guard Cam from the beginning. Now Zhang doesn't have any questions to ask the guard, so he's thinking what to do with the guard. The guard is aware that he is going to be killed, so the guard swears his loyalty to Zhang. He screams that he never thought that the third young master was this brilliant. The guard even offers his life and will do anything to work under Zhang. Zhang happens to have a task and seek his loyalty that from the guard. The guard is happy because he is saved after completing the task and requests Zhang to use him as he likes. Then Zhang slits the throat of the guard and responds the task is to offer the guard's life. Zhang borrows the blood of the guard to use it on the book he found a while ago. After spectating the book for a while, Zhang understands to weaken the power of the seal, which is made up of pure energy. One needs to pour in pure energy to make the seal weaken. So Zhang used the guard's blood, because he died a regrettable death. This is all the information Zhang learned from one of the shaman's book. Zhang keeps the book under the guard so that his blood would fall on the book. When the blood filled the wooden book with the book in it, the impurity is completed and the seal is broken. Zhang holds back to see what would come out of it. Then the blood overflowed and filled the room. The blood slowly takes a form and releases a tremendous energy, which made Zhang unable to see. It became silent all of a sudden, and when Zhang opens his eyes, he is in a world filled with blood, and a woman appears before him. Zhang amazed after realizing that this is not the power of a 4th-level spirit. It is the power of a 5th-level spirit. According to the book, the 5th-level spirits are called blue spirits, which are existed for more than a century. Zhang thought a 5th-level spirit or something similar would appear. He thinks of this as a gratitude. In that moment, he is being kneeled to the strength of the spirit. The spirit announces to Zhang to offer his soul to her. To subdue or exorcise a 5th-level spirit, a minimum of 10 shaman masters are needed. After a while, Zhang struggles to stand up and refuses to offer his soul. But Zhang understands why they are extremely dangerous, and he speaks to the blue spirit about the knowledge he gained about spirits. The most important point about spirits is all the spirits need someone's body. So spirits can't do anything without a vessel. The spirit gets a bit frustrated after Zhang explained to her about the spirits. Zhang stands up and annoys the spirit to take his body by force if she can. Immediately she strikes him with a bloodshot and Zhang is injured severely and falls down. The spirit pities Zhang and strikes him again with much force. She warns Zhang to stay down and obediently and offer his soul. The spirit is impressed because Zhang withstood that even though half of the flesh on his face is torn off. The spirit pushes him back and makes an offer to Zhang, which is to submit his soul, and she could fulfill one of his desires. Zhang questions the spirit about why is she making an offer to him. The spirit states it is a consideration to his will. It means she could gain nothing if Zhang's body is damaged more. Zhang asks what if he refuses. The spirit responds with a death stare. She will simply kill him and finds another soul. Zhang mumbles, there is one desire. The spirit brightens up and questions him about his desire, and the spirit guesses whether it is a betrayal or a family member Zhang loved has died. She would tear them into shreds and remove their soul from existence. And Zhang brazenly responds his wish is for the woman to shut up and obediently become his familiar spirit. The spirit grits her teeth and uses all the blood accumulated in the area and makes it flow towards Zhang. She states in anger that his flesh, bones, and body will be butchered. The spirit expresses it will damage his body, but it is necessary to take his body. Zhang is unable to anything, and he loses consciousness. But his senses tells him that this tastes like blood. The color is much more red than a cornelian cherry, and a metallic taste. But it's different compared to the blood he experienced. When he was a scythe demon, he tasted plentiful of blood, and the taste back then was like trembling of life, heat, and warmth. To be exact, it meant to be alive. However, what he feels right now is death. After Zhang figured it out that all of this merely an illusion, the world filled with blood breaks down completely. The spirit couldn't believe what she witnessed, and she was pushed back by the force caused by Zhang. The blue spirit creates a butterfly with blood and moves the butterfly in Zhang's direction, but it barely does any damage to him. The spirit recognizes this realm as transcendence. This is a realm used to escape any hallucination by rejecting all their five senses. However, it is much harder than it sounds. Even a first-rate shaman finds difficulty in completely rejecting all their five senses. But Zhang, he's not even a shaman, has reached such a realm. And the only possible answer is, Zhang is born with the qualities of a great shaman. Zhang laughs loudly in front of the spirit, and it irritates her. She speaks, just because you escaped a illusion doesn't mean you have the upper hand. But Zhang states he had a fun idea. He shows the book to the blue spirit, and it makes her furious. As per the shaman book which Zhang got after killing the shaman in the main building, called Inyang School, the older a spirit, the more likely they are connected to a vessel that connects them to this realm. In that case, the vessel which is connecting the blue spirit to this realm is the book made with human skin. Zhang tears the book with his teeth, which inflicts pain to her and enrages the blue spirit even more. The blue spirit curses Zhang, and she don't seem to understand how can Zhang harm a book which is imbued with demonic qi. Even the first-rate shamans barely managed to seal it after many attempts at destroying it. But Zhang simply did it with his teeth. She grabs Zhang's neck with force and pushes him back, and tells him that she doesn't need his body anymore. Zhang snickers even in this moment and states that it could have ended if she just snatched the book, but she didn't. It means she is unable to touch the book. Even though he's being inflicted pain, Zhang still tries to swallow that piece he grabbed with his teeth. He realizes the blood that entered into his body earlier made his blood flow travel in reverse. This situation happened to him when he first ate a poisonous herb. But right now he could sense a soul's rage. A rage against someone as strong as Zhang and desire for revenge. At last, Zhang swallowed the piece of human skin even though the blue spirit grabbed his neck and shouting not to do it. She is now furious as hell and squeezes his more and more. Instantly Zhang is transferred to another world again, and this time an ocean of corpses are floating around him. And a person is kneeled with a sword in front of throne, and she is the blue spirit. She ties her hand to the sword using a cloth, and points her sword to the one sitting on the throne and speaks something, but Zhang couldn't hear it. All he felt is her rage. She speaks something again and moves forward to kill the person who is like a king. But the king-like person easily took the heart of the blue spirit and throws her away. A few masters appear from behind the king and runs toward her. Every one of them takes up their knives and stabs her, and the blue spirit died like that. Coming back to present, someone yells loudly and a red color thread comes from Zhang's heart, and on the other end it is the blue spirit. She finally became a familiar spirit. Zhang is happy now that he got a blue spirit. The blue spirit grabs Zhang's neck again, But now that she became a familiar spirit, even she could feel the pain that Zhang is experiencing. So she leaves his neck and coughs up. She is frustrated and walks away. Zhang thinks if the blue spirit is experiencing pain right now because she became a familiar spirit, that means there is a chance demonic monk could feel the pain before, because Zhang literally came back from dead earlier. Meanwhile, demonic monk's situation is like he is almost evaporated. Zhang express, why don't we introduce ourselves since we stay together from now on? Zhang walks over to the spirit and introduces himself as Mok Jianwen and asks the spirit about her name, so he could call the spirit with her name. But she don't respond whatsoever, so Zhang plans to call her whatever he wants, and calls her Red Dung Beetle. She is frustrated for calling with such a name, so Zhang thinks she doesn't like that. Zhang asks her again for the name, but she won't like to tell her name to a stupid mortal. Then Zhang plans to call her Blue Spirit, since she is a blue spirit. She just sits quietly, and she liked the name, so Zhang plans to call her with that. However, she's got quite the ego, and it's not like Zhang could beat her up to tame or anything. He thinks to slowly persuade her to like him. Now Zhang asks the blue spirit about the book with human leather. She replies that she don't know any blue spirit and someone with that name. She walks away telling that she is busy. Zhang's eye catches something interesting, that this book is written in blood. Zhang smirks and thinks about this book, which is wrapped in human leather and written with blood, which he finds is fascinating. But the characters doesn't make sense to him at all. He can't understand what characters these are supposed to mean. Blue Spirit chuckles at Zhang. Zhang finds it a bit annoying and tries to figure the characters by himself. After spectating the book for a while, he learns something and reads out, without despair, rely on the mind of the other form. Before nothingness, there must have been a form. What seems to be may not actually be. As Zhang reads out the chant, all the chi around him circulates towards Zhang. Zhang reads out again, the demon in the way of the good, but the ultimate blood has the power to reverse all. After reading the chant, the book he holds sticks to his palm and won't let loose. Blue Spirit can't believe what he did. Zhang inquires that whether this book has something to do with it or not. Suddenly, all his veins tightens up, and he feels extremely pain. Blue Spirit also starts to experience the pain, and she immediately tells him to stop his breathing, empty his mind, and don't think about anything at all. Zhang does all of that in an instant, and the vein slowly starts to set back and the book falls down. Blue Spirit amazes how quickly Zhang controlled his body. Zhang already undone the ritual of attachment. Blue Spirit phases as to how come a mortal who hasn't even learned martial arts could attain something like this. To begin with, it's a miracle that Zhang managed to carry out the ritual of attachment. Blue Spirit witnesses something that she never did in her life post-death. Zhang feels good and sits down without knowing what happened to him. Blue Spirit explains to Zhang all this has happened because he couldn't control the ritual of attachment properly, and his breathing is also wrong. Zhang is happy now that Blue Spirit starts speaking. Blue Spirit feels embarrassed and states she is just taking care of herself because of Zhang's foolish mistakes. Now Zhang wants to know about the ritual of attachment, and Blue Spirit describes it as a way to pull things towards themselves, and they sticks to them. To be clear, it's like manipulating the very nature to one's own will. But Zhang experiences his stomach and veins hurt him very much. Blue Spirit clarifies it happened because Zhang is pulling at nothing. That's why his chi is manipulated and pulling nothing after the book, so the chi got all messed up. Blue Spirit recommends to try it with the guard's dead body. Blue Spirit tells him to focus on the guard's energy core, and his chi would probably be spread because he is dead. However, Zhang doesn't know anything about the energy core and other stuff, so he wants Blue Spirit to tell him everything. Blue Spirit prepares him to start the chant, and after he started it, he keeps his palm under the guard's belly button and slowly absorbs his chi. He feels a warm energy is flowing and circling around his energy core. Blue Spirit tells him to pull forth anything and make it stick, and questions him whether he could feel it. The flowing of chi's speed increases, and this is how the ritual of attachment works. This is the first time Zhang is experiencing how chi feels like. The warm energy is wrapping around Zhang's torso, and he finally understands what Go Chan is referring to. According to Go Chan, it takes a lot of time to gather chi, but if one can absorb other people's inner energy, it makes Zhang collect a lot of chi faster, and he can become stronger in a short period of time. In other words, Zhang is smart with an anti-protagonist mind, so it's not matter of fact for him to kill other people. Suddenly, all the energy he gathered is scattered in a moment. Blue Spirit explains that is how chi works, and one needs a special method to store the chi they've absorbed. Otherwise, it won't store in the energy core. Zhang needs a unique trait in order to possess a special method, so that it won't mix with other energies. To be clear, collecting chi with the ritual of attachment is impossible. Zhang is disappointed after listening Blue Spirit words. He thought he really found a shortcut to become stronger. Blue Spirit states it is not that easy to befit a martial artist expert. However, there are plenty of uses with the ritual of attachment, like the ritual of attachment is just the first ritual of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. By just learning this method, there will be endless possibilities. Blue Spirit teaches to Zhang that even if it may scatter away the chi is still a chi, and tells him to concentrate the chi into your hand by circulating it. Nonetheless, Zhang don't know how to circulate chi into his hand. Blue Spirit teaches him step by step, and advises him to imagine it. Chi circulation and chants are all just to help one person to imagine the right picture in their head. So Blue Spirit proposes Zhang to imagine sending his chi into his hand. Blue Spirit thinks it is easier said than done, and he is still a beginner without even proper chi training, so he'll just waste precious chi. It is impossible for Zhang to achieve this in his current state. However, Blue Spirit don't know that Zhang is the protagonist of the story. Zhang manages to gather chi into his hand slowly, and once he had enough chi, he strikes the pillar with his inner energy. The pillar shatters into pieces, and even the wall behind the pillar is damaged. Blue Spirit is flabbergasted that how can a beginner who hasn't even learned martial arts or any basic training has successfully achieved it. Even in her lifetime, she witnessed a lot of individual, but not someone as talented as Zhang. He quickly grasps that why martial arts are so hyped up, because it is much easier to kill someone when you learn something like this. Blue Spirit is astonished again that how rapidly Zhang grasped the essence of martial arts. Most people say martial arts is for training the soul and mind, but all of it just nonsense. The main point of martial arts is how efficiently one can kill a person. Zhang urges to learn about the second technique, and Blue Spirit starts to teach him that, but she realizes that she'd never do something nice for Zhang and walks away. She thinks she talked more than she meant to, and she understands why the old geezers were always so obsessed with their disciples, because Zhang literally absorbed everything Blue Spirit taught him. Zhang wants to ask Blue Spirit something, but she isn't interested in it. Zhang just wanted to ask about the cold energy he felt after the chi scattered away, because chi always feels warm. Blue Spirit don't want to talk to him, so he just thinks to figuring it out by himself. They both leave the place, and Zhang learned a lot after coming to place beneath the medicinal hall. At a different place, the guard who protects the First Lady arrives at the Phoenix Pavilion and enters into it. The pavilion is filled with statues of shamans which are made up of wood, and they all look ominous to the guard. Instantly a fire is lit on a torch, and the guard explains herself why she came to the Phoenix Pavilion and how Myo Shin, the shaman, has died. She claims that the third young master Mok Jiang-won is the one killed him. She states that the First Lady told her to place the 300 silver niang for expressing the grief towards Myo Shin and offers additional 400 silver niangs if they could take upon another mission. The quest is to eliminate the third young master. She asks whether they do it, and the torch blows away. She understands they accepted the quest and appreciates them and leaves. The guard can't decipher even though there was no one in there. She could feel the stares of a lot of people in there, and she would have never come if it weren't for those quests. Inside the pavilion, the shaman's leader states it was definitely a murder, and everyone agrees to it. According to the information they received, the guard that protects the First Lady is floating, and only a yellow spirit could do something like that. The shamans think the third master was possessed by the yellow spirit. Now the shaman leader questions, is there a chance the yellow spirit has become a familiar spirit? The rest of the shaman states that if it was a beast of pure spirit or a yokai, there could be a chance, but yellow spirit would be impossible to take in as a familiar spirit. The shaman leader concludes that a shaman will eliminate the third young master of the Mok Manor and help the resentful spirit move on. Every shaman agrees to what the leader said. The next day, Go Chan yawns and curses Zhang for making him do all the errands, even though he was up all night. Go Chan tells he bought the brazier and asks for what purpose did Zhang wanted the brazier for, and Zhang replies, he had something that needs to be burned. Go asks again what does he wants to burn, and Zhang pulls out the secret manuals of the mock sword manor. Zhang tears off each page and burns them without a trace. Go-chan is screaming and can't close his mouth. He is in a state of awe. Go-chan thinks what kind of human would do something so insane. Go-chan yells at Zhang and again speaks politely by stating even if those books are useless to Zhang, that doesn't mean other people don't want that. Zhang responds that is the reason why they should burn them, so that only Zhang is able to learn them. Go-chan didn't understand what Zhang said and questioned him again. Zhang replies all the information about is stored in his brain. He appeals for Go-chan to hand over that manual to the first lady and second young master. Zhang states everyone wants this book and Zhang is happen like a peaceful family. Zhang expressed with a smirk that, if they happily share the manual amongst each other wouldn't be nice. The next day, Guard Cam explains his morning routine, as once he wakes up, he organizes the things around him and quickly changes clothes. After that he cleans his surroundings and checks his to-do things for today. It's a habit he had since his assassin days, and soon there will be no need for that once the second young master secures the master position. He can become an elder of the mock sword manor. A guard appears and requests Guard Cam that second young master is looking for him. After a while, Guard Cam comes out of the second master hall seriously with an injury on his forehead. Just a while ago, second master states that Cho Il Sang had disappeared without a trace right after he went looking for third young master, whether he really lost his martial arts or not. Second young master is furious that Guard Cam deceived him. Guard Cam thinks something has gone off and reports that he is 100% sure about Mok Jaegwon losing his martial arts, and a different problem might have occurred. Second master throws a plate on Guard Cam and questions, then why didn't Guard Cho hasn't returned yet? Guard can't decipher how things come to this point, and his decision to change his liege will be all for naught. He can't accept this and requests second young master to spare him some time, so that he can uncover the truth behind it. Second master asks how can he trust him again. Guard Cam offers his right hand to prove his trust. Second master accepts it and gives him 4 hours to uncover the truth. If he hadn't complete his mission by the time, he will take Guard Cam's life instead of his arm. Guard Cam realizes everything is not going his way ever since the fake Mok Jaegwon appeared. The possibilities of Zhang involved is low, but if he is the main culprit, Guard Cam won't leave it at that. Guard Cam spots Go-chan and inquires him about what he is doing here, when Guard Cam told not to take Go-chan eyes off Zhang. Cam asks whether he is plotting with Zhang, and Go states the otherwise, but Guard Cam notices manual on Go-chan and pulls it out. After discerning the manual, Guard Cam furiously asks why is the manual with him. He beats Go-chan to a pulp and drags him to Zhang's room. Guard Cam kicks the door and throws Go-chan inside. Zhang welcomes Guard Cam, and Guard Cam demands an explanation and thinks his mood is ruined just by watching him again. Zhang acts innocent as to explain what. Guard Cam states there is no time for his little tricks and tells him that he made it clear from the beginning that he'll be dead if he tries anything funny. Guard Cam takes hold of Zhang's throat and warns him. Zhang responds that he don't recall Guard Cam saying not to try anything funny. Guard Cam questions Zhang what he did to the second son's subordinate. Zhang acts like he don't who it is, and Guard Cam cross-examines whether he hurt the guard or not. Zhang states that Guard Cam knows how weak Zhang is, and the guard is an expert martial artist. Guard Cam ponders he know how weak Zhang is and how strong the subordinate is also, but Guard Cam feels something off. Zhang implies how could the third son who has lost his martial arts have killed him? Those are the exact words that Guard Cam used to prove his loyalty to the second master. Guard Cam now grasps the situation and pulls his knife out to stab Zhang. Zhang ridicules Guard Cam about what will he do now. Zhang states that Guard Cam switched sides, so the fake third son killed the second son's guard. Guard Cam stabs him with the knife insanely, and later both of them sits down for a moment. Guard Cam narrates his life from how he was born an orphan and raised as an assassin. He barely managed to get into this place by sacrificing all the money and time he had. He endured all kinds of side jobs, and his life depended on those 3 years, but Zhang ruined everything. Not only Zhang killed the third son, now he also killed the second son's favorite subordinate. Guard Cam plans to escape after killing Zhang, otherwise he'll end up dead. However, Guard Cam realizes that he had an opportunity. The second master's guard is already dead, and there is nothing that can be done about it. But there is something that can replace the guard's life, which is the manual he took from Go-chan. He asks Jong whether he had the rest of the manual. Cam thinks he can save his own life if he presents the manual to the second master. Jong states he don't know about it, and guard Cam warns Jong to answer properly, or he could just kill Jong and leave. But he gives Jong a chance to repent for his mistakes. If he gives the rest of the manual, he'll leave him alive, or guard Cam threatens Jong's going to die a terrible death. Jong downheartedly accepts guard Cam's proposal. Guard Cam feels almighty and powerful when Jong accepted his proposal. Guard Cam tells Jong that he should have done this earlier and held his hand out to let him give the remaining part of the manual. However, Jong gives his hand and not the manual, and states that he is the secret manual, which he had memorized in his head. Jong expresses there is one more thing and holds guard Cam's hand firmly. Jong appreciates guard Cam and sucks his inner energy through thought-shattering 8 techniques. First technique. Guard Cam is perplexed as to what is happening. Cam realizes his inner energy is being sucked away, so he instantly switches to attack him. Jong wonders on how and whom to use this on, and guard Cam became a lab rat to Jong, and Jong is so grateful to what guard Cam has done. Guard Cam is scared and demands Jong to let him go. Guard Cam slashes Jong. After stabbing him again and again, Jong loses guard Cam's hand, and guard Cam kicks Jong off with a strong force. Guard Cam is all exhausted and can't feel any energy in his left hand. Jong signifies guard Cam as first-rate martial artist, and Jong states his current power isn't enough. So he had no choice but find a different way to kill guard Cam. Guard Cam can't accept Jong's words and utters Jong's little dirty tricks won't work again. Guard Cam yells that Jong can't defeat him, and he rushes towards Jong with murderous intent. Jong calls forth Demonic Monk. Demonic Monk catches guard Cam's hand. Guard Cam is ambiguous about how Jong blocked it and questions how Jong did this. Jong announces it is another little dirty trick of his and reveals to him in more detail. Guard Cam is terrified after witnessing the Demonic Monk. Jong states that he will give both guard Cam's inner energy and his dagger. Jong stabs guard Cam with heavy pressure and express, "They were both yours to begin with." Guard Cam falls back and coughs up blood all over the place. Guard Cam presumes the location Jong stabbed is dangerous. If guard Cam took the knife irresponsibly, the bleeding is going to be bad. He considers Jong is not easy to mess with because Jong not only absorbed Cam's inner energy, he even used Demonic Monk's force to attack guard Cam. Guard Cam concludes he was foolish to choose someone like Jong as a stand-in, but guard Cam had a secret weapon up his sleeve, which is the poison he fed to Jong. He prepared the poison exactly for something like this. Guard Cam decides to negotiate with Jong, since it'll be a loss for both of them if they continue to fight. Guard Cam offers Jong the antidote and money so he could leave this place. But guard Cam vomits more and more blood and realizes something is wrong. Even though he circulates his chi, his body is only getting worse, and he quickly recognizes poison. Jong speaks about the injuries he got and states he is not that badly injured. Guard Cam questions what did Jong has done to him. Jong responds it's nothing to consider. When Cam stabbed Jong with his dagger, Jong's blood spilled on it. Jong's blood is extremely poisonous. Jong names the ingredients guard Cam used to make the poison he fed to him, and Jong divulges about the poisonous herbs he ate ever since he was kid, so that his blood has turned into a poison itself. Jong implies that he don't need the antidote to begin with. Guard Cam perceives that he is going to be killed, and his body is trembling. Jong explains that he opened the window so that Cam would live longer if his body temperature is lowered. Poison spreading will slow down when one's body temperature is cold. Now, guard Cam pleads to have mercy on him. He begs Jong to have mercy, and that he'll swear his loyalty to Jong. He even wishes to become Jong's dog, and licks Jong's feet if Jong insisted, and crawls if he is ordered. All guard Cam needs from Jong is to spare his life. Jong likes Cam's attitude and states with that kind of attitude they could work together perfectly. Guard Cam's eyes were filled hope after hearing Jong's words. However, Jong professed that was only if he had acted like that from the beginning. He expresses that Cam changed sides quickly based on his needs, so how come someone could call it loyalty? Jong thinks guard Cam is better off dead and thrusts the knife into guard Cam's heart. At last, Jong managed to kill a first-rate martial artist with an excitement and in a demonic way, which even gave me goosebumps as I am making this video. Jong stands up and stretches his body. He took care of guard Cam earlier than he expected. Now Zhang stares at Go-chan and thinks whether to kill him or not. Zhang thinks there is no reason to kill, and considering that guard Cam don't know that Zhang burned the rest of the manual, Go-chan didn't reveal the secret even when he was beaten to a pulp. Zhang insists Go-chan to get up now that the action is completed. Go-chan questions how did Zhang know that he was awake. Zhang replies that he noticed when Go-chan is moving little by little because Go-chan is afraid of being stepped on during the fight. Zhang appreciates Go-chan for maintaining secrets between them. Go-chan smiles humbly and thanks Zhang. Zhang commands Go to send everyone somewhere else so that Zhang could take care of guard Cam's body himself. Zhang starts to use the ritual of attachment on Cam's body. He can feel the warmth of the inner energy, but it's no use to him. What Zhang wanted to check is the cold, ominous energy he felt at the underground pavilion, which is known as the death chi that he felt when he's killing. Now that the warm energy is over, Zhang starts to feel the cold energy again. The cold chi isn't scattering away like the warm energy. So he presumes that in order to collect more cold chi, he plans to kill more people. Blue Spirit spectates Zhang from a side with Demonic Monk. Blue Spirit states to Demonic Monk she understood the reason why Demonic Monk is being controlled by Zhang, because Zhang is a monster. In the second Master Pavilion, the guard Zhang expresses to Yun Pyong that guard Cam isn't lying. Second Master replies that he is already aware that guard Cam is fair and not lying. He explains to the guard that when a person is nice to someone from the beginning they get entitled, so the Second Master manifested how strict he is. If he forgives guard Cam later on, Cam will stay subservient to the Second Master. Ultimately, the Second Master states one needs to be cruel to someone before being nice with them. The guard now comprehends the Second Master's wisdom. The guard grasps that guard Cam isn't a loyal man, so it is a kind of test to prove guard Cam's loyalty. At the moment, a guard appears to report a problem. Second Master questions what is it about, and the guard states guard Cam just tried to kill the Third Master Mok Jae-won. And this is not important. The most important point is that the Third Master announced that it was the Second Master who was behind the murder attempt. Now the Second Master is in a state of shock. He is now furious about Mok Jae-won. Zhang testified in the outer chamber investigation saying Master Un Pyong was the one who hired guard Cam. Guard Zhang inquiries about guard Cam's whereabouts, and the guard who entered now states guard Cam has disappeared after the murder attempt. Un Pyong unsheathes his sword and endeavors to kill Mok Jae-won. Guard Zhang tries to stop Un Pyong that if he moves forward right now it will only end up strengthening Zhang's testimony. Un Pyong won't listen to guard Zhang and articulates about how Zhang will ridicule him in Un Pyong's current state. However, guard Zhang recommends Un Pyong about that place act instead. Un Pyong stops moving and listens to his guard. Guard Zhang explains that Zhang testified guard Cam was after him in the investigation, so they try to use the organization guard Cam was affiliated with. The organization is prideful with their rules like, if an assassin fails to complete an assassination, it is not to be tolerated. Even if they are retired assassins, there are no exceptions. They need to complete the assassination they are tasked with by any means necessary. Guard Zhang plans to explain the situation to the 3 assassination organization in the Central Plains, the Flying Death School. Un Pyong is now happy after hearing the Flying Death School's name. In the Third Master's residence, Zhang is trying to create a chi center as written in the secret manual, but it's off no use. Even if he succeed in circulating the chi near the chi center, the energy starts dispersing. He don't know what is wrong with him, so he calls Go-chan and explains the situation he is experiencing right now. Go-chan is under the impression that Zhang is completely clueless about martial arts a day ago, and now he's being able to feel the ki and even circulated it in a single night. Go-chan wanted to say that's load of crap, but he politely asks Zhang to check for himself. Go-chan plans to flow his chi in Zhang's body to confirm why it's disappearing. Go-chan thinks not to get on Zhang's nerves, and that Zhang is still a kid who likes to pretend like that knows all. Go-chan and Zhang sits down, and Go requests Zhang to not pay any attention to him. Go-chan was amazed after he felt the ki from Zhang, and that Zhang doesn't have any waste matter in his meridians, so there's no blockage at all. It's an impossible feat unless a master of inner body trains Zhang every day. Go-chan realizes Zhang to be one of a genius. Instantly Go feels a strange energy, something so cold and freighting, then all of a sudden the chi blows off. Zhang is disappointed that it happened again and demands Go-chan to explain what happened truthfully, whether Zhang could form his chi or not. Go-chan responds that he felt a strange energy near Zhang's chi center and that he cannot explain what it might be. Zhang imagines that his cold energy is probably the reason to the problem and believes that he needs to give up on martial arts. At that moment, Go states that cold energy disperses the warm energy, so it doesn't feel like an energy that is created by usual circulation. The cold energy is exactly like the opposite of the warm energy. By Go-chan's statement, Zhang thinks there could be a possibility, because life chi is warm and death chi is cold. Zhang states to Go-chan that he is going to circulate his chi in reverse. Go-chan immediately attempts to stop Zhang, but he is pulled back by Blue Spirit and whispers him to shut up. Blue Spirit thinks Zhang is going to get himself killed with his incomplete knowledge. If a familiar attempts to kill their contractor, the backlash would also kill the spirit. However, if the contractor dies of their own accord, the contract will end without any constraints. Blue Spirit expresses to Demonic Monk that they are going to be free, and when Zhang comes out as a spirit after he dies, Blue Spirit is going to tear him apart with her own hands. Meanwhile, in the First Lady chamber, the shaman from the Phoenix Pavilion arrives, and her name is New Moon. The First Lady imagines even after a powerful shaman has died, the Phoenix Pavilion sent a single shaman, and from the voice of the shaman, the First Lady grasps the shaman seems to be a young woman. What piqued the First Lady curiously is that the Lady Shaman brought the previous shaman's dead body. The Lady Shaman explains that she brought his junior Myo Shin's dead body to track down the killer. The First Lady understands that the Lady Shaman is higher in status compared to Myo Shin because she called Myo Shin her junior. The Lady Shaman expresses that the third young master is going to die at all costs. The First Lady truthfully speaks at the beginning. She didn't have high expectations of her, but now she is starting to like her. The Lady Shaman starts the ritual, and Myo Shin's eyes and mouth opens up. The shaman stabs Myo Shin with a knife by chanting the ritual, and the energy enters into Myo Shin's body. All of a sudden, a couple of hands comes out of Myo Shin's mouth, and from his eyes too. All of the hands moves forward to track down the target. Blue Spirit instantly spots the shaman's energy, and the hands breaks into Zhang's room. Demonic Monk quickly blocks all the hands, but even he is pushed back by the strength of the multiple hands. Blue Spirit recognizes the spell used by the shaman as reverse murder. It is a way to target Zhang and inflict pain on him when Myo Shin is being stabbed every time. The First Lady is imagining that Zhang is being injured, and she is overjoying that Zhang is suffering a lot. But the scenario inside is not the way she is expecting. Blue Spirit now comes to action that some inferior creature is messing with her prey, and she instantly slices all the hands and spots the location of the shaman. Then Blue Spirit attacks with her might and tears all the hands in a single blow, and the shaman flies far away from Blue Spirit's attack. The shaman is bleeding and can't believe that the reverse murder is deflected. She estimates that a spirit higher than Yellow Spirit is in there. The shaman petitions that she needs more payment for this. The First Lady questions as to why the shaman needs more payment for this. New Moon demands that she needs at least 1,000 silver niangs more. The guard screams why she needs 1,000 when they already took 400, and that's enough for them to get a bag of rice. The shaman states that she needs to risk her life for his mission because it's an evil spirit of a very high rank. Even a yellow spirit could threaten a person's life, and this is much higher than that. Higher than a yellow spirit is a disaster, and most shamans couldn't handle anything above yellow spirit unless they are as skilled as the Lady Shaman. The First Lady accepts the condition for 1,000 more, but the shaman have to kill Mok Jiang-won. The shamans also have ranks like spirits too, from highest to lowest. They are divine, sun, moon, talent, darkness, and porter. Myo Shin is porter rank, and the Lady Shaman is talent rank, which is 2 ranks higher than Myo Shin. On top of that, the Lady Shaman is one of the 3 shamans of the pavilion that handles familiar spirits. The shaman guarantees that Mok Jiang-won won't survive no matter the cost. Inside Zhang's room, Blue Spirit is annoyed by the shaman, because if Zhang is died by the shaman, it is not a death by his hand, and it could harm Blue Spirit too. But Blue Spirit perceives both death chi and yin chi from Zhang. The problem is that a living person has no chance to accumulate death chi. She finally understands that Zhang is not an ordinary person because he understood the ritual of attachment very quickly, and learned to circulate chi at once when he knows nothing about martial arts, and now he's collecting death chi while he is alive. Blue Spirit hates to admit it, but she is starting to like Zhang. Zhang wakes up and got the answer to circulate his chi. The chi doesn't dissipate like before, but he is unable to make an energy core because of his insufficient chi. Zhang inquiries about the room, and even the demonic monk is in a bad state, but what Zhang cannot comprehend is why Go Chan has fallen too. Blue Spirit states that Go Chan might be sleepy. Demonic monk wakes up fiercely and explains why Go Chan is in that state. Blue Spirit punishes and kicks demonic monk for telling the truth to Zhang. Suddenly, a sound comes from outside. Zhang asks about situation right now, and Blue Spirit informs Zhang not to let his guard down. At the moment, a large number of beetles crawl inside the room, and Blue Spirit is disgusted that someone took these beetles as a familiar spirit. Blue Spirit set forth these as the spirit of the mountains called mountain-piercing shelled beast. The ones that reside in the mountain are referred to Chimi, mountain spirits, and the ones in sea as Morio, sea spirits. For a long time the people have called these spirits which cause disaster and trouble as Kaimamorio. And one of them is the mountain-piercing shelled beast. The lady shaman releases the spirit which looks like a bird but possesses the tail of a snake. It calls forth insects to bring mayhem. It's a very dangerous and lethal being. There is no friendship between shamans, but the lady shaman is saddened to see Myo Shin killed by an evil spirit. So she avenges Myo Shin by making Zhang a pet food for her spirit. Go Chan sleeps peacefully and Zhang slaps on his face to wake him up. He is frightened to see all the bugs at once. Zhang orders Go to kill all these bugs, but just by touching them for a second Go Chan's hand become disgusting. Zhang appraises Go to protect his body with inner energy. Zhang considers even though they look small, it'll only be a moment for them to eat both Zhang and Go by how many there are present here. Blue Spirit asks Zhang what will he do now. If he don't do anything he'll become insect food at this rate. Zhang seeks help from Blue Spirit, but Blue Spirit reasons what will she get from helping him. Zhang briefs Blue Spirit that she is a familiar spirit, so why she being uncooperative? She'll consider if Zhang offers his body. Zhang states then we'll just die then. Their bugs keep swarming on both of them. Blue Spirit expresses to make a bet if Zhang. That is if Zhang is on the brink of death, she'll take his body. However, if Zhang manages to escape from this situation, she'll actively help him as much as possible from now on. Zhang agrees to the conditions and start planning to get out of this situation. Go Chan and Zhang stands up because now there is no place to even sit. Zhang plans set the whole place on fire if he finds something flammable. He explains to Go that they use the lantern on the table to set fire this whole place so the bugs won't survive. Go thinks the lantern is too far away from them, but Zhang uses the ritual of attachment to pull it towards him. Go is perplexed about how Zhang did it. Zhang ponders who would have done something like this, because ordinary people wouldn't be proficient in this types of schemes, and Zhang quickly realizes that the First Lady might have done this. So he founds that shaman should be near to her. It'll be a ruckus if this place is set on fire, so Zhang plans to use that chaos to kill the shaman. However, the shaman has already arrived near Zhang's room and stops the flame Zhang is trying to use. She speaks it is foolish to use this type of little tricks on a shaman like her. The shaman's right eye known as the white, I can see what others cannot see. She could clearly see what Zhang is trying behind those walls. This is what she could see. The shaman uses the spirit to destroy the wall, and she sets foot into the room. Zhang greets the shaman, and she instantly saw the red threads that connected to Zhang and his familiar spirits. And demonic monk is already nearby her to attack, but she starts chanting and crushes demonic monk to the floor. She steps on demonic monk and states that she could identify it easily. Go Chan moves forward to attack without an ounce of fear, even though she is a shaman of talent rank. But the shaman uses another curse to push Go Chan back, and the knife Go Chan was holding flies toward Zhang, and he grabs it. The shaman commands her spirit to kill Zhang, and all the bugs swarms in the direction of Zhang, and he falls back. The shaman states to Zhang to cross over the spirit realm after he dies. The bugs completely surrounds Zhang in a way there is no way to see what is happening in there. All of them are now under the shaman's spell and unable to do anything. The shaman thought it was an evil spirit of a higher level, but she lets go by thinking that it was just her imagination. The spirit is now get back to its contractor, and the shaman appreciates the spirit for his good work. The both of them plans to leave now that the problem is solved. The shaman is thinking about the commission is not sufficient for her. At that moment she felt a chills down her spine, and our protagonist, the demon, stands up. Zhang stabs up himself so that his blood would come out. The shaman turns back and Zhang uses his blood to kill all the bugs. The shaman is horrified after witnessing what Zhang has done. Zhang spikes his left palm and pours the blood that leaks from his body on his head. The bugs were unable to survive after tasting Zhang's blood, which contained poison. The shaman is dumbfounded after spectating the situation, and Zhang looks like a demon that comes straight from the hell. The shaman is terrified and Zhang rushes towards her, stating that his blood is a deadly poison and it's effective as a pesticide too. The shaman backs down and orders her spirit to buy time so that she can cast a powerful spell. Zhang uses thought-shattering 8 techniques. First, ritual of attachment, to grab the spirit right into his hands. The shaman is shocked and Zhang expresses that it's finally quiet here. The shaman runs for her spirit's life, and she instantly feels an immense pain form the spirit through their connection, and she realizes that Zhang is absorbing the death chi from her spirit. She can't express how the death chi is being absorbed by a living person. Zhang thinks to himself that it was beyond his expectations. He simply grabbed it to deal with the bugs, but the spirit has an immense amount of death chi in it. The death chi is much more compared to when a person is killed. To be clear, it is enough for Zhang to make an energy core with the death chi containing in the spirit. The shaman begs Zhang to stop, because if Zhang drains any more energy from it, the spirit will die. Near First Lady's residence, the guard recommends the First Lady to move into a room because it's cold outside, but the First Lady resists not to go inside when the situation is uncertain. The First Lady requested 2 things from New Moon. One is Mok Jungwoon's life, and the other is the secret manuals, so that the possibility of others obtaining it will slow down. The guard speaks that the shaman is returning, and they already started to believe that New Moon had succeeded and Mok Jungwoon is dead. The First Lady imagines that books are going to be in her possession and her son is finally the Manor Master. Both the guards congratulate the First Lady for her son becoming the Manor Master soon. The First Lady is embarrassed and commands them to shut up. However, the shaman stops walking and the First Lady questions the shaman as to what happened and to speak something. The shaman announces that the Phoenix Pavilion is unable to kill the 3rd young master as the First Lady ordered them. The First Lady is now in a state of shock, and the shaman thinks what cruel person Zhang is, and to make her such a thing. A while ago, Zhang commands the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with the shaman's own mouth. Zhang states that the shaman is willing to do anything for the spirit's life, and he utters that the Phoenix Pavilion would send someone again even if he defeated the lady shaman. So he orders the shaman to incriminate the First Lady with the shaman's own mouth. That way the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion would become enemies. This is the master plan of our demon Zhang. Coming back to present, the shaman believes that she is now a traitor to the Phoenix Pavilion, but she had no other choice to save her spirit. The shaman now announces loudly that the First Lady told them the 3rd young master was possessed by a mystical being, so she requested the Phoenix Pavilion to take the life of Master Mok Jungwoon at the same time. But after confirmation the 3rd young master was not possessed by a mystical being, henceforth the shaman requests the First Lady not to commission such requests from the Phoenix Pavilion ever again. All the people are coercing to each other about the First Lady, and even the order from the director states to head immediately to the First Lady's residence. The guard conveys to the First Lady that the people from the outer chamber are rushing in. The First Lady trembles in fear and is unable to do anything. The shaman enters the 3rd master residence, and Zhang asks whether she did as he said. The shaman tells him that she successfully completed her mission. The shaman thinks that things went according to the 3rd master's way in the end, and the First Lady and the Phoenix Pavilion are now enemies. The First Lady is now a villain for attempting murder on the 3rd son. But New Moon is not in a position to worry about the First Lady, and the shaman is the one who betrayed the Phoenix Hall to save her spirit. So the Phoenix Pavilion will chase down the shaman forever. The shaman asks Zhang to give her spirit back, and Zhang says that he wanted to ask her something. He questions her about the Chai Morio. He wants to know about people who control spirits, demonic monk, and the bird head in Zhang's hand. The shaman understands that her expectations are right about Zhang not being possessed, but she astonishes to see the demonic monk as a familiar spirit. She can't believe how Zhang managed to obtain a resentful spirit of such level. On top of that, he had one more familiar spirit. Zhang asks whether she wants to answer or not. The shaman then starts to explain that there are 6 levels to the Chimorio: ominous beast, strange beast, demonic beast, sacred beast, divine beast. Even an ominous beast is considered a small disaster, and the higher the level, the more dangerous they are. The Phoenix Pavilion has 3 people, including the lady shaman, who can control such beasts as their familiar spirits. One of them is Reflection, who has long aided the Hall Master. He handles the strange beast of Luo Mountain called Gu Jiao. She don't know the spirit's full extent, but it is definitely dangerous. The other one is the Phoenix Pavilion Master. She don't know what kind of Chimorio the Master possess, but it's definitely a higher level once. Zhang responds then it should either a sacred or divine beast, but the shaman declares that is not, because those beasts only exist in legends. And there are only a handful of stories of people who have taken a sacred beast as their familiar spirit. She offers Zhang a book that contains all the information about Chimorio. Zhang imagines that even a normal mountain-piercing shelled beast had that much death chi. So how much death chi does a higher level Chimorio will have? He appreciates the shaman's kindness and gives her spirit back, and he asks her, why didn't you say thank you? And she thanks him, but he asks her to say it louder, and she says it loudly. Then Zhang lets the shaman leave. Go-chan is upset about Zhang's personality, and after the shaman leaves, Zhang really thinks it is a lucky day for him, because now the First Lady can't do anything to him, because she is being watched by the people of the outer hall, and the death chi he got from the spirit is enough for him create an energy core. At last Zhang will be able to learn martial arts. Go-chan asks whether is it alright to leave the shaman, when she might hold a grudge against Zhang. Zhang replies that a promise is a promise. Go-chan questions what if the shaman tries get revenge on Zhang. Zhang states that Go-chan is right, and the shaman won't be able to do anything. Zhang now orders Blue Spirit to fulfill her promise. In the mountains, the shaman walks and realizes that she wouldn't be surprised if the spirit dies right now, because Zhang absorbed almost all of the death chi from the spirit. She plans to get revenge on Zhang, and all of a sudden Blue Spirit expressed that it is not good to plan a revenge against someone. The shaman steps back and instantly remembered this feeling from reverse murder, and she can't believe that someone took a Blue Spirit as their familiar spirit. Blue Spirit takes one eye from the shaman and appears in front of her upside down. Blue Spirit states that the shaman looks pretty even after losing one eye. In a few moments, Blue Spirit took the life of a talent-level shaman. The First Lady bangs the desk that she was wronged here to the outer hall master, Sang Wonbeek. She acts like Zhang is framing her, and states that she is not the kind of person to harm the third young master. She put into words that the shaman and third young master are in it together and framing her. Outer hall master tells First Lady to keep quiet and questions her about the ruckus that First Lady created in the medicinal hall yesterday. The First Lady speaks. It was about that the third young master entered into Manor Master room, even while I said not to do. Immediately the outer hall master states that the third young master did that to save the Manor Master, and questions the First Lady that she might trying to kill the Manor Master. The First Lady yells at the outer hall master, but he does not even flinch, and keeps a serious expression on his face. Sang expresses that he will not overlook this incident, and the investigation will be done fairly. They will look thoroughly into the First Lady, the second young master, and the third young master. After the First Lady left, Sang still don't understand why the First Lady and the second son were after killing the third son. It would make sense if they were after the fourth son, because he is favored by the Manor Master, but the third master is incapable of martial arts, and his family background is not impressive either. So there is no reason for them to do this, but Sang feels there is chance where he don't know the reason why they are after him. He also grasps that Mok Jianwen is not like as he used to be. He used to be very arrogant to anyone who acted subservient to him. So Sang plans to check it out about the third master himself. Zhang circulates his inner energy and Blue Spirit appears to check on what is happening. And she starts spectating on Zhang as he is trying to create an energy core using the death chi he obtained from the spirit. Even Blue Spirit found it interesting when Zhang stated that he is going to create an energy core using death chi. Blue Spirit looks Zhang closely and thinks that he looks good, and Zhang wakes up and asks what Blue Spirit is doing. She flusters. and turns back by saying that she isn't doing anything. Jong questions if it is true or not. She tells him to stop with the nonsense and continues circulating his chi. Jong conveys that he needs Blue Spirit's help to check whether what he created is the energy core or not. Blue Spirit proudly says as if an energy would be established within a day. Jong reveals his energy core to Blue Spirit and utters, "Isn't this is an energy core?" She is really surprised and requests Jong that she wanted to take a look. Jong accepts it and questions what she is going to do, and she answers that she'll put her hand on his energy core, so she instantly recognizes it. But it won't work, and she attempts many times, but the result is same. She explains that her hand should go inside his energy core. Then she orders the demonic monk to try, and the result is same as usual. She doubts herself and attempts it on Go-chan, and her hand really went in, and Go-chan also felt a lot of pain and falls unconscious. She tells him that there is no problem on her side, and someone knocks the door. It is none other than the Outer Home Master, Sang. Jong thinks what business does Outer Home Master had with him. Sang is one of the most loyal subordinates to the Mock Sword Manor who's been serving for 2 generations. His beliefs are very firm that even the elders trust him too. People say the one who has Sang's support with him is sure to become the next patriarch. Currently, he has the greatest influence in the manor. He enters into Jong's room and Jong asks what's the matter. Sang firstly apologizes to Jong that he is unable to protect him during the recent incident. Jong acts very kindly and expresses that he is completely fine. Sang gets up and tries to put his hand on Jong and stands still for a moment. He tells Jong that he is glad now Jong is fine and questions him about the dagger Sang gave him last time. Jong don't know what to answer, and Sang tells him that he gave it for self-defense when the manor master fell unconscious. Jong looks back to check Go-chan, but he is unconscious. Jong recalls that he stored it in his drawer. Sang tells that's good and he thought that the 3rd young master lost it. But Jong again states that no matter how much he thinks about it, he don't recall hearing that he had received a dagger. Sang speaks that's because he never gave it to him, and he instantly tries to attack Jong. Jong quickly jumps into the air and Sang states that Jong made 2 mistakes, and Sang seals all the acupuncture points of Jong. The first mistake is Mock Jungwon always becomes arrogant to anyone who acts subordinate to him. Second is, after Mock Jungwon got beaten up the 4th master, 3rd master always flinched when it looked like they were about to hit him. However, Jong is too tolerant, and he didn't flinch at all. Sang states that he got his meridian, so Jong is unable to move now and questions him to confess the truth about the 3rd young master. But Jong laughs and moves swiftly even after Sang blocked Jong's meridians. Sang is shocked, and Jong summons Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit instantly grabs Sang's heart, and she expresses that Sang is begging to be killed for his own foolish bravery. Blue Spirit understands that since life chi and death chi were opposite, and Sang used life chi to block Jong's meridians, his life chi would naturally scatter. So that means Jong really formed an energy core that no one had. Due to Jong's death chi, energy core in his body is resistant to acupuncture. But Blue Spirit tells that Jong identity is now found out, and that he won't be able to stay any longer. Jong is also depressed and he can't even kill Sang, because he is an Outer Hall Master, so he plans something in that short moment, which is let demonic monk possess the Outer Hall Master. Blue Spirit tells Jong that he really is a demon himself, and like that demonic monk slowly starts to possess Sang. Sang don't understand what is happening and asks who is Jong. Jong answers that he is the 3rd young master of the Mock Sword Manor. The sun rises and Go-chan wakes up too. Go-chan walks to Jong's room, and everyone on the way is formal with Go-chan. Go-chan seriously can't comprehend what's going on, and when he opens the door, he is astonished that the Outer Hall Master Sang is in there. Jong orders Sang to take his leave now, and Sang even nods at Go-chan too. Jong informs to Go that he just arrived at the mealtime. But Go-chan is amazed about how did all of this happen. Jong replies that he tell him later on and notifies that Jong had something to ask Go-chan. Jong asks Go-chan to teach him martial arts of the secret manual. Go-chan is shocked again. Just a while ago Jong moves his body exactly as shown in the secret manual, but his movements aren't connecting each other. Blue Spirit states those must be ascended martial arts, and each movement contains the principle of ascension in it. To be clear, they contain the concentrated understanding to reach a higher level of prowess. Zhang asks that isn't it a good thing to reach level of prowess. Blue Spirit then fills into Zhang that an ascended martial arts cannot be understood without the fundamentals. An ascended martial arts is used to reach a higher level than their original limit, but if one don't have the fundamentals, it is impossible to use ascended martial arts. Coming back to present, Zhang briefs to Go Chan that he is unable to learn the methods in secret manual without fundamentals. Go Chan asks Zhang that is he going to become the manner master, and Zhang signifies it is only to defend himself, and Go Chan apologies that he is unable to teach him the fundamentals because the fundamentals are passed down to the clan members since old times, and only those who succeeded the name of the Mach clan and those who'd continue their lineage of the Mach clan could learn. That means only the manner master and young masters are the ones who know the fundamentals. Zhang cross-examines Go again. Go thinks that Zhang is antagonized by the other young masters, and there is a chance that Zhang's real identity will be revealed as a stand-in. Zhang stands up and decides there is only a single way for this. Zhang states there is only one person who could teach him fundamentals. Go asks Zhang to whom are they going to meet right now, and shocked after witnessing who it is. It is the fourth young master. While Zhang goes on to greet the fourth son, Go stops him from backside saying that Zhang and the fourth master were not on good terms, and Zhang says that he remembered that. Go expresses that he clearly remembered that day about the conflict between the fourth master and the third master. Back to that day, Mach Jiangwen begs the fourth master to stop hitting him where the third master's legs and several of his ribs were completely destroyed, and he was crying and begging to be spared. The fourth master despises the third master to that extent. And above all, he's a monster who reached the stage of ascendant just at the age of 16. The martial ranks are like third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, ascendant, transcendent, zenith, profound, nirvana. Even Blue Spirit expresses to Zhang that fourth master is useful because there are not that many people with that much young energy at just the age of 16, and people like them are called geniuses, and she also tells that if she were alive she'd take the fourth master as her disciple. Blue Spirit alerts Zhang to be careful because she can't use her full powers when the sun is up, and Go Chan from aside still speaks to Zhang that to give up on the secret books, try something simple. But Zhang is already on his way to meet the fourth young master. The fourth young master sincerely meditates, and when he saw Zhang, his mood quickly changes and emits extreme hatred towards Zhang, but Zhang casually greets him. The fourth young master ignores Zhang and focuses on his workout, but he is amazed when he saw the secret manual in Zhang's hands. Zhang asks Mach Yuchun if he wants the manual or not. Yuchun questions that how would he know if the manual is original or fake. Zhang instantly throws the manual onto Yuchun to confirm it himself, and he grasps that all the principles inside the book can make the person ascend to the next level. However, there are some pages torn off inside the book, and Yuchun asks where are the remaining pages, and Zhang states those are in his head, and Yuchun asks how did Zhang got this manual, and Zhang answers that is not important right now. Yuchun yells at Zhang that why did he come here then, and questions is it to mock him. Zhang speaks to not overthink or misunderstand about the manual, and states that he is not interested in the manner master position. Now Yuchun is furious and thinks that Zhang is playing tricks with him, so he instantly punches on him and Zhang is blown away. Yuchun expresses that he is not a fool to believe such nonsense, and tells Zhang that he will make him remember what happened 2 years ago, so Zhang won't act rubbish again. Even after Zhang got beaten up by Yuchun, Zhang is not furious about Yuchun. All he thinks about is that the punch of an ascendant rank is surely new to him. The man with the dark sword is out of the question, but Zhang had seen other martial arts experts like Guard Cam or the Outer Hall Master, so Zhang understands why Go Chan is hyping up the fourth young master so much. He really is a monster, and Zhang believes that it is not something that can be solved by luck alone, and Zhang's reaction time can't keep up Yuchun. But what Zhang imagines it that he could also become that strong if he learned martial arts. If Zhang learns martial arts, he'll surely reach a level that he could avenge his grandfather. Zhang expresses Yuchun's punch is good, and Yuchun is irritated by Zhang and goes forward to beat him up again. And Zhang implies to Yuchun that he really don't trust Zhang at all. And Yuchun answers there is doubt about that, and he grabs Zhang's collar to beat him up again. Zhang confidentially speaks that he have no other choice but to give the manual to either the first lady or the second brother, and wonders what will happen if the first brother or the second brother were to become the manner master. They will not let Yu-chun live in peace, because Yu-chun is the successor candidate loved by the Manor Master. Yu-chun is angry because he thinks Zhang is threatening him, but Zhang states this is truth, so it is your choice whether you take this chance or not. After observing Zhang for a while, Yu-chun now questions to Zhang who is he and doubts is he really mock Jiang-won. Go-chan is freaked after hearing Yu-chun words. But Zhang nonchalantly states, "Who do you think I am?" And Yu-chun flinches for a moment there, and Zhang asks Yu-chun that he speaks like he knows everything about Zhang, and Yu-chun answers, "Of course I know everything about you," and states that he knows how he beat and mocked Jiang-won like a dog 2 years ago, and that Jiang-won couldn't speak a word to Yu-chun at that time. Then onwards, whenever Jiang-won saw Yu-chun, he runs away, and this is what Yu-chun had answered to Zhang's question. But Zhang expresses what does Yu-chun know other than what he answered now, and starts questioning about what Jiang-won likes and what he hates, what Zhang is think right now, and what situation he is in. And why don't he want to become the Manor Master? After hearing the surplus of questions from Zhang, Yu-chun silence for a moment and questions Zhang about what he knows about Yu-chun, and Yu-chun yells that it was because of Zhang that he is being labeled as an inferior son, and everyone kept their distance at Yu-chun and asks Zhang, why did he choose Yu-chun and someone better to negotiate with? Zhang simply responds to Yu-chun that there is no one better than Yu-chun. After hearing these words from Zhang, Yu-chun realizes that how he's been insulted and cast out for being an inferior son. He was lonely all the time and trained all those years so that someone would acknowledge him. At last, that someone is Zhang, and Yu-chun never even thought in his dream that he would be acknowledged by Zhang. Yu-chun always thought that Zhang hated him for what happened 2 years ago. Yu-chun is happy now and decides to change his behavior around Zhang. Now Yu-chun wants to listen about the negotiation Zhang started, and he's fallen into Zhang's hand now. After a while, both Zhang and Go gets back to their residence. Go was amazed as to he had no words to express Zhang's intelligence. Go has been wondering about how to convince the fourth master, but Zhang literally did far better than what Go expected. A while ago, Zhang had to come up with a plan since real mock Jiang-won knew basic martial arts, and Zhang demanded 3 requirements from Yu-chun, which are, Yu-chun should leave Zhang alone even after Yu-chun secured the Manor Master position. The second is to support Zhang financially, and Yu-chun is fine about the 2 requirements of Zhang. The third requirement of Zhang is that Yu-chun should teach him the basic martial arts of the mock sword manner. Go was worried that Yu-chun would be suspicious about Zhang, but Yu-chun didn't doubt Zhang at all. Yu-chun believed that Zhang forgotten the basic martial arts, and Yu-chun accepted to teach Zhang. Like that, Yu-chun taught Zhang the fundamentals without doubting anything. Even the genius Yu-chun took more than 2 hours to memorize the secret manual, but Zhang memorized it all just by listening to it once. Go is happy that he ended up with Zhang even though it wasn't what he had wanted initially. Go expresses that he was impressed, that he had such a plan upon his sleeve, and thinks that it is a shame that Zhang gave Yu-chun the secret manual. Zhang states that he didn't teach him properly. Go was surprised for a second there, and Zhang explains that he taught Yu-chun differently. Zhang made changes about every 13 or 14 characters, and that Zhang was afraid he might get caught, but he managed to get away with it. Go apprises to Zhang that if Yu-chun learned wrong martial arts, he might be incapable of martial arts, and worst case would be he could die from chi deviation. But Zhang doesn't care about it, and Go ascertains that Zhang is a devil. In the Phoenix Pavilion, a shaman named Reflection meditates, and the leader of the shaman states that they heard nothing about New Moon, and leader considers that she hasn't fulfilled her mission, and on top of that, she even betrayed the First Lady and exposed her. Because of that, the relationship between the pavilion and the First Lady have been cut. So the leader calls his beloved disciple to find New Moon and reveal the truth to bring back their image. Reflection accepts the mission. The place where New Moon has disappeared, Reflection arrives there to check what happened here, and finds a talisman which is half burnt. He can't believe that New Moon, one of the 3 most powerful shamans within the Phoenix Pavilion, faced such a cruel death. He realizes that something is off here and uses shamanism to check out what exactly happened here from the beginning. Reflection now could see from the start Myo Shin entered this place, and then he is horrified after feeling Blue Spirit's presence. Reflection recognized that a blue spirit is here and that he needs to prepare himself as best he can. In Zhang's residence, Blue Spirit spectates Zhang as he learns martial arts, and Zhang performs the moves exactly like they were in the manual. Blue Spirit is astonished as to how Zhang does like that. Normally, when a person starts to learn martial arts, they start with the most basic techniques, and when the person repeats the same movements, they become proficient in it. However, other than the first form, Zhang has yet to make even a tiny mistake in his latter forms. All Zhang needs to do is grow big in muscles by continuing to train. Blue Spirit thinks to herself that Zhang would whine for her to teach him, not that Blue Spirit will teach him, and she is having some lewd thoughts about Zhang. Then quickly she scratches her head for thinking like that. Go-chan arrives as per Zhang ordered, and Zhang asks him a favor to do, which is to give a piece of paper to an intel organization, and Go comes to an organization called Eternal Orchid, and they are the least skilled, but Go had no chance because it is the one only intel organization in the area. He believes that he became a loyal dog to Zhang without even realizing, but he don't really mind that. The reason is Go was abandoned by his parents and raised as an assassin. Go isn't talented in that field, so he was forced into retirement at the same time as Guard Cam. However, Guard Cam wasn't a good person either. He treated Go-chan like a tool. Go-chan believes that even Zhang is treating him like a tool too, but he don't have any complaints against Zhang. Go-chan imagines that once he became useless, he will be abandoned again, and he thinks his life is better at the moment compared to all the outer hall guards. Then the organization master appears and apologies for making Go-chan wait. Go just expresses to the master to take the quest. The owner introduces the lady beside him to Go-chan and asks Go-chan about her looks. Go-chan angrily states to send her out, and the owner tells her to go on. The owner watches lady with lustful eyes without focusing on what Go-chan is saying. Suddenly the lady slaps the owner by saying that she can't do this anymore and removes her wig. The owner tries to attack her, but she dodged it easily and rotates his head 180 degrees. Go-chan becomes alert and unsheaths his sword to face her. She kicks the table at Go-chan while trying to seal Go-chan's movements and greets him that they met after a long time by calling Go-chan as low-ranking assassin number 86. The lady is disappointed that number 86 didn't recognize her. Go-chan now remembers that her name is Ha Chiron, and she is the granddaughter of the Flying Assassin sect's head. In order to become the Flying Assassin sect leader, one must go through the ritual of 100 murders, 100 humans, 100 kills. And once they pass it, they will be supported for the sect leader position for the Flying Assassin sect, and as one of the 4 great assassins of Zhongyuan. And they will also receive a secret poisonous weapon once they become the Flying Assassin sect leader, which is Keen Benevolence Needle Chiron is holding. Go realizes that if Chiron is holding that needle, she could be the current sect leader, but Go also thinks there is no way for her to be the leader. She has the talent to become the sect leader, but there is a disqualifying factor too, which is her personality. Many people believe that she wouldn't be able to kill 100 people because of her crazy personality. Go-chan still remembers how much arrogant she used to be, and he thinks when did she become so big by staring at lustfully. She states that she didn't expect them to meet again like this and mentions Go to call her sect leader from now on, because she is the sect leader right now, and asks him that he is not even giving respect to her after stating that she is the leader. Instantly Go falls on his knees and greets Chiron. She mumbles that she had begged for it. She expresses that she needs a help from Go, which is to let her into the mock sword manor. Go-chan asks for the reason and Chiron answers that she received information about intermediate assassin number 29 has failed at an assassin, which is Guard Cam. Go-chan is frightened after hearing about that Guard Cam. Chiron mentions Guard Cam was pretty good at his job, and she didn't expect him to fail. Chiron guesses that Guard Cam might be dead since he was missing. And Chiron states that she is here to eliminate the 3rd son of the mock sword manor, because the golden rule of the Flying Assassin is to complete their assassination mission no matter what it takes. If the person who took the mission dies, then another person who is of higher level must finish the assassination. Inside Zhang's residence, Blue Spirit shouts how much more time will Zhang continue to practice. Then Zhang takes a glimpse at the sky and states that it is dinner time. Blue Spirit is happy when she heard Zhang say the word dinner. And at the dining table, a maid eats food like a monster, and Zhang calmly reads a book. The maid is now full, and she states that the biggest joys of life is eating, and the maid is none other than Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit possessed a maid that brought meals a few days ago, and she really seems to enjoy it, and Zhang thinks that he should have done this from the start. But the maid is unable to endure a high-ranking spirit possessing her, and Blue Spirit is irritated by that fact. Blue Spirit tried to possess a prettier maid and ended up almost killing her too, because a normal body can't handle a spirit of higher level. Blue Spirit asks Zhang that is he interested in shamanism, because he always reads books about shamanism. Zhang answers that among the shamanism books that Blue Spirit brought him, the one that she brought right now is called Six-Person Spirit Summoning Technique, and it is quite fascinating to Zhang. In that moment, Zhang sensed a powerful energy from a long distance, and Blue Spirit is amazed that Zhang's senses have really escalated. Go-chan presents the maid's dress to Chiron, and she doesn't even like that and states that even a prostitute's clothes are better. Go-chan imagines that the current situation is really bad, because if Chiron is the sect leader now, then she must be at least transcendent level. The day she finds out that Go betrayed guard Cam, she'll definitely kill him. So Go tries to inform this situation to Zhang at all costs. Go speaks to Chiron that he'll be outside while she changes. But she asks Go-chan that he could watch it if he wishes, and chances like this are very rare to occur. Go stops moving to outside and blushes for a moment there, but Chiron tells him that she is just kidding. And she thanks Go-chan, because if it weren't for Go-chan it would be difficult for her to infiltrate. And Go replies that he is also planning to avenge his senior brother, but Go-chan is only saying this because Chiron will kill him the moment she knows the truth. And Go-chan also speaks that he feels like he got a whole army when Chiron is with him. Chiron states she trusted Go-chan too, and when Go-chan is leaving she throws the acupuncture needles at him to stop his movements. She expresses that if Go-chan really wants to avenge his senior brother, he should have done something. But until now he hasn't done anything, so that means he is not loyal to guard Cam. And Chiron lets know Go-chan that it is funny watching him act like he's going to kill Mok Jang-won, when he's a piece of garbage that was basically forced into retirement. Go now comprehends that Chiron knows about everything. She declares that Go didn't change despite getting old, and he's still as stupid as always, and advises him that trash like him should just die. Go-chan thinks back to find out where did things go wrong for him. Is it because of Zhang killed the real third son, or is it because of Go-chan betraying guard Cam? At last he concludes to himself that all of this happened because he is weak. Cherian takes out her knife and says goodbye to Go-chan. Then Zhang uses his hand to break the wall and uses thought-shattering 8 techniques, ritual of attachment. To pull the knife Chiron is holding and barges into the room to save Go-chan. For the first time Go-chan thinks that Zhang is really cool. Chiron pulls Go-chan back and threatens Zhang by taking Go-chan as hostage. Go-chan is sure of himself that Chiron must have looked into Zhang's data, and it only states that he is terrible at martial arts. But now in front of her Zhang is even using skills like telekinesis. So right now she will think that Zhang is a transcendent martial artist too. But what Chiron don't know is that Zhang is a heartless demon that don't care the lives of others. Zhang raises his weapon and Go-chan closes his eyes by believing that he is going to die, but Zhang throws the weapon down and asks her to let Go-chan go. Zhang promises her that she'll be free if she leaves Go-chan safely, and he states that it would be a loss on his end if Go-chan dies. Go-chan is very touched by Zhang's words. Chiron states to Zhang that if he falls on his knees and begs her she'll spare him, and Zhang really is going to fall on his knees. This made Chiron shocked that Zhang is going that far just to save a guard, but stares at somewhere. He instantly picks out the weapon from the ground and rushes towards Chiron, but he looks at somewhere else and not on Chiron. And from backside Blue Spirit uses her spirit powers to attack Chiron, but she dodges quickly after sensing Blue Spirit's energy. Chiron can't see anything there, however she forgotten something, which is Zhang, and he immediately launches the knife. But Chiron even dodged that too, and Zhang takes the acupuncture needles from Go-chan instantly. Chiron is unable to understand that she could feel a strange energy but couldn't witness it. However, one thing is certain for her after Zhang launched the knife, which is Zhang's weak and not a transcendent martial artist. So she quickly rushes towards Zhang by taking out her master weapon, which was given to only the sect leaders. Zhang uses his ritual of attachment to pull that needle from Chiron, but the needle was made to kill the target even if it is an expert martial artist, and Zhang's movements suddenly stopped when the needle reached near to him. It has happened because the needle was specially made to pierce those with immense inner energy. Therefore, it is not affected by inner energy like ritual of attachment. Go-chan gets up at that moment and jumps in front the needle to save Zhang, and everyone was shocked by his ultimate sacrifice. Zhang is now ultimately enraged that Go-chan ended up like that, because after his grandfather Zhang spent most of his happy time with Go-chan only, so he commands Blue Spirit to take Chiron life at all costs. Chiron uses the normal needles to stop Zhang, but he uses Ritual of Attachment to control the needles and attacks her with the needles she used. Blue Spirit states that should have died while Blue Spirit was being nice to her. Then Blue Spirit takes Chiron to her blood world, and there Zhang informs her that it was a bad move to enrage him. And Blue Spirit took her life without any marks or bleeding. Go-chan is in a bad state, and he coughs up blood. Zhang is witnessing Go-chan in a sad way, and he notifies him that Zhang thought they would work together for a while, and questions Go-chan why did he do something like that. Go-chan answers that he fulfilled his duty as a guard and Zhang tried to protect him, so Go-chan can't betray Zhang. Zhang is the only one who didn't abandon him all his life and slowly passes away by stating that he is now happy because of Zhang. Zhang feels extremely sad about Go-chan, and Blue Spirit possesses the body of Chiron by expressing that Chiron body is young and pretty. But even Chiron body couldn't handle the power of Blue Spirit, and she is irritated by that. But even she is sad that Go-chan passed away. There would have been a chance if Go-chan became a vengeful spirit, but he didn't have any regrets in his life, so he didn't become a vengeful spirit. Zhang states that according to the 6-person summoning technique, a vengeful spirit can be born from hatred, but they can also be born when they die in a place full of regrets and death chi. Since Zhang's energy is made up of death chi, he plans to revive Go-chan by making him a vengeful spirit. Zhang starts the ritual to that by using different kinds of hand signs. Blue Spirit unfolds that a familiar spirit is born because Zhang used his own death chi, but the energy is too weak and Go might disappear at any time, and there is no vessel for him to enter. Then Zhang suggests Blue Spirit that they need to find one, and Blue Spirit understands that Zhang is planning to use Chiron's body. Go-chan feels that his consciousness is fading, and he feels powerless too, and he could still hear Zhang's voice lightly. And when he opens his eyes, Zhang is in front of him. Go-chan asks Zhang that how is he still alive. Zhang explains that he used his death chi to revive him, and he became Zhang's familiar spirit. But even his energy is too weak, so they had no choice but to put Go-chan in any body Zhang could see, and they had only one extra body. So they had to put him in Chiron's body. Go-chan is embarrassed and shocked after witnessing himself. Now Go-chan is begging Zhang to let him out of Chiron's body, because it's a woman's body. However, Zhang states that Go-chan will vanish by the time Zhang finds a new body, and Chiron should be killed too. Now, Go-chan is scratching his head, because what Zhang stated is right. The Flying Death School will be furious after hearing Chiron's death. Blue Spirit is angry because Go-chan had taken the body she liked. Go-chan is shocked after witnessing Blue Spirit for the first time. Go-chan can feel the energy of Blue Spirit now that he also became one, and he could also realize the status of their power level. Go-chan now understands that, if Zhang is with Blue Spirit all the time, it shows how great Zhang is. Blue Spirit notifies to Go-chan that he should be happy for what he got, but Go-chan answers that he is a man. Blue Spirit instructs that Go-chan is still thinking like a mortal, because now Go-chan has risen from second-rate to ascendant martial artist in a single day. Then Zhang instantly tries to kick Go-chan, and Go-chan dodges it quickly without even realizing. Now Go-chan understands that he really is lucky for getting a body like Chiron. Blue Spirit asks Go-chan that he is satisfied or not, and he still replies that he is a man. Blue Spirit funnily says that Go-chan can do all kinds of dirty things to Chiron's body, and Go-chan argues that he wouldn't do something like that. Zhang tells Go-chan that he will transfer Go-chan again when the opportunity arrives. Then a guard arrives to address Zhang about a good news, which is the Manor Master has woken up. The shaman called Reflection has reached the mock sword manor with his Kamamorio, and is now spectating Zhang's residence from afar, and he deduces that it is not an ordinary job due to a domain has casted, which is powerful enough to catch Reflection the moment he steps in. Then he detects a person in front of a door, and it is none other than the first young master, Mok Young-ho. Young-ho is full of alcohol, and he can't even stand properly. The guard informs to Young-ho that all the young masters are gathering now, that the Manor Master has woken up. Reflection grasps that this is the perfect situation for him enter the manor. He plans that Zhang will have to visit the Manor Master, So if reflection could separate Blue Spirit from him, he could kill Zhang when he is all alone. Zhang has spaced out for a bit, and the guard wakes him up. Zhang states that he spaced out because he is happy now that the Manor Master has woken up. However, it is troublesome to Zhang, since he need to be involved in the competition to become the heir, and Zhang planned to leave after learning sufficient martial arts from the manor. The guard let knows Zhang that the Manor Master ordered all the young masters to meet him. So, Zhang sets off to visit the Manor Master and enjoins Go Chan to clean up all the mess. Go Chan obeys to mock Jiang Wun's order and closes the door after he leaves. Go Chan is saddened to clean up his own corpse, and he is thinking that he never even thought about ending up in someone's body, with two big problems. He checks left and right, then slowly removes Cherion's clothes, by convincing himself that he can't be in that clothes, and he needs to change into an guard's outfit. Blue Spirit spectates Go Chan with a smirk on her face. She leaves the room, and Go Chan is very embarrassed that he wanted to die. Later, the fourth master comes to Zhang very angrily. Blue Spirit states that Yu Chun has somehow survived, although his skin has become slightly weird, but he didn't fall into chi deviation at least. Zhang greets Yu Chun, and Yu Chun yells at Zhang to cut the crap. He whispers to Zhang whether he tried mastering it or not. Zhang innocently asks Yu Chun, "Is there a problem?" And Yu Chun answers that his condition can be explained just by looking at his skin. Zhang expresses that he also attempted mastering the manual. Then Yu Chun believes that his understanding is less than Zhang and is quite irritated about that. At that moment, Blue Spirit alerts that someone has entered, even after she put up the domain of the ghost's will. Zhang understands that someone from the Phoenix Pavilion has entered through the barrier. Like that, Blue Spirit leaves Zhang and goes on to track the intruder. In the Manor Master Hall, Zhang and Yu Chun enter the hall together, and Yunpiang can't realize how Zhang and Yu Chun become so close. At the back, the First Lady scolds her son because he stinks of liquor. Yunpiang judges the first young master as pathetic, and he anticipates that the Manor Master has called all of them to announce the heir. Yu Chun imagines that once he became the heir, he don't care even if the secret manual is right or wrong. Zhang thinks that everyone said the Manor Master is one of the 10 strongest masters in Anhui province. Now Zhang could feel the energy of the Manor Master as someone strong. Everyone moves into the room and greets the Manor Master and offers their respectful greetings for quick recovery. Mockingjin appreciates everyone for making it here. Every single one of the young master keeps their head down, except Zhang. He realizes that everyone in the manor were concerned about the master condition, not because they were obsessed with the position. They are afraid of the Manor Master. Even though Mockingjin was surrounded by murderous energy all this time, he doesn't even look fragile at all. Now, what really matters is just who brought this murderous energy to Mockingjin. At the outer hall martial artist's residence, a guy who is big enough like Hulk has understood that Mockingjin is freed from the murderous energy. And the room is full of corpses, killed by the man, who looks like Hulk, and the other one, who is a shaman. The shaman states that he heard the sounds of a Chimorio earlier. So both of them deduced that the manor was saved by a shaman. The both of them are leaving the outer hall residence, and a guard keeps his mouth tight shut and acts like he was dead, so that he wouldn't be caught by the two of them. However, the big man asks whether the guard had a good sleep, and he was instantly sliced off with the big man's sword. He kicks the head of the guard outside, and commands his deadly troop to go forth in the direction of the Mock Sword Manor. Inside the manor, Mockingjin questions the young masters as to why he called all of them here. No one replies to his question, and Zhang bravely speaks up that it is decide who the successor will be. Mockingjin is surprised to Zhang's answer to his question. He thinks that Zhang has really changed. The inner Manor Master stated that Zhang is the one saved Mockingjin. However, Mockingjin didn't believe that when inner Manor Master said that. Now that he has seen Zhang in person, he believes that. Before Zhang couldn't even raise his head in front of Mockingjin, but now he doesn't even seem to be nervous at all. Then Mockingjin decides to test all the young masters to check whether they are qualified to inherit the master position or not. Zhang raises his hand and apologizes to Mockingjin that he'd like to decline taking the test. Everyone has been stunned by Zhang's words. Yunpiang is happy now that things have been easier for him. Ma Qinden demands an explanation for Zhang's words. Zhang responds that he is not good enough to take the master position because he thinks he lacks in many aspects in comparison to his younger and older brothers. Zhang briefs in that he neither has talent nor has achieved something great, so he believes that he is not qualified. Ma Qinden laughs very loudly and thinks to himself that Zhang has changed so much. There is no arrogance in him, nor Zhang has any greed for the position. Ma Qinden speaks while removing his upper garment by saying that Zhang has saved Ma Qinden when the shaman is possessed, so that means that Zhang is qualified for that position too. Everyone's startled after witnessing Ma Qinden's lost arm. Yun Piang is dumbfounded that he heard about Zhang did something when Ma Qinden was in danger, but he didn't think it was something this great. Zhang is stunned after Ma Qinden opened his upper garment, because when Zhang's grandfather has died, he recognized a sword mark on his grandfather's chest, which is the exact mark that Zhang gave to Go Chan to inquire about it from the intel organization. That mark was also engraved on Zhang's body when he was fighting the man with a hat. Zhang finally found a clue about that mark. However, Zhang felt a sensation from outside and turns his head to the right side. Ma Qinden didn't understand why Zhang is looking away while he was speaking. Then suddenly, Ma Qinden felt that sensation too. He is flabbergasted as to what is happening on outside. Then, a guard opens the door and informs Ma Qinden that there is a massacre going on the outside. The guards are standing their best to keep the ambush at bay, but there isn't enough manpower to block the enemy's troop. The big man walks ahead with his blade and breaks the main door with a single strike. The force is enough to make the guards blow away. The big man commands his troop to find their object. The reflection shaman spectates the ruckus from aside by making himself invisible to others. He thinks that he wouldn't be able to eliminate Zhang at this rate. Then, the shaman who is with the big man releases high chi from backside, and Reflection is terrified by the immense power. The shaman starts chanting the spells, and instantly, he breaks Reflection's invisibility. The shaman grasps Reflection's neck and questions Reflection that, is he one who dispelled Ma Qinden's murderous energy? Reflection recognizes the shaman in front of him as moon-level shaman at the least. He mutters that there is a misunderstanding, but the shaman doesn't care about that, and tightens his grip more by stating that Reflection has disrupted something made by Origin Death Pavilion. Reflection realizes that Origin Death Pavilion is a group of shamans that is working under a huge organization, and Reflection dies like that. The big man asks what the shaman is doing, and the shaman replies that he was exterminating an insect. The big man orders the shaman to quickly find their object, and the both of them are on their way to meet Ma Qinden to retrieve the treasure of their association. Ma Qinden is on the rooftop and announces that the enemy is ready to throw away their lives the moment they set foot in Mock Sword Manor. Ma Qinden commands the young masters to follow him. However, Zhang unfollows Ma Qinden and moves onward a different direction. Zhang is thinking that, by the time he found a clue about his grandpa's death, something like this has happened. Zhang recognizes there is death chi here, and an enemy attacks from behind, and Zhang quickly catches the sword and kills him in an instant. He understands that due to this war, there is grief, pain, despair, and suffering, and a lot of people are dying, which creates a lot of death chi. This is a feast for Zhang, however it is dangerous for him to circulate his chi here. Then, our Go-chan appears at that moment to check on Zhang's condition. Zhang expresses that Go-chan came at the right time and asks him to guard Zhang for a bit, so that he could circulate his chi. Go-chan is stunned about Zhang's request. Now, Zhang slowly starts to circulate his chi, and he believes that the death chi present here is 3 times more than what he absorbed from the Chimorial. Go-chan takes care of all the enemies that are targeting Zhang. He thinks it would be better to have some reinforcements. Then, the Outer Hall Master arrives. Go-chan remembers Zhang saying that Outer Hall Master is also possessed by another spirit. But Demonic Monk stands straight without moving at all, and a line appears in between Demonic Monk's body. He was sliced in half by the big man. The big man is fascinated that someone is circulating their chi in the middle of this commotion. Go-chan is trembling in fear. All his senses are warning him, even though Go-chan is now transcendent level martial artist. Go-chan yells at Zhang to wake up but Zhang is sincerely circulating his qi. Go-chan thinks that if Go-chan now forcibly wakes Zhang up, he'd fall into qi deviation. And it's not like Go-chan could stop that monster. The big man swiftly get passed through Go-chan, and he wonders that Zhang's qi circulation is abnormal. He plans to confirm it by patting Zhang with his large blade. Go-chan couldn't control his emotions and jumps to fight that big man. He searches through Charon's memories if there is any useful attack he could use on the big man. Go-chan uses Flying Death Arts, third form. The big man appreciates Go-chan that he is rather fast and moves his blade towards Go-chan. Go-chan rotates his body in the midair. But the big man attacks Go-chan with just flicking his finger. Go-chan falls down, and he couldn't move at all. The big man takes a closer look at Zhang, and he moves his blade quickly. Then, Mach-Inden enters the scenario to save Zhang and blocks the big man's swing. However, even Mach-Inden coughs up blood by that swing. The big man commands that he will say this only once. If he hates to see the Mach Manor fall into complete ruin, then Mach-Inden should obediently hand over the big man's association treasure that Mach-Inden have stolen. Blue Spirit is intrigued that the Kaimamorio which entered her domain is dead. There can only be one conclusion, which is the master of this Kaimamorio has dead too. At the moment, Zhang couldn't have killed a shaman of this level this quickly at all. So, she understands there is something in the Mach Manor, which is very dangerous. Now our demon protagonist opens his eyes. Everything around him is a complete mess, and no one is near him too. When Zhang looks at the situation, everyone is kneeling in front the intruders. Zhang realizes the battle is over. And Zhang thinks it is a shame, because the death qi around him has become weaker. Zhang goes on to Go-chan, and he questions what's going on here. Zhang is surprised that demonic monk is not in the possession of the outer hall master's body. Go-chan responds that Mach-Inden has recognized the strength of the big man after the first strike. Mach-Inden states that he will give the big man the treasure that Mach-Inden has stolen. He requests the big man to promise him that the big man should leave the Mach Sword Manor peacefully after he received the item. The big man is saddened that he should have asked the whereabouts of the item later, because now he have to make a promise that he will not harm the Mach Sword Manor.
I, the King of the Brilliance, one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association.
After hearing the big man's name, Go-chan is horrified. Zhang innocently asks about the Heaven-Earth Association. Go-chan states that the Heaven-Earth Association is one of the major forces that divided the central plains of the Murim world into 3 parts. Because of their reverence towards the belief of only the strong survive, they once had the goal of conquering the entire Murim, and therefore, they once drenched the entire continent in blood. Just by hearing their name, makes someone tremble in fear. The Mach Sword Manor is great, until the Heaven-Earth Association steps in, and that man is one of the most powerful men in the Murim. He is one of the 5 kings of the Heaven-Earth Association. The King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. If the situation is not in the favor of the Mach Sword Manor, the entire manor could have been eliminated by him. That is why Mach-Inden surrendered and gave him the whereabouts of the item. However, the treasure they are looking for is the one below the medicinal hall. A book made up of human leather. Go-chan advises Zhang to keep a low profile until the Heaven and Earth Association leaves the Mach Sword Manor. However, Zhang is already on his way to meet Mach-Inden. Mach-Inden questions Zhang about his health, because Zhang is circulating his qi in the middle of this crisis. But Zhang doesn't concern any of that, and questions Mach-Inden about the mark on his side. Zhang inquires Mach-Inden about where did he get that mark. Mach-Inden is perplexed about Zhang's question, and at that moment, a guard presents Sun Yun a wooden box. Sun Yun is very happy after witnessing the wooden box. Mach-Inden states that the present situation is not good, so he will tell Zhang the details about the mark later. But Zhang demands Mach-Inden to tell him the details right now. Sun Yun cheerfully opens the box and is suddenly furious by radiating his aura overwhelmingly. Sun Yun fiercely turns back and calls Mach-Inden. Zhang explains to Mach-Inden that there's nothing beneath the medicinal chamber. Everyone in the vicinity is afraid by the aura Sun Yun is emitting. And our first lady who looks like Big Mom is watching the scene joyfully, because she knows that Zhang has took the secret book. However, she is dumbfounded after seeing a pair of earrings inside the wooden box. Both Ma Qingdan and First Lady instantly recognizes that pair of earrings instantly. Those earrings are gifted to the First Lady by Ma Qingdan for their celebration of marriage. She instantly turns back by predicting that Zhang might have put those inside the box. And Zhang smirks at First Lady and shouts out loudly that those earrings belongs to the First Lady. Ma Qingdan can't decipher the situation as to why Zhang is doing this. The First Lady puts up a terrified expression on her face, which has given me, the video creator, a very satisfied feeling. Then, Sun Yun crushes the earrings and threatens the mock sword manner that they have chosen to be killed. Ma Qingdan yells at Zhang to stop all this nonsense. But Zhang reprimands First Lady. Despite the situation, she is being too mean. Sun Yun angrily looks at First Lady. First Lady instantly explains that if she really has stolen the treasure from the basement, she wouldn't leave an important clue like that. Despite her explanation, Sun Yun swings his sword at First Lady's neck to behead her. Ma Qingdan jumps in quickly to stop the incoming sword at First Lady, and somehow he manages to block Sun Yun's sword. But Ma Qingdan's sword bends, and Ma Qingdan falls down too. Now the furious Bright Blade King is set to eliminate the mock sword manner. Zhang asks Ma Qingdan whether now Ma Qingdan feels to tell Zhang about the mark. Then, Sun Yun raises his blade and slams it on a guard of the mock sword manner, and the unknown guard is squashed like a bug. The nearby guards are horrified by the treatment. Ma Qingdan tells Zhang that he will answer to Zhang's question later. But Zhang doesn't accept that. Sun Yun soon kills another guard by beheading him. Ma Qingdan yells at Zhang whether Zhang is trying to kill everyone here. All of a sudden, the escort of First Lady calls Sun Yun that there is something she needs to express. The escort lady states that the culprits should be someone who would gain something if the First Lady is accused. The escort lady explains to everyone that there should be someone who entered the place to obtain the secret manual, and they are the ones should have placed the earrings there. Before a few days ago, Go Chan and Zhang both handed the secret manual books to the second young master and the fourth young master each. Now to be clear, those with the secret book must be the culprits of this incident. And the best part is, the escort lady is possessed by the demonic monk. That is why she is saying all this stuff to propel them as culprits. Instantly, second young master resists that he is all innocent, and as well as Ma Yuchun too. Sun Yun understands what the escort lady's explanation meant. Now Sun Yun fixated to peel the skin of both the young masters so that they would spill the truth. Then, Ma Qingdan answers that it was Ghost Blade. The one who left the mark on Ma Qingdan is Ghost Blade. And Ghost Blade is one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. At last, Zhang learns the name of the person who killed his grandfather. At that moment, a bunch of bells rang, and demonic monk feels extreme pain. From above floor, the shaman realizes that an evil spirit is causing troubles here. Zhang instantly recognizes the shaman as dangerous. The shaman prepares to exorcise the demonic monk. The shaman chants a spell, which makes the demonic monk come out of the escort's body. Even Go Chan feels uneasy by the shaman's spell. By the time, the shaman makes demonic monk move to the world of nothingness. A dagger flies towards the shaman. In that moment, a guard blocks the dagger with his quick skill, and the dagger is thrown by none other than Zhang. The shaman now reaches out to Zhang, and he confirms that Zhang is able to discern the evil spirit too. However, Zhang acts as if he don't know what the shaman is speaking about. Zhang launched the dagger to protect demonic monk, because it is a waste to lose someone like demonic monk. Zhang can sense the strength of the shaman. The shaman is a formidable monster, close to Sun Yun. By Zhang's response, the shaman thinks to exterminate demonic monk. Ordinary people are unable to see what is happening right now. For a martial artist, talent is required to reach higher realms. But for a shaman, talented people are very rare. And even in that fewer people, the people with an eye that can see the demonic spirits clearly are even rare. Other aspects for a shaman can be bettered through training, but one cannot train to see demonic spirits. In other words, Zhang is born to be a great shaman. Even the shaman present here doesn't possess the talent to see evil spirits. However, Zhang still denies that he don't know what the shaman is speaking about. After hearing Zhang's response, the shaman makes a move to reveal Zhang's ability. The shaman chants a shamanism spell and tries to bind demonic monk in a space. Practically, demonic spirits don't follow or obey humans' orders, but the demonic monk is moving according to Zhang's wishes. Even this powerful shaman is surprised for Zhang's outcome. Then, Zhang also starts to make some hand signs, and they are the same hand signs that the shaman used to bind demonic monk. The shaman is dumbfounded, and a layer starts to form inside the binding spell. Instantly, another layer is formed and makes the demonic monk free. The shaman is shocked and asks Zhang whether he learned shamanism. Zhang unknowingly questions the shaman that, does one need to learn shamanism to do this? The shaman is astonished by Zhang's question. That, Zhang learned the spell just by spectating it once. The spell that the shaman used is known as 4-point binding chains. It is a high-ranking spell even among shamanistic arts. But Zhang displayed such a skill in a short moment. The shaman recognizes Zhang's talent, that not only Zhang's eyes, he has even more talent. The shaman laughs out loudly and releases the demonic monk from the binding spell. The shaman requests Sun Yun to give Zhang to him. Everyone is confounded by the shaman's statement. Sun Yun accepts the shaman's request and states that he will kill the rest. Mok Inden looks at Zhang with troubled expression. Zhang sighs down with an uneasy face because Zhang has promised to Mok Inden that he will save the Mok Manor if Mok Inden tells Zhang about the mark. Sun Yun raises his blade to eliminate the guards. Then someone asks Sun Yun to stop. It is our demon, Zhang. Zhang states to Sun Yun that he has the treasure that their council is looking for. Sun Yun warns Zhang that if he is making a lie, he would receive the punishment. Zhang cuts off Sun Yun's words and points his index finger to Zhang's head and states that the book is inside his head. Zhang states that he burnt the book too. However, Sun Yun laughs at Zhang's statement and informs Zhang that all the Orthodox sects a bunch of liars, because it is not possible to burn the book at all. It is protected by something, and that is item the Heaven and Earth Society is looking for. Then, Sun Yun takes his blade out again and swings at Zhang's head. In that fleeting moment, Zhang responds to Sun Yun that the outer cover of the book is made of human skin, and it didn't burn. Suddenly, Sun Yun stops his blade and listens to Zhang's words. Zhang continues that the text inside the book, written in blood, burned normally though. After hearing Zhang's response, Sun Yun thinks that Zhang knows that the text inside is written in blood. Sun Yun threatens Zhang if he lies, the situation will be severe. According to Zhang's statement, Sun Yun thinks that only a handful of members in the association knows about this fact. And what's more unbelievable is that the people who've read the book all have died. But if Zhang is indeed telling the truth, it is not something to overlook. And there is a person who commanded Sun Yun to retrieve that treasure at all costs. Then, Sun Yun takes his blade and demands Zhang to utter the contents of the book to check whether Zhang is telling the truth or not. So Zhang plans to say 1 or 2 verses from the book, and his memory power is very good. When Zhang tries to start saying the contents of the book, red blood travels underneath his feet, and Zhang recognizes this as Blue Spirit's power. Blue Spirit calls Zhang, and when he looks back, Blue Spirit tells him that the moment Zhang speaks about the contents of the book, he will die. Zhang realizes that this is Blue Spirit's wrath, a wave of blood large enough to cover the entire Mok Sword Manor and to display such an illusion. Zhang can clearly understand this as Blue Spirit's wrath, and the wrath Blue Spirit is showing, aimed at Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang don't know the reason, but Blue Spirit deeply resents them. By the way Blue Spirit told Zhang not to utter the contents of the book, Zhang can realize that she hates that the association people were to learn about the secret book. However, if Zhang don't speak about the contents, death will befall both to Zhang and Blue Spirit. Unfortunately, until Zhang avenges his grandpa, he won't back down. Then, Blue Spirit speaks that she knows about Zhang's concerns. So, she tells Zhang to copy the moments that Blue Spirit will now demonstrate. Zhang imagines, if Blue Spirit displays a different stance compared to the book, his life will be done for. But Blue Spirit tells Zhang to trust in her. Zhang accepts it. Sun Yun questions Zhang's as to why he has not yet started speaking. Then, Zhang borrows a sword from a nearby guard and stands firmly in front of Sun Yun. In that moment, Blue Spirit takes out her hairpin and starts displaying a technique. Zhang exactly moves as Blue Spirit is showing to him. Then he speaks out a text and begins moving as Blue Spirit does. Sun Yun is stunned after witnessing the sword stances that Zhang is currently displaying. The comers of Sun Yun's lips slowly rose, and Sun Yun thinks, it really is marvelous, and there is not a single error in any forms Zhang is displaying. It is a graceful and a peerless sword stance. Sun Yun confirms that there is no doubt it. It is clearly the verse, which is said to have lost 100 years ago, the scriptures of the moon vein. Sun Yun is really impressed after witnessing the rebirth of the moon vein again like this. However, Zhang doesn't stop there and continues the remaining scripture too. Sun Yun suddenly flinches and stops Zhang, because it'll be troublesome if everyone spectates the other forms. Zhang questions Sun Yun whether Sun Yun confirmed it or not. Sun Yun agrees that he has confirmed it with a serious expression. However, now a new problem has arisen, which is Zhang has learned the moon vein scripture. This is a scripture one can't learn unless he is permitted. So, Sun Yun believes to extract the information in Zhang's head first, and immediately Zhang has to be eliminated. Then, the shaman reminds the promise Sun Yun made to him earlier, which is to leave Zhang in the shaman's hand. Now that Sun Yun thinks about it, Zhang really has done something that no one in the association has done so far. And the fact that Zhang has learned the moon vein with his low martial prowess, it should be called a rare talent that everyone wants to covet. Sun Yun imagines as to how to deal with Zhang to extract information. All of a sudden, Zhang attempts to slash his own head. Then instantly, Sun Yun grabs the sword from Zhang's hands and pushes him back. All the members present here were stunned by watching Zhang's crazy attempt. Zhang explains to Sun Yun that the book must be very important to the association after watching the reactions of all the people here. Sun Yun is bewildered by Zhang's action, because if Sun Yun hadn't stopped Zhang in that moment, Zhang would have really chopped his head off. Zhang states that he understood the value inside his head, and he don't plan to open his mouth so easily. Therefore, Zhang demands to take him as they wish. Everyone in the vicinity is confounded by Zhang's demand. Sun Yun asks Zhang that Zhang is planning to go to the Heaven and Earth Association. Zhang believes that the association people won't be able to extract information from Zhang with torture or threats by the action Zhang pulled earlier. So he plans to use them to leave the mock sword manor. Like that, a carriage is passing through the mountains, with guards protecting it, and inside the carriage, Zhang is taken as a hostage to the Heaven and Earth Association. But there is someone extra in that carriage, who is also taken as hostage. And that someone is our Mok Yuchun, our Zhang's experiment piece. The carriage is halted for a short bathroom break. Inside the carriage, Mok Yuchun is frustrated that he is also taken as a hostage. For hours ago, the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun, knocked out Zhang and dictated two things. One is for the mock sword manor to isolate itself for 10 years, and the other one was to take the successor hostage. For the Heaven and Earth Association, the term successor refers to the one who is the strongest, since the association values strength the most. Therefore, as the strongest of the siblings, everyone pointed at Mok Yuchun, and he was chosen to go as a hostage. Mok Yuchun always wanted to be acknowledged as the successor, and his wish is granted in this way. No matter how hard he tried, they sure have tied him up well. They even made sure to block his inner energy too. However, they didn't knock him like Zhang. I guess as the video creator, Sun Yun thought, Zhang would be crazy enough to do something if he is awake. Then, coming to the story, Mok Yuchun imagines, just this morning, he was hopeful with the possibility of becoming the manor master. But, now he is just a hostage. Mok Yuchun at that moment senses someone. There are only Zhang and him in the carriage, and Zhang is asleep. Then, someone removes the binding cloth. And it is none other than Zhang. Mok Yuchun asks how did Zhang has broken free, and Zhang tells him that Zhang has his own ways. Zhang states to Mok Yuchun that he will untie Yuchun if Yuchun answers to Zhang's question. The question is about the Ghost Blade, one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Zhang is perplexed after knowing where Ghost Blade is. Yuchun tells Zhang that it is a rumor only, but most people believe in it. Zhang thinks, it really is weird for Ghost Blade to be at that place, of all places. The original location isn't mentioned to us viewers. At that time, Blue Spirit calls Zhang by stating that the outside situation has been taken care of. Then, Zhang, as he promised, unties all the ropes. Yuchun yells at Zhang that it is not a good idea to run away like this, because it could a retaliation to the mock sword manor. But, as we all know, Zhang doesn't care about anything like that, and knocks Yuchun with a karate chomp. Zhang thinks that Yuchun is nothing without his inner energy. On the outside, Blue Spirit tells Zhang that she had cleared the path, and they need to escape before the shaman arrives. Like that, Zhang comes down from the carriage, and instantly he feels a strange energy. Blue Spirit casually asks, what happened? But Zhang couldn't explain this feeling to her. Blue Spirit informs Zhang to hurry, if there is nothing wrong. Blue Spirit asks Zhang, will Zhang be fine after using a lightness skill, which could make one person faster with foot techniques? Zhang then circulates his inner energy to start using a lightness technique. After that, Zhang swiftly moves to escape from the forest. He is going faster, compared to running, by using the lightness skill. Even his body feels lighter and quicker. At this rate, he could get out of here faster than he expected. After a while, Zhang thinks something is wrong, so glances at a tree. Then, he suddenly stops. Blue Spirit asks Zhang as to what happened. Zhang answers that they were going in circles all this time. He shows a tree and states that this is the 4th time he is seeing it. Zhang is sure that they were going in circles. Blue Spirit thinks, if it is an array or something like that, she should have noticed it by now. Blue Spirit apprises to Zhang that Zhang is nervous for nothing. Then, Zhang informs to Blue Spirit that he had sprained his ankle because he is not experienced with the lightness skill. Blue Spirit comes forward to help him break free from his pain. Then she starts to heal him in any way possible. At that moment, Zhang grabs Blue Spirit's neck and asks,
Who are you?
Blue Spirit tells Zhang to leave her neck, but Zhang states that, if it is really Blue Spirit, she would have been strong enough to free herself, and states that it picked the wrong opponent to copy, and says that the act should have done better than this. Soon, Blue Spirit becomes like a willow tree doll. Then Zhang joins his hands and starts chanting the shamanistic arts. Like that, the energy around Zhang flows towards him. After a moment, the illusion shatters, and the person who done this is the shaman from Heaven and Earth Association. The shaman is impressed, because normally the technique the shaman used is a high-level spell, and it makes the opponent to see a tree doll as someone they trust. And Zhang is able to undo it within a few minutes. After all this, the shaman insists Zhang to become his disciple. Zhang ponders that the shaman is approximately 10 steps away from him, and there is no one around. So, as long as it is before the shaman could use a spell, Zhang has a chance to win. With this in mind, Zhang moves to attack the shaman, but the shaman already used a spell on Zhang. Then the shaman speaks that he is aware that Zhang might do something to him when there is no one around. So he put Zhang in the barriers nearby. If Zhang makes his way out of the barriers forcefully, his body will be torn to shreds. The shaman states that one needs to prepare themselves in order to face the world. And this is the first lesson that the shaman is teaching Zhang as his master. Zhang responds that he never agreed to become the shaman's disciple. Then the shaman throws a doll towards Zhang. After catching it, Zhang realizes that, no matter how much he look at it, he doesn't feel any energy from the demonic monk inside the doll. The shaman advises Zhang that it will be difficult to survive in Heaven and Earth Association without a higher-up's whims. So, the shaman offers Zhang to become his disciple. Zhang accepts to become his disciple, but he has a condition. The shaman asks what it is, and Zhang replies that the shaman needs to teach him. How did he put the demonic monk inside the doll? By sealing its presence. The shaman bursts out laughing, and speaks that it is not difficult to teach him. However, the shaman throws an alignment of beads, and tells Zhang to adorn himself with that, and to make oath. The oath Zhang needs to say is, I, Mok Jiangwun, son of Mok Indan, will become the disciple of Zhou Yuigong. Zhang asks, what will happen if he were to say those words? Then, the shaman Zhou states, once Zhang makes that oath, he won't be able to harm Zhou. Zhou made this decision because Zhang has tried to kill him and run away. Then, Zhang adores the beads and makes the oath as Zhou said to him. The beads of the cursed words. If someone makes an oath whilst wearing this bead bracelet, that person will be rendered unable to refuse the orders of the target they swore the cursed oath to. Later, Zhou passes a book to Zhang and states that this is a book of shamanism, specially made by Zhou. The spell that requested as a condition to become a disciple is also in that book. Zhang questions Zhou to release him from the spell he is in. Zhou answers that the method to dismiss the spell is also in the book that he gave. So, Zhou gives Zhang 2 hours of time to dismiss the spell, or Zhang will suffer a lot of trouble. Blue Spirit comes down from above and relaxes that finally Zhou has left. Zhang tries to grab her neck, but she dodges it effortlessly. She asks what Zhang is doing, and he tells her that he just made a simple check. Blue Spirit knows Zhang that it is funny to watch him in an illusion and going in circles. Later, Blue Spirit asks Zhang with a perplexed expression as to why did Zhang made an oath to Zhou. Zhang answers that he made the oath to obtain the book. Blue Spirit still can't believe that Zhang made such an oath just to obtain a book, which is unlike him. Then, Zhang easily removes the bracelet from his hand, and Blue Spirit is dumbfounded. Then Zhang responds to her expression that, according to the oath, he is neither Mok Jiang Wun nor the son of Mok Inden. Blue Spirit now asks, will Zhang escape now that he's free? But Zhang replies that he changed his mind. And thinking of being Zhou's disciple, Blue Spirit can't hide her bewilderment, and Zhang says he happened to hear something, which is, Ghost Blade might be in Heaven and Earth Association, and he is also one of the 6 heavens and 8 stars. It's a title referring to the strongest individuals in the Murim. The 6 people whose martial prowess is said to reach the heavens are known as the 6 heavens. It means only 6 people have achieved that stage so far. In addition to, the title 8 stars refers to the people whose martial prowess reached the pinnacle of humanity. It means only 8 people have reached that stage so far, and the 8 stars are a step below the 6 heavens. Ghost Blade is one of the 8 stars, and it has been 17 years since Ghost Blade's infamy spread. Ghost Blade has killed both righteous and evil sex faction people, so people don't clearly know whether he belonged to the Imperial family or the Heaven and Earth Association. So if Zhang goes to the Heaven and Earth Association, he could have a chance to meet Ghost Blade. That is why Zhang accepted Zhou's offer, so that he could infiltrate the association. Blue Spirit knows Zhang that it really is a coincidence, but it is all fated in the end. That's why Zhang and Blue Spirit both met, so that they could get into Heaven and Earth Association together. All of a sudden, Blue Spirit asks Zhang to become her disciple, and to bear her karma, and avenge her. Now that Zhang thinks about it, in the mock manner, Blue Spirit aimed her wrath at Heaven-Earth Association. Then, Zhang states that a lot of time has passed, and time should have avenged her. After that, Blue Spirit questions Zhang. Well, Zhang takes off his hand if a lot of time has passed. Zhang stays silently without any response, and that is the same for Blue Spirit. She can't forgive the bloodline of her enemy, or she can't be insulted by the covering of the truth. She wishes to wipe them out completely, until she can cover everything in blood. By the illusion Blue Spirit is creating right now, Zhang can feel how intense her revenge is. It is deep, cold, and dark. Zhang understands her feelings and accepts to be her disciple. In return, Zhang has a condition, which is to tell him the reason she desires revenge. Because Zhang don't want to be entangled in something that he don't know about. She tells him only one thing, which is the Heaven and Earth Association is born from 3 veins, and one of them is Moon Vein. Zhang assumes that Blue Spirit belongs to the Moon Vein. Zhang is just curious as to what happened for her to be holding her tongue so much. Zhang then formally introduces himself with his original name, Zhang. He wishes to be the fate of Blue Spirit, and becomes the disciple of Blue Spirit. Blue Spirit appreciates Zhang's will to become her disciple, with a mighty expression on her face. Then demands Zhang to call her master from now on. Zhang now states the second condition, which is that he will be omitting formal titles like master and disciple. Blue Spirit asks Zhang with a flustered face that Zhang greeted Zhou as master. Zhang, states that Blue Spirit is Zhang's familiar, so she should also call him Master. Because demonic monk always calls Zhang as Master. Blue Spirit turns around and leaves with an annoyed expression. Now Zhang plans to dismiss the spell and leave this place. Zhou on the other side is waiting for Zhang to appear. He thinks that Zhang is taking longer than he expected. He believes that it might be too much for Zhang in his beginning stages. Then, a foot appears in the nearby area. It is none other than Zhang. The guards are stunned because they didn't see Zhang leaving the carriage. Zhou is now astonished that Zhang has able to pass his test. Zhou imagines that Zhang is the best talent from all the others that he had seen, and now Zhou has obtained Zhang as his disciple. Zhou wishes Zhang and tells him to get on the carriage. Zhang speaks to Blue Spirit that they haven't get caught by Zhou. Blue Spirit is now inside the doll, and she feels uncomfortable inside the doll, because if she moves just a bit, cracks started to appear on the doll. Zhang notifies that Blue Spirit will get a new vessel later. Until then, she needs to be patient. The real deal here is, Zhang is able to comprehend the entire book that Zhou handed to Zhang in an instant. If Zhou knows the fact that Zhang has comprehended the book this quickly, Zhou would faint on the spot. And like that, the carriage is moving to the Heaven and Earth Association, and we will enter into a new arc. Now, half a month has passed, and someone is tailing the association guards, and that is our Go-chan in Charon's body. After becoming Zhang's familiar, a string is formed to Go-chan and Zhang. And when Zhang is separated from Go-chan, Go-chan feels anxious, because if Zhang dies, Go-chan dies too. If Go-chan now wants to stick together to Zhang, he needs to infiltrate heaven and earth. And Charon's body has reached transcendent realm, and she is also an assassin. Now Go-chan searches her memories as to how he can infiltrate the association. In her memories, honey trap is the only solution, but Go-chan is flustered to do something like that. However, Go-chan can't decipher why they are not heading straight into the association, but taking a round trip around the entrance, with gathering all these adolescent children. Zhang Kami reads a book, and an escort announces that they have arrived. Zhang takes a peek from the window, and the Heaven and Earth Association is really massive. Sun Yun thinks that the main gate is always magnificent for sore eyes. Blue Spirit notifies Zhang to be nervous from here on, because Zhang's level is first-rate at current situation. Even though Zhang has managed to grow at an unbelievable speed, from third to first-rate in half a month, but truthfully, Zhang has still a long to go. Zhang asks Blue Spirit that he could simply become stronger using the Death Key like last time. But Blue Spirit states that once Zhang reaches peak realm, he needs to gain enlightenment to improve further. Zhang cuts off her words in the middle and tells there is something wrong because the group is not entering from the entrance, but headed somewhere else. At that moment, Zhou opens the carriage doors to inform Zhang that things have gotten awry. Zhou gives Zhang a ring, which allows one to use spell without any need of talisman. Zhang asks Zhou what is happening, and Zhou replies that the leader of the Heaven and Earth Association has declared that the Mock brothers to be sent to the Corpse Blood Valley. Zhang imagines how the place will be from Zhou's words. It is a testing ground to pick the best individuals, and the survival rate is less than 10%. Zhou clenches his fist and speaks that he will request the head to separate Zhang from there later, and until then Zhang must survive at all costs. From backside, a guard interrupts between and tells them to stop, and he states that this ground is for those who must undertake the test. He calls Zhang as an righteous brat and welcomes Zhang to the Corpse Blood Valley. In the valley, all of the students who are participating in the Corpse Blood Valley are crossing the bridge. In that batch, Yu-chun is also present, and after he had woken up from unconsciousness, he thought he finally arrived, but that's not the case here. Yu-chun glances at Zhang from backside, and he calls out to Zhang loudly. But the nearby guard strokes Yu-chun from backside to keep quiet. Yu-chun don't even know where he is being taken to, and even his inner energy is blocked from usage too. He thinks that maybe this is how the association treats their hostages. Zhang realizes that needles on their back of the neck is blocking their inner energy from usage, and they're embedded in everyone, including Zhang and Yu-chun. Zhang inquires Blue Spirit about this Corpse Blood Valley test, but Blue Spirit responds that she couldn't know about the current affairs of the Heaven and Earth. However, she could say one thing, which is, this type of tests did not occur in the past, and she alerts Zhang to be careful. Zhang arrives to the destination, where there are only a few torches and guards guarding the place. Zhang realizes that students who join them on their way to heaven and earth are also dragged to this place. Then, a man speaks that this is the testing ground, and from here on, all the students will be taking a test. The man shows a marble to everyone and announces that these kind of marbles are also fallen into the valley. Those unable to find it within the allotted time will fail the test. Someone raises his hand and speaks that they have all come from various sects and schools to take a test here, and he can't understand the test without any proper explanation. Before even he could speak completely, a marble is hurled to his face, and he died on the spot. Then the man states that status, inner energy, and everything else has no meaning here. Only subordination. Defiance will lead to death. Raising a question will also lead to death. Even failing the test will lead to death. The man in the demon mask welcomes everyone to the corpse blood valley. In a room, Zhou is frustrated that Sun Yun should have told the association leader that Zhou has taken Zhang as his disciple. Sun Yun speaks that it is useless because the leader never goes back on his words. The leader's words are absolute, and they have to abide to them. Zhou thinks that he had no other choice but to request the demon mask guy from the corpse blood valley to take Zhang out of there. Because Zhou can't lose a prodigy he just found. Sun Yun believes that Zhang is not just useful, Zhang has achieved something that no one in the association ever has. Zhang revived the sword scriptures of the moon vein, that's said to have lost 100 years ago. Sun Yun could only come to a single conclusion, which is the association leader is testing Zhang's capabilities. The first trail begins in the valley, and all the students are rushing towards the lake to find a marble as quickly as possible. The demon mask says that the incense stick burns for 20 minutes exactly, and moreover, there are less marbles than students present here, so it is best for them to find a marble ASAP. Yu Chun runs quickly to the valley to find a marble, but he don't understand why Zhang doesn't moving at all. However, he doesn't care about that because the time is short. The incense stick is burning, and still not even a single found the marble. Someone gets a marble and shouts loudly, "That got a marble," and everyone's attention turns towards him. With joyful expression on his face, he moves forward to hand over the marble. In that moment, a person strikes from backside to take the marble forcefully. But he somehow escapes from his clutches and goes on forward. Then, a person stands before him. It is none other than our demon, Zhang. He didn't know when Zhang arrived before him, and there is still some distance to reach the demon mask. In addition to, the guy from earlier is approaching him quickly. He can't understand what to do in this situation and tries to swallow the marble. The guy from backside yells not to swallow so that he can obtain the marble. But he already kept the marble in his mouth to swallow it. At that time, Zhang grasps his neck, and the backside guy suddenly stops from approaching. And Zhang moves index finger on his neck to check where the marble is. Zhang tells it is quite annoying to search it like this, so he tightens the grip on the guy's neck, and everyone witnessed the scene with confounded expressions, even the corpse valley guards too. Then, Zhang pulls out the food pipe from the guy's neck, and the blood flows like a fountain from the guy's neck. The guy earlier sits down, with a terrified expression, and Zhang takes out the marble from the food pipe. Then Zhang walks out to the podium, and presents the demon mask, the marble Zhang obtained. Zhang looks like the very embodiment of the demon himself. Blue Spirit imagines that something that should never have been released finally was. Demon Mask states that Zhang has passed the test. Demon Mask informs Zhang that Zhang's number is 63. The number is given to 1 by the number that is engraved on the marble they bring. Demon Mask gives Zhang a silver insignia, which signifies that Zhang is the top performer on first trail. Zhang keeps it in his garment and moves to his side. The demon mask is dubious at first as to why the association leader sent an righteous sect child to Corpse Valley. He thought that association leader is trying to kill Zhang by sending him here, but now demon mask guesses that association leader had predicted Zhang's capabilities. Demon mask thinks that Zhang is similar to the demonic sect in terms of nature and behavior. Zhang holds the insignia in his hand and imagines that one must not survive but to compete with others too. Zhang realizes that the competition is getting fiercer as time is near to end. Someone kicks a person on his face and runs to the demon mask, but the person's head is grabbed and slammed to the ground. This tattoo guy takes the marble from him, and he looks kind of vicious too. The guards thinks that the useful people are starting to appear. The guards judges that, based on the tattoos on his body, he belongs to the Crimson Death Valley, one of the 3 organizations under the heaven and earth. They train 30 disciples only, and each of them are said to be Grand Masters. From other place, a woman attacks multiple students at once. The guard nearby recognizes her from Hooded Flower Sect, one of the 4 assassination originations, and this organization works under heaven and earth only. Then a huge guy lifts up a student like nothing. This guy looks like Logan Lee from Lookism. And this guy is from Colossal Build School. They're famous for external strength. And there are others who demonstrate exceptional talent too. The tattoo guy, who looks vicious, approaches Zhang and tells him that Zhang can't surpass the tattoo guy in the next trail because the tattoo guy is going to kill Zhang. LOL. Man, I really laughed there when this guy said that he is going to kill someone like Zhang. Humph. Absolute foolishness. Like that, a lot of people have passed the first trail, and the incense stick is nearing its end. However, Yu-chun still had unable to find a marble. He thinks to plead the demon mask, that to leave him because he is a hostage. Then, someone with a marble is beheaded for raising a question against a guard. The fact is that that person took a random marble on the ground, which doesn't have a number engraved on it, and raised a question against the guard, so he is beheaded. At that time, someone points their finger at Zhang by recognizing him. Then the other person tells him that Zhang is a lunatic that ripped of someone's throat. But they don't understand what Zhang is doing. Zhang utters a spell, which is the ritual of binding, and attempts to absorb all the death energy present here, because the ritual of binding doesn't need inner energy to work. And this place is swarming with death bodies everywhere. Zhang wishes for the students to kill each other, more and more, so that Zhang could absorb their energy. Now, there is only 1 minute left, and Yu-chun is beating a person to a pulp, so hardly. And the other person's face went inside and died like that. With this, Yoken picks the marble from the dead person's hand, and feels relived. At that moment, the incense stick burns out completely, and the demon mask orders the guards to kill the dropouts. The guards obey the command, and eliminates all the dropouts who haven't found a marble. Yu-chun is stunned there witnessing this scene. Then a guard approaches Yu-chun, and Yu-chun shows his marble to the guard. And the guard congratulates Yu-chun that he passed the trail. Yu-chun is happy that he passed the test, but he falls down after realizing that he killed a person to obtain a marble. In that time, the demon mask announces that there are 468 participants who have passed the first trail, which is 60% to the number of people participated. The demon mask tells that it is a good number, and he congratulates all the participants who passed the trail. Now, he announces to commence the second trail. Everyone is startled after hearing that the second trail is now commencing. Yu-chun is shocked that he barely passed the first one, and he has another round to go. The demon mask claps his hands loudly and tells everyone to keep quiet. He then speaks that the second trail is simple, which is to survive on that mountain until sunrise. Everyone looks back and takes a glimpse at the mountain. Now the participants thinks that it is easy to survive on that mountain. The demon mask states that it is not all there is to it. There are a total of 40 flags set up through the mountain, and the participants must be near a flag when the sun rises. 8 people for 1 flag, and no more and no less. 8 people, exactly 8. If they don't meet those conditions, the team will be eliminated. Yu-chun imagines that there are 40 flags, and the participants are nearly 500. That means only 320 participants can survive through this trail. This is like a team fight, where they have to steal the flags of others while protecting their own. The demon mask wishes good luck to everyone. After that, the participants are busy finding a team, or forming a team, consists of only 8 people. Someone asks the tattoo guy to be in his team. The tattoo thinks that he don't remember this guy. It means this guy has not performed well in the first trail, then there is no need to be in his team, so he rejects him. The main point of this trail is teamwork. That would mean that it's more advantageous for the tattoo guy to team up with those who passed the first trail early. The tattoo guy recognizes our Logan Lee type of guy and tells him that it is better to team up with someone strong so that he gets the flag early and can protect it firmly. This big guy believes it is right to do that, but he rejects it. He states that we can also form a team after one finds a flag. The big guy thinks that he needs to fight the tattoo guy sooner or later, so it'd be better to hide his secret technique from the tattoo guy. The frustrated tattoo guy says that the big guy will regret this. Then he asks the assassination girl to be in his team, but she flatly refuses him. The tattoo guy is now furious to kill all of them. Then someone approaches the tattoo guy. It is our protagonist. Zhang asks the tattoo guy to be in Zhang's team. The tattoo guy is perplexed that Zhang reached out to him first. However, he thinks that it'd be better to be in Zhang's team because Zhang has finished the trail in first place. But he rejects Zhang because even the tattoo guy, who is vicious and savage, is afraid of Zhang because he don't have a good feeling around Zhang. Blue Spirit is shocked that Zhang has been rejected. She tells him that Zhang has done something, that even a vicious guy like him is afraid around Zhang. The fact is that Zhang really tried to kill the tattoo guy first. But it is a shame that he escaped from our ferocious Zhang's hands. At the present moment, someone comes toward Zhang and asks Zhang if he is willing to be on their team. In their team, a girl waves her hand at Zhang, and Zhang smiles at her and accepts to be on their team. Yu-chun watches Zhang from aside and thinks that Zhang will be fine on own way, and Yu-chun needs to stay alive. Then, a guard beats the drum and shouts that the second trail has begun. The guard sympathizes with the participants, that they will realize how good the first trail is. As all of them are going to the mountain, Zhang is a bit far from his team, and a team member questions the girl named Soa that having Zhang is not a good thing. Another team member also respects his choice to not have Zhang. Soa asks if they are scared of Zhang. Then he replies that he is fine. Then, Soa says that the others were all idiots to ignore Zhang, because everyone here now knows about Zhang, so they wouldn't mess with Zhang easily. Then it could help their team a lot. She plans to use Zhang as she needed, and then abandon Zhang after the sun rises. The team had already planned in another member, and he is tailing the group from afar, so that they could have 8 people when they kill Zhang. Soa looks at Zhang and realizes that Zhang is very handsome, and it would be a waste to throw someone like that. So, she goes toward Zhang to flirt with him. She queries Zhang that would he tell Soa that he likes her. Everyone stares at Zhang with jealous-filled eyes. Soa plans to seduce Zhang so that other team members would be more loyal to Soa with jealousy. Then, Zhang places his hand on her shoulder and tells Soa that he likes her. Soa is blushed after Zhang's boldness. At that moment, Zhang expresses to everyone that he likes Soa and everyone in front of him. In that fleeting moment, Zhang twisted Soa's neck. Moreover, he challenges everyone to confront him. Everyone is perplexed and twisted with Zhang's way of doing things. Zhang then states to everyone that
It is mealtime.
Furthermore, he appreciates everyone for the meal. While everyone is horrified with Zhang's ferociousness, a team member is agitated with Zhang's attitude and swears that he is going to kill Zhang. Then another member tells him to calm down. Otherwise, they are going to fall for Zhang's plan. Then the spiky guy says that even if So is dead, there are still 6 of them left. So they have the advantage here. The fat guy thanks the spiky-haired dude that the fat guy had almost fallen for Zhang's scheme. Now, all of them forms a group and plans to eliminate Zhang to avenge Soa. At that point, Zhang shows a disappointment and states that he thought all the team members would be lost on what to do after losing their queen bee. But they're calmer than expected. Then the fat guy yells that he is going to beat Zhang to a pulp. Zhang then smirks at the fat guy and instantly reaches the fat guy and grabs his forehead, then slams it to a tree. That force made the fat guy's head explode. Everyone lost their cool-headedness after seeing Zhang's strength. Then, a person moves to attack Zhang, but Zhang dodged it and grasps his leg to use it against others. At that time, the spiky dude jumps in and barely attacks Zhang. Zhang blocks it, while the rest of the team members support the spiky dude to subdue Zhang. They really thought that Zhang is done for, now that he is cornered like a rat. However, Zhang tells them only one thing, which is,
You are weak.
Then, he launches a kick to a team member and punches another one on face. In a single moment, Zhang defeated 2 opponents. And now, He breaks the leg of the spiky dude, and the spiky dude screams in pain. At last, only one person is visible to Zhang. The last person realizes that they can't defeat a monster like Zhang. The last guy screeches and runs away to save his life. The spiky dude curses the last guy, who is running away, but Zhang extends his hand and chants a spellcraft. Then, a blue color light radiates from Zhang's hand, and it goes forward in the direction of the running person and grasps his leg. With the spell, Zhang uses the blue color aura to drag the running person. The last person implores Zhang to leave him. However, Zhang doesn't care about that and kills him by stomping his foot on the last guy. Tears flowing down from the spiky dude's eyes, and Zhang moves in his direction. Suddenly, Zhang senses something and looks around and tells the spiky dude that there is a rat. The spiky dude now remembers that Soa has hidden a team member. The spiky dude imagines that if the hidden member is able to escape, then that guy could tell everyone what is happening here and could get someone to protect the spiky dude. But the man right here is Zhang, the demon. He pulls out a doll and chants a spell. At that moment, a huge amount of death energy flows around Zhang, and the spiky dude is terrified as to what is happening. And at last, he realizes that a demon has participated in the Corpse Blood Valley trails. The hidden guy runs as fast as he could to protect his life from the demon. He believes that Zhang is a demon, and he needs to tell the others about Zhang. But he feels something ominous is tracking him. Then, from between the trees, multiple of hands are moving to his direction, and they belong to our most loyal spirit, the demonic monk. The hidden guy falls down, and demonic monk possess him. Zhang now slowly absorbs the death energy of others. Blue Spirit didn't know that Zhang has planned something like this. She was wondering why Zhang has joined some weak people's team. Zhang answers that it is a good opportunity for him. Then, someone arrives from the bushes. It is demonic monk, who possessed the hidden guy's body. Zhang understands that demonic monk didn't kill the hidden guy, but possessed him. Because Zhang could absorb the hidden guy's death energy too. Zhang expresses that he is grateful to demonic monk. Demonic monk keeps a smug face. LOL, it is really funny to watch demonic monk's expression. Blue Spirit beats demonic monk that he is so happy about helping Zhang. Zhang's death energy is now full, and he is satisfied with the meal. In that moment, a group of people approaches Zhang, and Zhang feels that he is having a feast today. This mountain looks like one giant dinner table to Zhang. He will eat them, and leaving leftovers behind is bad manners. Zhang's mind has only one thought. According to the rules, he only needs to keep 7 participants behind to ace the trail. He imagines these words by sitting on a lot of corpses like a demon king. In a cave, 2 guards and 1 official goes through it. The official is Demon Mask, and on the other side, there is an old man whose eyes are completely white. The Demon Mask orders the guards to stay here. Then he and the old man moves forward. Demon Mask questions the old man that the arrangement is finished or not. Old man replies that it is completed. And behind the bars, a being is prisoned, and Demon Mask guesses that this being is much more dangerous than the one they brought last year. To his guess, the old man speaks that it is not good to stay close, even if the being is prisoned, because those who haven't fully developed are still disastrous beasts. Then the old man calls the being as the Hunter of the Weak. It is a Chimorio brought from the Northern Sea, and it feeds on the people who it thinks is weak. The Demon Mask states that once he gives the signal, release the Chimorio. Zhang has found a flag and thinks it is a bit difficult to carry it around, as the flagpole is connected to some hunk of metal. So, Zhang attempts to break it, and he saw something unusual, that there are words written on the flagpole. He reads out the words, so that Blue Spirit could understand them. After hearing them, Blue Spirit mentions it is a sword formation. However, Blue Spirit tells that there are only a few stances, and a strong formation needs more than that. After observing it for a while, Zhang comes to a conclusion that the rest of the stances could be written on the remaining flagpoles. Blue Spirit thinks it is the best possible solution, and it looks like a hidden test. Zhang believes that once people find about this, they will try to obtain other flags, and like that, a fight will occur. Zhang is fascinated by this setup. He breaks the flagpole so that he could carry it easily. Then, Zhang senses that something has released after he breaks it, Blue Spirit asks whether it could be a curse or a trap. But Zhang denies it and imagines that something has undone rather than activated after he braked it. He thinks that something else is there. A man falls down with pressure, and the person who beaten him up is our tattoo guy. The people who gotten beaten up by the tattoo guy believes that he is stronger even being his inner energy is blocked. The tattoo guy moves ahead to beat them all again, and the people looks at each other and nods their head. Instantly, all of them runs away from the tattoo guy's team. The tattoo guy now feels like a tiger hunting a pack rabbits, and runs quickly to kill them all. He states that he is going to kill the fallen team members, and display their heads to show others his attitude. Then, the guy ahead of the tattoo guy suddenly stops, and is killed by the Chimorio. The tattoo guy flinches, and stops moving. All his team members are unable to utter a word by the scene they are spectating. The tattoo guy clearly realizes the difference between their powers, and thinks it'd be best to back down. He tells to his teammates to move slowly, without making a sound. However, a person beaks a tree's branch, and causes a sound that could distract the Chimorio. Tattoo guy slowly turns his eyes to the beast, and it is roaring at them, as if it would devour them all with its mighty powers. All the people runs off backwards to protect their lives, and the Chimorio glares at the flag, and by the magic imbued in the flagpole, it runs off from them. The team members were all confused, seeing such a dangerous beast here in the mountains. Tattoo guy looks at the back, because he saw the Chimorio looked at something, and ran off. Tattoo guesses it could be the flag. Two people are running, and the Chimorio is behind them. It then caught a person, and now targets the other one. The other one is running, and he can't even use his lightness skill due to his inner energy being blocked. At that time, he saw a person on his way, and requests him to help. However, it is Zhang. Man, he ran from a wild animal, and now caught by a ferocious beast. Zhang instantly broke the neck of the participant, and glares at the Chimorio. Zhang inquiries about the animal before him, and Blue Spirit explains that it is her first time seeing it, and based on the appearance, she tells that it is called Hunter of the Weak. A Chimorio that preys on the weak opponents and takes pleasure in eating their heads. The Chimorio charges at Zhang, and he dodges it quickly. He uses the shamanistic arts called four-binding technique, and traps the Chimorio in it. He clenches his fist tightly and makes the Chimorio suffer. Yet, it breaks out the binding technique and roars out loudly. The Chimorio became bigger than before and glares intensely at Zhang. Moreover, Zhang is also staring at the beast. Zhang's left eye is radiating with red energy. As the beast is glaring at him, Zhang's eye looks like that of a demon king. Even this savage is terrified of Zhang and runs off. Blue Spirit believes that the beast thought of Zhang as not weak, so it went away. Zhang imagines that it is troublesome to him, not because his technique didn't work on the beast, it is because the beast is eating all the prey that Zhang planned to devour himself. He sighs down that there would be nothing left for him if he didn't hurry. The people who are with the tattoo guy are carrying the metal hunk that is tagged with the flagpole, and one of the participants asks, they just need to break the top part of the flag which has the stance written on it. So why do they need to carry the metal hunk as well? He responds that they will thank him later, so for now they need to shut up. The beast arrives at that moment, and everyone is frightened. The tattoo guy commands them not to move, and as the beast took a glimpse at the flag, it ran off from them. One of them is stunned that the beast ran off all of a sudden. The tattoo reveals that the flag has some kind of mechanism that drives away the beast. He then urges everyone to hurry, since some of the people might have already figured out about the stances, one by one, so they need to steal the remaining flags to gain good impression on the instructors. Near a cliff, carts full of corpses all around, and the guards are supposed to throw the corpses that are tagged with talisman down the cliff. In addition to they shouldn't look down the cliff at all. A guard wants to know as to why they are discarding the corpses like this, when they could just burn all of them. The guard next to him states that even he don't know the cause of it. But this has been the case for every test. He advises the guard not to ponder much about it. Yet the guard can't control his curiosity, and thinks that there are more than 100 corpses right here, so how many had been piled up down the cliff? As he reached near the cliff, blue color energy is flowing all over the place. Then, someone grabs his shoulder from backside, and the guard is flabbergasted as to how got near the cliff without his presence. The old man warns that, never to look down the cliff ever again, or else he will be possessed. The beast is devouring another participant, and Yuchin's group is petrified of the beast in front of them. As the beast turned its head towards them, it ran away from them due to the flag. His teammates believe that the beast might have lost its appetite, so it left. Yuchun falls down, and is stressed that 2 of his teammates have died securing the flag. Furthermore, they have to deal with the hunter of the week. Yet, what's surprising him even more is that, if people fought each other or were eaten by that monster, they should have been headless or attained wounds from combat. But amongst the corpses that he had seen, some of them had their necks broken. He is confounded as to what is happening on this mountain. As Zhang is absorbing the death energy, he is depressed since there is not enough death energy. It is because Zhang is consuming them from the corpses that the Kaimamorio had eaten. Zhang feels like he is eating leftovers that someone tossed away. Now the demon has fixated to kill the beast that became a competitor to him. At that point, Blue Spirit states that she will find the beast because Zhang might find it difficult to face without any inner energy. Then, he releases Blue Spirit from the doll, and the energy flows around him. Blue Spirit is joyful that she is now free, and flies into the sky to check where the Kaimamorio is, and she is perplexed that why she is unable to find the Kaimamorio, which has almost reached the level of a monstrous beast. As she was searching all the place, the cliff that has a lot of corpses in it is radiating a tremendous death energy which is reaching sky. Subsequently, she calls Zhang and informs him that she found something more fascinating than the Kaimamorio. Like that, Zhang is following Blue Spirit, and on his way, he recognizes the tracks of a bunch of carts which are loaded with something. Has he reached the end of the cliff? Blue Spirit questions if Zhang knows about the goo poison. Zhang responds that hundreds of venomous creatures are put into a single pot, and it is left alone until only one survives. And so, the surviving creature becomes the venomous of them all, which is then referred to as goo poison. Blue Spirit points down the cliff and speaks that very goo poison is down the cliff. Zhang is now intrigued, and the spirits down the cliff are showing resentment, grudge, and unfulfilling desire for revenge. Moreover, every corpse is chained as if someone locked them forcefully. It is the same spell that Zhang has used on Go-chan to snare his spirit to the living world. Zhang now grasps the situation here as to, if all of these spirits had lost their lives in the Corpse Valley trails, each one would become a vengeful spirit. Like that, spirits will devour each other, and ultimately a goo poison would be born from this. And that goo poison can rival against Blue Spirit. Zhang licks his lips, and Blue Spirit recommends Zhang to extend his hand and use ritual of binding on those spirits. However, Zhang jumps across the rope and states that, why should he eat side dishes, when the main dish will be even more tasty and right in front of him? Blue Spirit forewarns Zhang that he would lose his life, because down the cliff the energy will be even more terrifying and Zhang can't handle it, and he will be eaten instead. Zhang states that Blue Spirit is the one who told him that he is no match for heaven and earth society at his cultivation level, so this could be his only chance to improve and move step forward in his revenge. Besides, how could anyone leave an opportunity like this? After he said those words, he jumped off the cliff, and all the spirits are charging towards him, that a living being has appeared. Zhang uses the ring that Zhou had given to him, where Zhang could use spells without a talisman. Like that, Zhang uses different kinds of hand signs, and activates a technique called sealing palms, which is a barrier, and this so-called barrier is blocking all the spirits from reaching him. After escaping from all the beasts using the barrier, he falls into the water. Surprisingly, there are more spirits in the water, and all of them are getting closer to him despite the barrier he had. Zhang remembers from the shamanism book that spirits of water are much more dangerous and determined than normal ones. So, he uses his Vajra finger technique to drive all the spirits around him, and comes out of the water unscathed. Nonetheless, some of the spirits are still holding him tightly, and attempts to pull Zhang back into the water. In that moment, Blue Spirit swings her smoking pipe, and attacks them using it. Likewise, all the spirits are now gone back to water. Zhang believes that the situation is not as bad as he expected. Moreover, the spirits aren't getting close to Blue Spirit. That shows how stronger she is compared to the rest. Blue Spirit briefs in that these spirits are not the reason she told him to be careful. She tells Zhang to around him, and these are the spirits which are very terrifying and horrifying compared to the ones here. She explains that even she would be having hard time protecting Zhang against them, especially in the center of that dark hurricane. If Zhang goes in there, he won't be able to walk back out. Zhang speaks that it is fine and removes his upper garment, while Blue's spirit is feeling flustered. Then, he places his finger on his back and uses the ritual of attachment to pull the forbidden path lock that blocks the inner energy from usage. Blue spirit is amazed that Zhang removed the lock so easily, which could cause one to feel extreme pain and dangerous, and he did it without blinking an eye. What's more shocking is that he used ritual of attachment in a unique way that she never thought of. As he removed the rest of them, his inner energy is finally unleashed, and most of the spirits are now frightened to approach Zhang right now. He explains that if he were to do this on top of the cliff, there is a chance that the instructors could find him. Nevertheless, who could find him in so much death energy present in here? Blue spirit is astonished that Zhang had a plan before he jumped down the cliff. Now, Zhang is headed to the center of the hurricane, and he requests Blue spirit to stop the remaining spirits when he is moving to the hurricane. Blue spirit agrees to it and opens up her blood barrier. From the domain she activated, chains are coming out from it, and they are blocking the spirits that are trying to interrupt Zhang. Like that, Zhang quickly entered into the hurricane. Inside the hurricane, it is like a desert, and at the center there is a spirit which is devouring other spirits, and it looks like a baby with its teeth out of its mouth. Even the spirits are fleeing away from the baby, yet the baby is grasping them by chains and eating them. Zhang is surprised to see something like this, and he thinks that this baby might be the goo poison. At that moment, the baby turned its gaze at Zhang and speaks that a living being is here. As the baby opened its mouth, there is another set of sharp teeth inside, which looks disgusting and scary at the same time. Then the baby moves in the direction of Zhang to eat him, also employs its chains to trap him, and pulls him into its mouth. Like that, the baby ate Zhang as its meal. However, the baby didn't know that Zhang is much more monstrous than all the beings in here. At that time, Zhang speaks that he is also here to eat the baby. Likewise, he removes his ring and uses a spell, which made the baby wide open its mouth in pain. Then, Zhang holds its teeth, so that it can't close its mouth, as well as Zhang raises his hand and uses the ritual of attachment to absorb its death energy. But there are spirits inside the baby's mouth, and they are dragging Zhang into his stomach. Therefore, Zhang lost his grip and finds himself in a different space. In that space, there is a middle-aged man and two teenagers. The man is instructing the teenagers about the succession of the 5 kings in the Heaven and Earth Association. The teenagers obey his command, and one of them whose face is visible cherishes his brother that he will be his right-hand man forever. Zhang could understand that this is the past of that baby. The participants are fighting in the corpse valley to obtain the marble. The person whose face is not visible gives his marble to his younger brother so that he could ace the test. After some time, the younger moves forward with tears flowing down his eyes, and the older brother falls down on his knees so that he could find another marble. Afterwards, the older brother is bleeding all over his face. Moreover, his younger brother is the one who did this to him. The younger brother frustratedly speaks that everything will be achievable once his older brother dies, because the older brother is always pitying on him. So his younger brother couldn't digest that fact and killed his brother by hitting with a boulder on his head nonstop. Thus, the older brother is eliminated from the test and gets loaded on a cart which carries the corpses and hurled down the cliff. As he was sitting on top of the spirits after he became a spirit too, the remaining spirits are seeking to consume the older brother. He gets fired up because even after his death, he is getting consumed by others and reveals his face. And now he endeavors to partake every spirit that is living here. Furthermore, the spirit is enraged and grabs Zhang to eat him as well. In that moment, Zhang faces an extreme amount of energy from the baby, which can be called as the hatred, regret, rage, and other emotions of a resentful spirit. In all these emotions, Zhang could feel one emotion which is very strong and similar to his, the desire for revenge. At that time, Zhang extends his hand and utilizes the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Besides, outside the hurricane, Blue Spirit feels that the connection between Zhang and her is getting weaker. As Blue Spirit is spectating the energy in front of her, she is annoyed by it and is commencing to attack the goo poison. However, there are a load of chains targeting the spirits outside to devour every one of them. The spirits are avoiding the chains as much as possible. Nonetheless, it is like filling water in a pot with a hole in it. Ultimately, a being has absorbed all the spirits, and now it is at the level of a blue spirit. Blue can realize that the goo poison has reached this level by absorbing all the spirits around it. As Blue Spirit laid on the ground, the being is coming out of the smoke, and a foot is visible. The being is none other than Zhang himself. Blue Spirit imagines that Zhang might have been taken by the goo poison, but he rejects it and clarifies that he is the one who is devouring. Blue Spirit is in a disbelief that Zhang is able to consume all that death energy. Besides, she could feel the intense energy leaking out from him. Zhang expresses that he feels uneasy as if his stomach might burst. Blue Spirit flinched after hearing that and urges Zhang to instantly expel the over-energy because there is a limit to human absorption. As Zhang gains enlightenment, he could absorb more. In his current state, the more is just as bad as less. After hearing to Blue Spirit, Zhang climbs up the pile of skulls and searches for something in that pile. Later, he picks out a skull from that bunch and expels his death energy into that skull. Slowly, the skull gets a neck bone and forms a skeleton. Lastly, it transforms into a human, and the skull comes out separately. Blue Spirit asks Zhang if that skull belongs to the being at the center of that hurricane, and he nods his head. Blue Spirit questions if it was a girl, and Zhang is confused because it used to be a baby. The spirit gets up and yells that it was not a girl, and it was a man. The both of them are looking at that spirit strangely, and Blue Spirit interrogates the spirit if it is a girl, but the spirit speaks that it was a man. Blue Spirit suggests Zhang that Zhang should just kill it, because her mental state is not intact, and Zhang responds that he thought the spirit might have been useful, since it wasn't like this earlier. The spirit mightily shouts at them that they are not allowed to speak to it in such a manner. Before it could even finish its words, Blue Spirit grabs its neck and warns it that she is allowed to do that, and the spirit shouldn't raise her voice at her. The spirit mumbles that she will obey as Blue Spirit wishes. Zhang now states that he revived that spirit so that he could crush the skull that came separately after he expelled his death energy. The spirit feels an extreme pain, and the skull is powdered to ashes, and Zhang swallows the ashes. Like that, a red color thread is formed between the new spirit and Zhang. The spirit is surprised, and now Blue Spirit understands that her being a familiar spirit is not a coincidence, but a one of Zhang's master plans. Zhang is happy now that he gained another card to his collections, and the spirit is saddened. At last, Zhang rocks, and the spirit shocks. At a pavilion, an old man is sincerely meditating. He is called Underworld Pavilion Master in SEOK. A Sun rank shaman, which means his rank is just below the top rank. He suddenly feels something ominous and runs out from the hallway and opens a door. Inside the room, a pot is shattered into pieces, and he is stunned to see it like this. Outside the hall, Shaman Zhou is waiting for someone, and an SEOK comes out aggressively. Zhou appeals to an SEOK if he could request the association leader to stop the trails, because Zhang is so useful to Zhou and can't let Zhang die like that. An SEOK states that it is not the time right now, because in SEOK's art of goo poison has just broken free. So it could mean only one thing, that a Kaimamorio passing must have done it, which should be at least at the level of a mythical beast. Then, in SEOK commands Zhou to bring some equipment, because they needed to head to the Corpse Blood Valley. Zhou thinks that it is a good situation for him, since he could use this as an excuse to cease the trails. The new spirit still can't believe that she became a familiar spirit. Zhang inquiries about her name, and she annoyingly responds that she would never tell Zhang about her name. Yet, before she could even finish her sentence, Zhang uses the authority of the red string by reddening his eyes and commands her to tell her name. Then, she bows down her head and states that her name is Gyu Soha. Blue Spirit is shocked at her sudden change in behavior, and Zhang asks if Soha could be his loyal dog, and she sounds like a puppy. Normally, a vengeful spirit wouldn't reveal its true name. Yet, A green spirit almost became a blue spirit, revealing its name right away, shows how mighty Zhang is. Blue spirit asks why is she seeing double energies from Zhang, and he answers that he recently acquired a new technique of the thought-shattering 8 techniques. As he chants the verses of the spell, Blue Spirit stood in bewilderment, because even she didn't know the verses Zhang is now chanting. So, now Zhang is able to divide up the energy between his lower dantian and central dantian. Commonly, a martial artist needs to break through a new martial realm before they could do such a thing. Nevertheless, Zhang skipped that step using the thought-shattering 8 techniques. Zhang realm is currently at ultimate peak, and if Zhang has 2 dantians, it shows that he possesses double the amount of inner energy compared to martial artists at ultimate peak. In other words, Zhang is now 2 times stronger than those at his current level. Zhang thought that he needs to leave only 7 people, however the time is short now, so he planned to kill anyone who comes to his sight. In the mountains, a war is going between Team Yuchun versus Team Tattoo Guy. Of course Team Tattoo had surrounded Team Yuchun. Yuchun questions why they are stealing his team's flag. Tattoo Guy answers that he just wanted to steal for fun. He speaks to Mo Harang, the lady from an assassination pavilion, that he offered her to be teammates, yet she rejected last time and joined in a fool's team. Yuchun plans that sun will rise soon, so all of them need to hang out until then. Tattoo Guy grasps on their plan, and all of Tattoo Guy's teammates yells loudly all of a sudden. Team Yuchun can't understand why Tattoo Team is doing like this. Yuchun realizes what it meant, and hurriedly attempted to stop them, but the beast is already on its way, and there could be footsteps of the beast could be heard. The fact is, the beast became bigger, moreover, now it is at the level of a monstrous beast. Team Yuchun is frightened of that beast, and tried to escape. In that moment, Mo Harang witnessed that Team Tattoo is sticking together near the flag, and she deduced what is happening, and advises to all her teammates that they need to move near the flag. However, she was far from the flag, and Beast had already jumped at her to attack. Like that, the Beast made Mo Harang fall down using its claws. The Tattoo Guy teases Mo Harang to be unable to protect herself, and the Beast is looking to eat her joyfully. Team Yuchun is throwing stones at that Beast, besides Yuchun is moving in her direction to rescue her. Yet, the beast don't stop even though it's getting hit by the stones, and moves to eat her.
At that time, a command is given to a spirit to bind that beast. Like that, the beast is captured by chains and is unable to move at all. A person then makes dramatic entrance into the chaos and speaks that as he was running out of time, everyone came to a single spot to be devoured. For all the participants present in that situation, a chill ran down their spine, as if something ferocious has entered.
As the beast is tied by the chains, and is unable to move, Tattoo Guy is scolding the beast to move, because no one could see the chains that is used by Soha. Even Yuchun couldn't grasp the situation, but now is not the time for him to think about that, and starts rescuing Mo Harang first. However, Mo Harang could somehow see the chains that binds the beast. Yu Soha figured that Mo Harang could see her, so she informed Zhang about this. Zhang knows what's happening, but the beast is shaking all around, and by using its power, it's attempting to break free from the chains. Tattoo Guy is happy that the beast is gaining back its power.
At that moment, Zhang stomped on that beast so hard that it is crushed to the ground, and he stood on that beast like a demon king. Everyone is confounded to see this bizarre sight. Then Zhang opens the mouth of that beast, and let know the beast that it dared to devour something which belongs to him, so it must accept the punishment. The beast is screaming in pain, and like that Zhang tore off the upper part of the Chimemorio, which is at the level of a monstrous beast. Up until now, the Tattoo Guy thought himself as a tiger hunting rabbits on this mountain, but only now he realized that there is a fearsome dragon on this mountain. Everyone in the vicinity could only have thought Zhang's appearance was the embodiment of fear, dread, and death itself. Tattoo Guy ordered his teammates to retreat immediately. Nonetheless, Zhang commanded Soha to bind all the participants present here.
Nobody could understand what is restraining them, and Zhang moves on to check all their flags. As he went on to check Team Yuchun's flag, it's the same verse that Zhang already knew. So he break the flag, and Yu-chun is swearing at Zhang for breaking his team's flag. Then, Zhang moves on to check Team Tattoo's flag. So the tattoo guy speaks that, if Zhang is looking for other flags, so that he can learn the verses. The tattoo guy proposes an alliance, because Zhang don't have a team, and tattoo guy would let him in and spill the secrets of other flags as well. Nevertheless, Zhang already found out where the flagpole is, that tattoo guy got while fighting other teams. Tattoo guy thought of destroying that flagpole, but one of his teammates is unable to memorize it, so he brought it with him. As Zhang took that pole, the tattoo guy's real name, Yong-jie, is telling that. He gives that flagpole to Zhang as a gift for joining his team. But, Zhang speaks that, the flagpole is already in his hands, and he never agreed to join Yongga's team. So what purpose is there for Zhang to join Tattoo Guy's team right now? Yong-jie is frustrated, and is yelling at Zhang to give the flagpole back. Yet, Zhang took their team's flag by saying that, from now onwards this flag belongs to him. Yu-chun then states that, Zhang shouldn't believe Yong-jie. Also Yu-chun had Mo Harang's flagpole that she brought with her, so Yu-chun wishes Zhang to be in his team. Yong-jie yells that, Zhang belongs to his team because he proposed an alliance first. Yu-chun raises his voice that, Zhang should never listen to that baldy, because Team Yu-chun also got other verses too. In that point of time, Zhang claps his hands and announces that, seeing that everyone here wants him to be on their team, he was deeply touched. However, if it were to him, he would like to be with everyone, yet the rules don't allow it. So, it'd be unfair if Zhang were to accept some and decline others.
At last, Zhang frees them from the chains and declares the only solution is to kill each other, so that he will pick only the last 7 survivors. Everyone thought that Zhang's heart is filled with demons, but he wasn't just filled with them, he was the demon himself.
Later, a man is punching the other one to a pulp, and everyone is fighting to the death. It all happened because of a single man. Yong-jie has killed a person, and Zhang appreciates his work. Yong-jie tightens his fist just by looking at Zhang's temper. But what can he do when he is facing off against a monster like Zhang? As the sun rises, the guards are stunned after looking at the scene. They came here to announce the end of the test, yet they can't even speak a word. It was a gruesome scene to even an evil faction like Heaven and Earth. Furthermore, what's shocking them even more is that the Hunter of the Week, which is at the level of monstrous beast, has died very terrifyingly. Even Demon Mask is shocked to see this. Then Demon Mask orders a guard to check if Zhang has opened his inner energy. A guard went on to check Zhang, and verifies that everything is alright. After that, they are heading back, and Zhang realizes that they haven't been able to figure that Zhang has opened his middle dantian. However, Blue Spirit advises Zhang to be careful, because that Demon Mask is equivalent to the King of Brilliance, Sun Yun. At a later time, as soon as the trail ended, the selection process began. Out of 468 participants, 209 participants have died. Also in that 259 participants who are alive, 59 participants couldn't find a flag and dropped out. So in the 200 participants who have passed, only 80 students know that their stance is written on the flagpole. So these students have advanced to next trail, and 220 students were disqualified and assigned as low-rank warriors. Yong-jie believes that the disqualified students took the trail lightly, but Yong-jie is waiting for the top position in this trail. Besides, he is planning to show Zhang the difference in their strength. Then, the Demon Mask declares that he is going to announce the top performer in the second trail. He is thinking as to how to decide the top performer in this trail, because it was team fight. At that moment, someone raises his hand, and Yong-jie states that he could answer to any question the Demon Mask asks. Everyone's attention is now at Yong-jie, and Demon Mask questions him to explain about the verses written on the flagpole. He answers that it is a sword technique, and explains some details about it. Demon Mask appreciates that Yong-jie is remarkable, because he was able to figure this much amidst the chaos. Yong-jie is now feeling prideful in front of Zhang. He thinks that he is at the top of the wall, and Zhang is like an ant in front of him. As Demon Mask is about to give the silver insignia, someone raises his hand. This time, it is Zhang. He states that it is not a sword technique, but a sword formation. Now, everyone's attention is at Zhang, and Yong-jie is staggered to hear that, and the Demon Mask asks him to explain more about it. Zhang explains that It can be used when dozens of swordsmen forms a technique and uses it to defeat a strong enemy. After this explanation, Yom-Jie feels that Zhang has reached the sky while Yom is still on top of a mere wall. The demon mask tests him again by raising a question as to how many swordmen are needed to perform this technique, and Zhang answers 8 people to 32 people should be possible. Also, any more than that could make their paths overlapped. The demon mask is truly impressed at Zhang and laughs out loudly. Then he presents the silver insignia to Zhang by stating that he is the top performer again. Yom-Jie is so furious that his nerves are bulging out of his forehead. As Demon Mask declared that Zhang is the top performer in this trail, Zhang thanks Blue Spirit, since she was the one who helped Zhang and explained about the formation. Yom-Jie is gritting his teeth and biting his lips in frustration. The Demon Mask congratulates all 80 of them who passed the second trail successfully. So with this, they are intermediate ranks from now on. Everyone's face had brightened after hearing that they are now intermediate warriors in Heaven and Earth Association. Then, Demon Mask starts explaining about the third trail, which is Heaven-Earth Engraving Formation. This is the name of the formation that is written on the flagpoles, as it is a sword formation which is created by the previous leader of the association. They need 8 swordsmen to activate it, and has a maximum capability of 32. So the third trail is for 8 people to demonstrate the sword formation in a group. Moreover, the group leaders of each group will automatically pass the third trail, regardless of the result. They'll be given a day to rest in their lodgings, so they are given a day to form a team and decide their group leaders. Furthermore, murder is not allowed from this point onwards. As the Demon Mask is leaving after explaining about the third trail, he remembered something and speaks that, from now onwards the guards will be unblocking their inner energy. Everyone felt relieved after hearing that their inner energy will be unlocked back, and Yom-Jie grins that Zhang will be over once Yom-Jie gets his inner energy back. At the outskirts of the Heaven and Earth, in a courtesan house, Go-chan is stressed that he can't be able to find Zhang yet. Additionally, he was unable to even infiltrate the Heaven and Earth. A few days back, Go-chan was trying to enter into the Heaven and Earth by any means necessary, but the security is too tight for him, so he planned to bribe the guard to infiltrate it. He explained to the guard that he wants to start a relationship with the heroes of Heaven and Earth, so by letting her in, she could marry a hero and start a new life. But the guard states that it is impossible because he could be killed if the higher-ups know of this incident. Then, he suggests Go-chan a decent method to enter Heaven and Earth, which is, Go-chan needs to join in a courtesan house called Cheery Passion, which is very famous in Heaven and Earth, where many heroes would visit it. With the appearance Go-chan, they'll welcome with open arms. That is how Go-chan is in this situation. At that time, a person comes forward. It is the head of this courtesan house. Moreover, she looks like the first lady of Mock Sword Manor, and she expresses that Go-chan doesn't need any makeup. With that face of hers, she could be a concubine so easily. At a lodging, Yom-Jie has finished his lunch and is now prepared completely to face Zhang, because his inner energy is unsealed. After getting unsealed, he sensed that Zhang is only a first-rate martial artist. Yom-Jie is at early peak, so he could easily overwhelm Zhang with his inner energy. Now he is on his way to subdue Zhang, and as he opened his door with confidence, Zhang is in front of him and speaks that,
Looks like we both have the same thought.
Then he grabs Yom's face and closes the door. Inside the room, he pushes Yom into a corner, and as Yom tried to resist Zhang, he can feel that his inner energy is being sucked, and Zhang whispers that Yom is weaker than he thought. At that point, he punched Yom's face so hard that his nose is bleeding and the nearby guard is frightened to even get near them. Zhang tells him that he will take Yom into his team even though Yom is weaker. Since they both think alike, they will be great comrades. All the people are witnessing something in quite astonishment, and in front of them, Yom-Ga is being dragged by Zhang on a staircase, where his head is bumping to every stair. The crowd is whispering, how did Zhang is able to beat Yom-Jie, who is from the Crimson Death Valley? That too without receiving any wounds, which can be considered as a great feat. All the people are wondering, just who is Zhang, for him to be the top performer in both the trails. Zhang wipes off the blood from his chin and looks at Yom. He is pondering. Yom is quite weaker than he thought. when Yom is an ascendant realm. Blue Spirit explains, Yom is quite good actually. It is just that Zhang is a monster. Blue Spirit continues, Zhang would have not sensed it, since he became stronger in a unique way compared to others. For more detail, she informs Zhang about the martial realms. The lowest is third rate. Above that is second rate, then first rate. Most martial arts wouldn't go further from this level, and remains at this level forever. Guard Cam is at this stage. However, those amongst them with greater martial prowess will break through the wall and reach new heights in martial world. That stage is known as Ascendant Realm. In this stage, there are 3 realms, beginning, experienced, and lastly, apex. If 50% of the people have remained at the first rate, then in that remaining 50%, 40% martial artists would remain here. When the cultivators have gained an enlightenment after the Ascendant Realm, they will reach the Transcendent stage, which is the next wall for martial artists. The Manor Master of the Mock Sword is at this realm. Nonetheless, that Manor Master is at the beginning stage, and the people at the apex stage are far more powerful, where the gap is like heaven and earth. The Brightblade King, Sun Yun, is at the apex stage of the Transcendent Realm. Even the Corpse Valley's head, Demon Mask, is also at the apex stage of Transcendent Realm. The Transcendent Realm is only for the most talented martial artists. Normal cultivators couldn't even dream of fighting these people. They will ran away just by hearing their names. Zhang further inquiries if there is a next stage that is after the Transcendent Realm. Blue Spirit answers, there is indeed a stage that is after the Transcendent. That realm is known as the Life and Death Realm. It is a realm of evolution, where the humans can split mountains and oceans. The 6 heavens of the martial world, who are considered the peak of martial universe, are at this stage. If any of the watchers have read the Nanomachine Manhwa, which is the sequel to this Manhwa, they could realize what Life and Death Realm refers to. Besides, if you want me to make a recap of this Nanomachine Manhwa, just comment in the comment section so that I will be sure start the recap. Now coming back to the story, Zhang nods his head to show that he understood her synopsis. Blue Spirit describes, Yom Ga is a mid-level ascendant, and Zhang is an apex-level ascendant. As she mentioned before, the difference between a mid-level and apex level is off the charts. That is why Zhang felt an insane amount of superiority when fighting Yom Ga. Yet, Blue Spirit advises Zhang to not let his guard down, because this is Heaven and Earth Association. Now Zhang asks, what level Blue Spirit attained is at her previous life. Blue Spirit didn't respond for a moment there, and when she didn't disclose any information about her. As Zhang opened the door, he is disappointed, because Blue Spirit is still refraining to reveal about her past. Nevertheless, Zhang didn't put much concern into it, since it is not that important to him right now. He starts his mission called Recruiting Talents. Then, slowly Yom Ga is waking up from his unconsciousness, where his nose had already let a lot of blood out. When Yom Ga opened one of his eyes, the first thing he saw is Zhang's monstrous innocent face. Now Zhang stands up in excitement that Yom Ga had woken up, where Yom Ga is scared of Zhang and crawls back from Zhang. Yom Ga is blaming Zhang, that he used an energy-dissipating poison on him. Zhang with a perplexed face questions back what this energy-dissipating poison is, and Blue Spirit notifies, it is poison that scatters the energy, so Yom Ga must have mistaken it for thought-shattering 8 techniques, which actually not scatters, but absorbs the energy. However, Zhang doesn't care about all this poison stuff, and with a straight face, he reminds Yom Ga about the offer that Zhang proposed. Yom Ga now recalls the last moments before he got knocked out, where Zhang offered him to join his team, even though Yom Ga is weak. Yom Ga is faulting himself for being involved with Zhang, when he learned Zhang is an unpredictable demon. Even though it hurts his pride to accept it, he grits his teeth and believes Zhang is stronger than him. Then, he tells Zhang to get lost, that even if he were to die here, he would rather choose to kill himself than being working under someone else. Zhang is surprised at Yom Ga's strong will. Zhang claps to Yom's determination and for his unyielding spirit. Later, Yom wakes up from his seat and leaves the room by bad-mouthing Zhang inwardly. Even the barbaric Yom Ga himself is frightened to stay in the same room as Zhang, where most of his senses are warning him to leave as quickly as possible. Likewise, Zhang stops Yom Ga from leaving this room by grabbing his shoulder. Zhang speaks.
Where are you going? You think I would leave you peacefully when you declined my offer?
Yom-ga is terrified of hearing those words, and he reminds Zhang that murder is forbidden in the association. Without listening to Yom-ga's words, Zhang starts his chanting, and when he activated it, all of Yom-ga's nerves are bulging out of his body, and he could feel an intense pain. As he is shivering by that pain and falls to his knees, he extends his hand to pull that strange energy out of his body. Yet, our bloodthirsty Zhang wouldn't allow it, so he quickly punched right into Yom-ga's stomach, and he vomited in that room. Zhang is saddened since Yom refused his offer, so for the punishment of committing a crime against the demon lord is just to give up on their body and die. The demonic monk is using its hands to possess Yom-ga completely, where Zhang is smiling eerily at Yom-ga when is dying cruelly. Man, the MC is such a menace that most of the manhwa protagonists wouldn't even be compared to him. He just smiles when others are begging for mercy. It was at this moment. Someone knocked the door, and Zhang's eyes have widened. As he turned his head to the left side, demonic monk quickly possessed Yom-ga without any delay. Zhang now questions who is behind that door. It is voice of a lady.
I am Moharang of the Hooded Flower Sect.
Zhang recollects her from the second trail, so he instantly looks at the demonic monk to check if he had finished taking over Yom-ga's body. Then demonic monk sets his nose straight and fixes all muscles to make sure that he looks all fine and nods at Zhang that he is ready. Zhang then invites Moharang into the room. When she entered into the room, she quickly figured out something is wrong. Zhang explains, Yom-ga willingly joined his group, yet Mo denies it, that it is a bluff. Mo states she is sure that it is not Yom-ga, but someone else. Zhang now calls back to his mind the words that Gyu Soha spoke that day. Now he grins menacingly at her, after comprehending that she could see evil spirits. After seeing that smile, a chill ran down on her spine. She takes up the fighting stance to face against Zhang, and he starts his chanting by pulling out a doll out of his kimono. She flinched at the sudden wave of energy that has appeared in this room, and the chains of Gyu Soha are targeting Moharang. Moharang deflected them with her dagger immediately. Zhang won't back down. Since Moharang already knew a lot about him, she needs to be silenced. As she hurled her daggers at Zhang, with a horrified expression, Soha requests Zhang that she wants Harang's body to possess. Blue Spirit interrupts. Soha mentioned that she is a man, but now she is requesting to possess a woman's body. Soha mutters, due to unknown reasons, she needs to have Harang's body. Harang proposes she is not here to fight Zhang. Zhang demands an explanation for her words, so that he could trust her. Harang describes, she is here to check up on Zhang's unique power that she had seen at the second trail. Zhang states, if that is her reason to invade in his business, then she needs to pay quite an expensive price. Sweat is pouring down from Harang's cheek. As she is conversing with Zhang, she smiles with unease and agrees to whatever price Zhang demands. Zhang is stunned after hearing those words from her. She continues that she needs Zhang's power to finish her task. Zhang inquires the reason behind her request as to why she needs his power. Without answering to his question, Harang offers her body to Zhang so that Soha could possess her body. In return, she wishes to use Soha's power. Zhang scratches his head in surprise and whispers to himself. Harang is also able to hear Soha's voice. Whose spirit confirms, even though Harang could see and hear Soha, she couldn't identify Blue Spirit's aura. That can mean Harang has indeed opened her spiritual eyes, but they are not comparable to Zhang's ghost eyes, which could even discern the very nature of the other side. Zhang now recollects the shaman Zhou's teaching. The greatest innate talent of a shaman is the eye. Zhang now smiles eerily and declares, if Harang wants Zhang's power in return of her body, he can just use brute force to take her down forcefully. So why should he do a deal with her? Harang slashes off her dagger in the air and realizes that Zhang can't be brought with words. She tells him with a cold expression that Zhang is underestimating her too much. Blue Spirit recommends Zhang to stand back without moving an inch. As Zhang is confounded about it and moves just a little, his cheek has been cut with an unseen object. Harang now speaks with an attitude befitting of a main character.
I can kill you whenever I decide to, Zhang. Right now, you are just a plaything in my hand.
Zhang comprehends. When she threw the daggers earlier, she attached these strings to her dagger and attacked him. Blue Spirit reveals she had been wondering about the strings for a while, as if they had been familiar to her, and now she grasps. Harang might be the descendant of the forgotten Death King. As Zhang tapped the string and uttered the Death King's name out, Harang is flabbergasted that Zhang knew about the Death King. She is now interested in Zhang, and wants to know how Zhang knew about the Death King. Blue Spirit now helps Zhang by giving out information about the Death King such as,
After seeing the art of the shadow flying daggers, one could only think of the Death King himself.
Zhang repeats the same exact words that Blue Spirit spoke, and Harang is unable to believe it. The Death King is the founder of Harang's sect, where the martial arts are exclusive to her sect only. The Death King ruled over the martial world about 150 years ago, and if you want to know more about the previous generation and the history of this manhwa, then you need to watch another manhwa, where I have already done the recap, and the link is in the description. Go check it out after watching this recap. It is also an interesting series too. Coming back to the story, Mo Harang now realizes the situation has flipped upside down. Now she even dares to warn Zhang that if he don't divulge everything he knows, she will torture him to death. After hearing the words of a mere side character, who thought she had an upper hand just cause Zhang isn't moving, Zhang lifted his leg and stomped on the wooden floor so hard, where the ground below them got crushed and all of her strings have fallen. Zhang is rushing towards her since the playtime is over. Harang is startled for a moment, and then she tossed the remaining daggers at Zhang. Yet, Zhang dodged them without even blinking an eye, and used his claw to take down Harang. She jumped from there using the help of the door, and now she points the last dagger at Zhang's back of the neck. But she forgot one thing, that Zhang is an unpredictable psycho. As he looked at her with crimson-colored eyes, he grabbed the dagger with teeth, as if Saitama had blocked the Sound Sonic's blade with his teeth. Now Zhang catches her neck, and forces her off to the door strongly, releasing the dagger from his mouth, which is also attached with strings. Zhang is amazed that he didn't recognize the string tied to his neck. As Harang is controlling the string with her hands, she once again forewarns Zhang to not underestimate her.
If I put in a little bit more strength, I'll slice off your head.
Zhang, with a cool attitude, by using his demonic energy, he cuts off the string effortlessly. Harang herself is taken aback by Zhang's continuous surprises. Zhang struck her with his might on her stomach, where she fell to her knees by that pain. Now Zhang sits down and grabs her mouth to express. She passed the recruitment test. He thought of giving her body to Soha. However, he changed his mind to use her instead. As he wipes the blood on his cheek, he thrusts that finger into Harang's mouth, which had the blood of his body's deadly poison. Harang's eyes have instantly felt that dangerous poison, so she immediately attempted to remove the poison by circulating her inner energy, but it didn't work. Zhang kicks off Harang like a dog and commands her. All he needs from her is obedience. Then he'll consider lending his powers to her. As saliva is coming out from her mouth, she expresses, Zhang hadn't need to go this far just to show his might. Zhang replies,
I don't particularly trust anyone, you see. And didn't you say it yourself, that you'd pay whatever price to have my powers?
He smiled like a predator by expressing these words. Harang's thoughts wandered back to a memory from her past. Her father's voice, clear and serious. He once told her about a dark nature that only a few people in the world are born with. It's rare, maybe 1 in every million. This nature cannot be learned, but something someone is born with. Those born with that nature lived for death and destruction. They found meaning in chaos, joy in suffering, and pleasure in ending lives. It was, as her father had said, the strongest quality an assassin could possess, the ability to kill without hesitation, and they enjoy every second of it. People like that felt nothing after killing. No guilt, no fear, only pure, twisted satisfaction. That kind of person is called evil incarnate. Her father gave her a clear warning.
If you ever meet someone like that, stay away. Cut all ties with them. Don't ever get involved. They're not just dangerous, they're danger themselves.
And now, she was kneeling right in front of such monster. Zhang, the moment he stepped forward, the air grew heavy. His presence alone made her heart race. It wasn't anger she felt from him. It was something far more violent, like a raging storm barely held back, a monstrous force that is to be unleashed. His eyes were cold, yet burned with something terrifying inside. There was a dark, powerful energy pouring out of him. Every breath he took felt like a threat. This was the one her father warned her about, the one who kills without mercy, the one who feels nothing, the one who shouldn't exist. He wasn't just evil incarnate. He was evil itself, and now she is dealing with the devil himself.
As Zhang is walking on the staircase and moving upwards with a serious expression, the nearby people were all shocked, since Zhang is backed up by Yom Ga and Harang. The crowd can't believe their eyes, since 2 of the 4 biggest powerhouses is backing a single member. Zhang is walking like a leader with an emperor's aura surrounding him. Yu Chun is watching Zhang from the sidelines. He closed the door after Zhang passed right in front of him. He recalls the events from the second trial, where Zhang didn't seem like a human to him at all. He clenches his fist tightly by that inferiority he received that day from Zhang. From Yu Chun's memories, Zhang might have hated him a lot, but Zhang wasn't so evil. Nevertheless, Yu Chun doesn't care about it and started practicing his martial arts by punching the air. He is fixated to take down Zhang even if it means to reach the top of the world. He thought, he is the only Ascendant Realm martial artist in the Heaven and Earth trainees, but after everyone got their inner energy opened, he believed the world is vast, and he shouldn't be carefree. It was at this moment, a man at the door is speaking. He thought that it was just his hunch, but those martial arts that Yu Chun is displaying right now absolutely belongs to the Mock Sword Manor. Yu Chun is shocked that someone without his knowledge has been spying on him, yet he was unable to figure out his presence. Yu Chun shouts the participant's name as Ma Sang. Sang recognizes Yu Chun from the Mock Sword Manor, so he is interrogating him to know the reason behind Yu Chun's participation in the Corpse Blood Valley. Because the Corpse Blood Valley isn't for the Orthodox members, so that could mean as Yu Chun betraying the Orthodox faction or working for them as a spy. Yu Chun thinks back to the trails, where Sang is the first person to recruit Yu Chun into his group, and Sang is a comrade to Yu Chun, who stood during with him through life and death during the second trial. So he is perplexed of how Sang knew the martial arts of the Orthodox faction if he is from the Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun puts into question of how Sang knows about the Mock Sword's martial arts. Sang skips his question by mentioning it as not important right now. What's important to him is that the reason for Yu Chun participation. He guesses if the Mock Sword Manor had betrayed the Orthodox faction and joined hands with the Heaven and Earth, but Yu Chun raises his voice and denies that suspicion of Sang. Sang's suspicions raises even more, because what could be the purpose of participating in the trails if it isn't for someone to become the executive of the Heaven and Earth? Yu Chun with a doubtful expression asks what Sang meant by becoming an executive. Sang then stops walking and probes Yu Chun to not act like a fool, because everyone knew the top participants of the Corpse Valley will have a chance to become the disciples of the 3 sovereigns, or for the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun stood froze the moment those words reached his ears. Now he is slowly starting to put all the pieces together. He falls on the bed after comprehending why Sang is furious at Yu Chun. He realized why everyone is putting their life on the line just for a simple test. All that misery, death and more is just for winning in this trails, so they could have the opportunity to elevate their social status, since becoming the disciple of the Heaven and Earth executive would make one capable of swaying the Murim in the future. Yu Chun covered his face in disbelief, due to he always thought of becoming the greatest martial artist and walk in the righteous path. But there is no way for him escape from the Heaven and Earth, and he couldn't even understand where his fate is leading to. Sang can figure it out. Yu Chun really didn't know about the Corpse Valley, but that doesn't change Yu Chun's stay in Heaven and Earth. Yu Chun claims that he is being held as a captive here. Sang can't comprehend why Yu Chun has been sent to the Corpse Valley if he is a hostage. Yu Chun responds. Even he didn't know the reason for that. After hearing the story from Yu Chun's side, Sang moves near the door if someone is eavesdropping at them. After confirming it there is no one, he discloses he is a spy from the Orthodox faction's Murim Alliance, and a member of a group called the Covert Steps. The Murim Alliance, it is a pillar of the Orthodox faction that has divided the world into 3, along with the Heaven and Earth Association and the unorthodox evil faction. Within the Murim Alliance, there are 4 key organizations. The one said to deal with secrets and assassinations is the Covert Steps. However, as the Murim Alliance aims to pursue the path of the Orthodox, They always denied the covert step's existence to the outside world, making it a rumor. Yuchun asks if it is okay for Sang to divulge all of these information to Yuchun, and Sang answers, the situation is dire for them, so they are in search for manpower. Yuchun inquiries about this dire situation, and Sang sits down on the chair and reveals, a total of 15 members has been dispatched to this mission to successfully infiltrate the Corpse Blood Valley, and luckily all of the 15 members have done the infiltration without any mistakes. However, 11 of the infiltrators have died in the second trail, which is something far more unexpected number, even though all of them passed the first trail. So Sang don't have a choice but to request help from Yuchun. Yuchun asks if it was because of the Chai Morio that 11 of his teammates have died, and Sang agrees to it, but not 11, only 2 people. Sang grits his teeth and speaks. 9 members have died by the hands of Zhang. They have never anticipated a variable like Zhang, who is far more monstrous and evil, that even the unorthodox evil faction doesn't have such cruel members like him. Yuchun sighs down by getting embarrassed of since Zhang is his brother. At the beginning, Sang thought of Yuchun being on the same side Zhang, since both of them are from the same clan. But after seeing Zhang actions, where he made Team Yong-ga and Team Yuchun fight to the death, he realized the brothers are not on the same side. Despite that, Sang let knows Yuchun about Zhang since the both them are brothers, that Zhang will be executed here in the valley, since he had allied with heaven and earth, and the cause of 9 members getting killed. Yuchun is curious and concerned about what will happen to Zhang. Sang with a serious expression makes an heartfelt request to Yuchun to join them in this mission, since the number of people that have eliminated is far more than they imagined. Moreover, they had a plan to execute Zhang. Yuchun yells, Zhang is a lunatic they can't handle. Yet Sang smirks at Yuchun and briefs in. They are covert steps from the Murim alliance. In the second round they let their guard down, but now they knew about Zhang's character. So Zhang is like a puny puppet to them right now. Sang cross-folded his arms and describes, there is a lunatic on their side too. A girl in pink kimono is walking around the hallway, while every man is staring at her with lustful eyes. As the girl stood in front of the door, she belongs to the 4th division of the covert steps, where that 4th division is known by another name as monsters. They are known with that name not because of personal strength alone, but also because everyone in that group has an innate ability. For that girl who just opened the door, she possesses a body incapable of feeling pain through countless modifications and experiments. So she came to a strange personality. That is, she is able to find pleasure in the ecstasy and pain. Zhang inquires who she is, and she replies she needs to have a conversation with Zhang. Then she is slowly opening up her kimono, where her cleavage is starting to be seen, and then she is completely naked. Her name is Nung Wayang. She clarifies, she wants to have a conversation with their bodies. Zhang, without any lustful eyes or any excitement to do mating with this woman, cannot be seen in his eyes. He just expresses that her body looks quite good. That's it. Hello recap Rangers. Due to some issues I'm changing some of their names, where Zhang will be called as Azrith, and Blue Spirit will be Alaris, and Gyu Soha will be Mirin. I believe you can adapt to the new names quickly with your Manhwa brains, and I am planning to change the names for other recaps that I have already started, so I need some help for naming some characters. You can comment a few names in the comment section, and I will pick the best names then add them to the rest of the Manhwa characters for other recaps. Now, Azrith and Mirin are looking at someone intensely, and it is the new seducing girl who had just entered into the room in order to seduce Azrith, and then got a punch where one of her eye is bruised. As she lying naked on the bed, Azrith covered her up with a blanket, and Mirin is questioning why did such a girl came here all of a sudden. To this Azrith replied, even he is wondering about the same thing. So he just subdued her since she stripped down naked and charged at Azrith instantly. Alaris responds this seducing girl came here to mate with Azrith, and there is no other explanation to it, and Azrith denies it and wonders there is something more to it. As Azrith is pondering about how to make the seducing girl confess the real reason she came here, he is preparing to wake her up and torture her to death to confess her identity. However, Mirin, after listening to Azrith's planning, points her finger at herself with a bright expression to express that she will do the investigation for Azrith, and Azrith accepted to it. Then with wide gleaming eyes and a twisted grin, she clutches her hands together in excitement. Radiating pure, crazy joy like she's about to cause chaos. Then two people are hurriedly running at some direction. They are Gon and Raiden, where Gon is imagining about Azrith. A few moments prior to this situation, Gon is on his knees and begging Raiden by keeping his head on the ground to just forgive Azrith this once for all the crimes that he committed. Gon is expressing even he himself didn't like Azrith much, but that didn't change the fact about their brotherhood from Mocksword Manor. So Gon is incompetent to watch his fellow brother become completely incapacitated. To which Raiden is scratching his head with irritation, but what can he do when Gon is begging him so much that he will try his best to convince Azrith? Then Raiden raises from his chair and accepts to his request. So he is urging Gon to quickly move and stop the seducing girl before it's too late, and Gon thanks Raiden for agreeing to his proposal. Raiden then opens the door by stating, even though he didn't like Azrith, he just considered this sudden change of plans since the one who requested is gone, so he'll give Gon only a single chance to convince Azrith. Now coming to present, Gon is seriously running to Azrath's room and is pondering, despite the fact that Azrith's demonstration in the second trial, he believes Azrith is also a person from the Orthodox faction, so he concludes Azrith will return back to him if he were one to convince. Nonetheless, there is a huge crowd in front of them, in which all the people are spectating something curiously. Both Gon and Raiden are speculating that someone is being dragged on the ground, and Raiden's eyes have filled with tension after recognizing something in that scene, and Gon is looking at Raiden to know what Raiden had figured out. And Raiden unveils the people who are being dragged on the ground by getting beaten up are no one else but the agents of the Orthodox factions. Both Gon and Raiden have been terrified by that surprise and are still in shock as to how the heaven and earth have figured all the members exactly. Then a warrior of the cult is appreciating Azrith for helping them out finding the spies amidst them, and Gon is bewildered with his eyes wide open. To know Azrith is the one who helped the unorthodox faction figure out the Orthodox faction spies. 15 minutes ago, Azrith is listening to words of the other person carefully, where Murim is leaking out the information from the seducing girl by possessing her, and by reading the memories of that girl, Murim informs Azrith that there are still 4 more spies in the cult that are left, including the girl here. Alaris is expressing that this is plain stupidness for spies to share information with each other, and Azrith agrees to what Alaris said. But this is Azrith's first time hearing all about the Orthodox and unorthodox stuff. He now grasps that people have split into 2 factions by depending on their values and became hostile with other, and Alaris clarifies him. Everyone has their own values in their life. So both the factions do have evil people and righteous people within it. In conclusion, people just wage their lives to what they believe is right. Azrith now understands what Alaris meant by that. And as Murim is getting back dressed up, Alaris briefs in, even during her time there are people like this who are bothersome. However, this is not important right now, so Alaris inquires what Azrith will do now, since he discovered the spies from covert steps are showing hostility towards Azrith because he is an eyesore to them, and Murim asks if she needs to take care of them one by one due to they are targeting Azrith, and Azrith is thinking about something. And then he chuckles and responds, there is no need for them to go through all that hassle. As a crazy idea just popped up in his mind, he opens the door and headed to somewhere. Then coming to present, the warrior is applauding Azrith for such great contribution towards the heaven and earth, so he'll be rewarded handsomely for this. Azrith had planned out to reveal the information about the covert steps to the cult itself, because why does he need to take care of this problem himself, which is quite bothersome? Therefore he leaked the information to the cult warriors so that he can earn merit for this contribution, and at the same time, he can eliminate the obstacles as well, which is getting 2 birds with 1 stone. As the seducing girl stood right beside Azrith, she saw Raiden from afar who is witnessing them, and then Murim pointed her finger at Raiden by declaring that Raiden is also from the covert steps, and Raiden had startled to see the one who exposed him is an agent from the covert steps itself. He immediately turned back and ran away from that place by cursing his fate, and the warrior had ordered other low-ranking warriors to quickly catch that traitor, where the warriors are on their way to catch Raiden. Gon is standing in the middle of this in disbelief, and when he saw Azrith in front of him who is smiling at him, his nerves are slowing, bulging out little by little for what Azrith had did just now. So he grabbed Azrith's shoulder at that time by stating they need to talk about something. He quickly raised his voice to say that Azrith has just betrayed the Orthodox faction, and Azrith with a confident smile expresses, Gon is just naive to believe all that. and he questions if Gon wants to be treated like a spy and get hauled out by the cult. And Gon yells at Azrith to explain what he meant by that, and Azrith, by sharpening his eyes, reveals the head of the Corpse Blood Valley. The demon mask had already known of their existence from the beginning, and it is just the covert steps deluding themselves like they have successfully infiltrated without getting caught. And after listening to Azrith's theory, Gon stared in denial. Azrith let nose. As he learned about the existence of the spies, his mind wandered back to when the second trail had ended. During the selection process, he saw the demon mask is monitoring the spies, but at that time he didn't know the reason behind it. Then chills ran down on Gon's spine after realizing the truth. And Azrith advises Gon, since the both of them are from the Mock Manor, if Gon were to act foolishly like this every time, the Mock Manor will be in danger too. In addition to his survival rate would only decrease with that kind of mindset. Then as Azrith is leaving the place and Murim is mocking Gon, Gon clenches his fist and asks if Azrith knew the purpose behind the trails of the Corpse Blood Valley, and Azrith then turns back to inform Gon that he doesn't care about stuff like that. Alaris then suggests Azrith to eliminate Gon together with Raiden, and Azrith believes this is not the right time, due to the fact that the both of them are from the Mock Manor. And if Azrith were to be one to eliminate Gon, it would only raise suspicions in others, so he is letting him leave for the time being. Then a warrior is approaching Azrith and calls out for him. Then he tells him, the head of the Corpse Blood Valley, the demon mask, is calling out for him, and Azrith flinched at that sudden summoning. In a manner, a person's half face can be seen in the mirror where it looks like the face had burnt for some reason. At that point of time, a guard from outside the room had notified him about the arrival of Azrith. The man with a burnt face is the one and only the demon mask, and he puts back his mask on and orders the guard outside to send Azrith inside the room. As Azrith is walking into the room, the demon mask put down a cup of tea on the table and tells Azrith to take a seat, and with an extraordinary aura radiating from him, he is seeking to have a brief talk. As Azrith took a seat, the demon mask has started his questioning, where he questioned if Azrith and Gon have been to the heaven and earth from the Mock Manor as captives, and Azrith accepts what the demon mask said to him is correct, and within an instant a sword is already near to Azrith's throat, and the demon mask is unable to understand the strange actions from Azrith, in which if Azrath is taken forcibly by the heaven and earth, he should show hostility towards them. Besides, if he were to know about the spies, naturally one remains silent if they are formed the orthodox factions, so he is perplexed why Azrith just informed them about the spies, which can he considered as a loss to Azrith. With his eyes radiating with bright orange energy, he tells Azrith to give a convincing answer, since his fate lies in the demon mask's hand right now. As Azrith is looking at the sword, even he needs to acknowledge the sword is quite faster, and moreover there is heat being released from the sword. So now he realizes why Alaris had told him there is still a long way for him to go. As he was pondering what he needs to do in this strange situation, Alaris sensed something from the demon mask, and just remained silent without responding anything. She recognized the sword in the demon mask's hand, so she instantly recommends Azrith to repeat the words exactly as she whispers, due to the situation can be resolved better than they have imagined. The demon mask urges Azrith to speak quickly because his patience is running thin. Then, as Alaris whispering to him, Azrith is repeating the words,
Is the Lee clan capable of controlling the energy of heated dawn now?
After hearing those words from Azrith, the demon mask startled for a moment. He questions how is Azrith able to know that information, where the demon mask's body is trembling slowly. Then Azrith gets up from his seat like the situation now is under the control of him. So he speaks if the demon mask is asking regarding the crimson flame sword technique with boldness seen in his eyes. As the flames are raising even more from the sword, the demon mask is pondering. The information about the crimson sword technique is only exclusive to 4 people in the entire cult, including him and the leader of the cult. So he is confounded that someone not even from the cult has learned about this intel. He concludes the leader of the cult might lie to him and send Azrith by making his identity as a hostage here in order to test him. Then the demon mask finds himself thinking about the words of the cult leader.
Swear allegiance throughout the 4 generations. Only then shall the Lee clan be permitted the title of the kings once again.
The demon mask tightens his fist in rage, thinking that he had proved himself to the leader by working diligently. and Azrith continues speaking. The Lee clan should have received the title of the Three Kings by now, so he questions why the demon mask nor his family has ended up as just a mere valley head. With eyes colored in red, the demon mask puts into question if the cult leader had sent him here, but without replying to his question, Azrith tells him he should answer to his questions first. Yet without answering to Azrith's question, he raises his voice at Azrith to confess the truth to him right now. Then his eyes flew open, where Azrith has closed his eyes and took a sword stance with a sword finger. Sword finger means the two fingers that he displaying, and this sword stance is the one that he displayed to the Bright Blade King at the Mock Manor. Then he starts demonstrating the sword technique without a sword, and at the end of the technique he launched his sword finger at the demon mask where the air blew at a strong pace, in which the demon mask can sense the energy and the technique that Azrith is illustrating without even saying a word. Moreover, the trajectory of the sword finger is aimed exactly at the 8 major meridians of his body, and the technique is flawless and precise. Even though what Azrith showed him right now is just a mental image, he can feel the pressure as if it were real. The demon mask jumped to the back, and as the crimson-colored energy is starting to swirl around Azrith, and a moon has appeared right behind him, the demon mask recognized the technique as the sword scriptures of the moon vein. Azrith smiles at him since the demon mask recognized the sword technique, and he continues repeating what Alaris is telling him. Then he considers the demon mask as the grandson of Steve Moon. Then the demon mask remembers the words of his grandfather.
Do not dislike her too much. Milady, the one I've served for most of my life, is not the wicked traitor as you think she is.
When the demon mask is still a child, he inquiries his grandfather if their Lee clan is really a clan of traitors, and his grandfather, called as Steve Moon, responds if the demon mask is inquiring about this because of the injuries on his face. As the demon mask is at the age of an early teenager with his face full bruises and his nose bleeding, he remains silent, since this sort of thing happened to him every now and then. While he attained the martial academy of the council, he was subjugated to all sorts of bullying as his peers are insulting his clan by calling them traitors. He was furious because the consequence of his grandfather swearing loyalty to the moon vein had got him to this stage. His grandfather encourages him to stay loyal no matter the outcome, as it's only right for a retainer to trust their lord until the end. However, the demon mask is unable to comprehend his grandfather's intentions, since he was the one being tormented by a burden that which would never end. So he puts into question to his grandpa. They can just swear their eternal allegiance to the current cult leader to make things better, yet his grandpa shakes his head off. He is now frustrated that he is incapable of convincing his grandfather. As tears are starting to flow from his eyes, he yells at his grandpa, because of the lord that his grandpa choose. His clan is being labeled as traitors. Furthermore, it is because that lord, that his grandpa has been regulated to a valley head despite being from one of the top 10 sections. He couldn't control this bullying and torture that he experiencing every day, so he just chose to run away from his home by stating that he is not someone who will continue to stay loyal like his grandfather. Without hearing to what his grandpa is trying to say, he just ran away. As he is running to somewhere, he got enraged by the fact as to why they received the sin for something a woman has done. From that day, he started cultivating in martial arts by practicing near waterfalls every day relentlessly. Besides, he didn't talk to his grandfather from that day onwards, not even once. Instead, he gritted his teeth and trained his body to the limit. Like that, the fruits of his labor had begun to show at last, where he is the first person in their family to reach 5 stars before reaching the age of 20. He clenched his fist joyfully for what he achieved in 4 years of hard work by practicing the Crimson Sword technique, in which not even a single person in his clan has ever completed the Crimson Sword technique completely. Even his grandpa had struck at 8 stars. However, he is certain that he can go beyond the 8 stars, where 9 stars and 10 stars could be possible dream. Nevertheless, the greed became a poison to him, where his grandfather had once warned him not to challenge the 6 stars unless he completely mastered the 5 stars, where the demon mask's body in burning in intense flames, and he is screaming in pain. He was being punished for his impatience. Not even a single guard tried to risk their lives by reaching the demon mask. The technique that he used to develop the Crimson Sword technique is called Envisioned Flames, and once this Envisioned Flames are being mastered, they get stronger and stronger, and if the user is powerless to control it, It will burn the user's flesh as well. He can grasp his end has neared by thinking that he is going to die today. That is when his flames are starting to get blown away from him. But what's surprising is, they are not getting blown away, rather they are being absorbed by his grandfather. As he looked at his grandpa, he can realize not even his grandpa is capable of controlling the flames of the envisioned. So he guessed what might happen to his grandpa if he were to absorb them completely. He is shouting at his grandpa to give him the flames back, since he didn't want to see his grandpa suffer that much for his mistake. He is screaming in agony because this is the first reunion with his grandpa after 4 years where he didn't even speak a word with him at all in the past 4 years. But now it turned out like this. And as he is reaching near his grandpa signals him with his palm to stop. Even at this moment, his grandpa didn't even speak a word and just stood there in silence as he was being engulfed in flames, where the love and affection and the sorrow of being not in a position to speak with his grandson can be seen in his eyes. Tears are flowing down the demon mask's eyes like a waterfall. He burst into rage and anguish for losing his grandfather. Therefore his grandpa has been burned by that flames completely. The demon mask then cried half of the day while he was getting treated, only stopping when he lost consciousness from exhaustion. Afterwards his grandfather's funeral came, and the demon mask confessed to his father that the death of his own grandpa is because of his incompetent grandson, so he begged his father to get punished. Yet no one in the clan had blamed for his fault. Afterwards, his father handed over a letter written by his grandfather, which is the poem he left for the demon mask. As the demon mask opened the letter and read through the contents in it, the poem describes the appearance of his lord, which is Alaris.
Ah, as I look at her dark cloak, I remember the days when I followed her back. No matter how the times change, how could I ever forget those years, even if they may have been a dream?
The demon mask is deeply unsettled for what he had done to his grandfather, where his grandfather's body is right ahead of him. He remembers all those events about his grandfather's loyalty, and even during his dying moments, the demon mask mocked his grandpa's will and devotion. So that is when he decided something for his grandfather's soul to rest in peace. He takes hold of the red-colored demon mask and take on his grandpa's will in order to reclaim the honor he once lost. Even if it take him years to preserve, or if it would leave a horrible brand on himself, he will put on a mask and deceive everyone and await the day to meet the Lord he grandpa mentioned. As the flashback ended, the demon mask can identify the moon vein sword art since he heard it from his grandpa countless times. Now he questions Azrith as to how he knows the martial arts of his lord, and by raising his sword even more, he questions Azrith to reveal his real identity, because the technique that he displayed right now has ended a long time ago, since all the techniques were written in a book and is completely sealed. Moreover, no one is able to touch that book, and later onwards. It just got lost from the heaven and earth. So with an angry tone, the demon mask tells him to disclose the truth. Then Azrith raised his sword finger by saying,
"Seeing once is better than hearing than 100 times, so see her for yourself."
Then by grasping the doll, he chanted the spell and released Alaris from inside the doll. Surrounded by swirling wind and blazing energy, the demon mask's eyes have widened with shock. His grandfather always spoke of Alaris till the demon mask got tired of it, so he could recognize her from the pipe she is holding and her peerless beauty that is off the charts. Without hesitating, he removed his mask and falls on his knees by introducing himself as
Clan head of the Lee clan. Lean Moon greets his lord the master of the moon vein.
Like that, the demon mask bows down his head to the ground, where Azrith and Alaris both are standing like king and queen. Alaris is happy seeing that as they still upload their loyalty even to this day. And she had her faith where the bloodline of the Steve Moon will for sure be loyal to her. And now she boasts in regarding to her loyal people. And Azrith with unease can't believe Alaris is still believing and has trust in humans even after becoming a vengeful spirit. He just considers it as foolishness. However, what catches his eye is not Alaris's foolishness but the demon mask's loyalty, where his family had been loyal to her for over 100 years. And here he was expecting that see Alaris's disappointment. Nonetheless, our protagonist's mind is on a whole other level. So he came up with a plan in this short gap. As he kept his hand inside his kimono and pulled the doll out of it, Alaris is commanding the demon mask to raise his head. And before she could even finish her sentence, Azrith from aside is chanting the spell to abide Alaris back to the doll. and then some kind of energy is pulling her over. When she turned her head at Azrith's direction, he had completely sealed her off back to the doll, and the demon mask now raised his head. Alaris from inside the doll is screeching to let her out, and the demon mask is questioning where did Alaris went all of a sudden, and Azrith replies, just like the demon mask saw right now, Alaris is with him. In that moment the demon mask is requesting Azrith to let him see Alaris once more since he had a lot more to ask. Azrith now states Alaris is right in front of the demon mask, to which both the demon mask and Alaris were stunned to hear Azrith's response. Then Azrith sits down and pours himself a cup of tea. Then he clarifies Alaris has possessed him. As Azrith is having the cup of tea, now the demon mask comprehends what Azrith meant by right in front of his eyes, where he believes Alaris is now having the cup of tea rather than Azrith. Azrith is imagining. Even if Alaris had completely trusted the demon mask, he still can't trust him. So he plans to put him under control by making the demon mask realize that Azrith has been possessed by Alaris. Now Azrith smiles eerily, since he can now take the loyalty of the Lee clan that transcends through generations, all of himself. Later, he hands over a paper to the demon mask. The demon mask is trembling after realizing what is in the letter. It is the completed technique of the envisioned flames. He remembers his grandfather's words, in which both his grandfather and Alaris had invented the art of envisioned flames. But before they could even finish the technique, a tragedy had happened, and Alaris lost her life. As the demon mask is reading the contents inside the paper, he is so happy for the aspirations of his clan is in his very hands right now. As the demon mask is flattering Alaris for her to complete the technique, and to come up with a method like this he could never thought of. Where Alaris is whining about the hassle she had to go in order to complete the technique. Furthermore, she only deciphered the method after she opened her ghost eye. She reprimands for revealing to Azrith everything about the promises and their techniques, while telling him about the Lee clan. Thanks to that, the demon mask will end up trusting Azrith even more for what he revealed. As the demon mask had read the whole technique, he notices that all of the technique hadn't been written down, and Azrith agrees to it. The demon mask asks why he did that, and Azrith reveals that even if he were to write down the complete technique, the demon mask needs to be careful. He then joins his hands and describes, the demon mask suffered a lot just because of his hurry to restore his clan, so Azrith sympathizes where the demon mask may suffer the same fate once again if Azrith were to provide the complete technique. The demon mask is so happy after listening to his lord's graceful words. The demon mask then instantly falls on his knees and keeps his head down on the ground to state, he didn't fell on his knees because of the technique only. He expresses even though Alaris had died so long ago, she is still striving to achieve the aspirations of their Lee clan, so he once again swears his loyalty to the master of the moon vein. Azrith, watching the demon mask, is speechless, and Alaris now informs Azrith can cease his suspicions and can trust the Lee clan. She had comprehended that Azrith is suspecting the demon mask, but she let know she believes the demon mask the most. And furthermore, she decided not to reveal any kind of information, nor giving Azrith any advice based on the Lee clan, for what Azrith had did right now. Then the demon mask raises his head a little and seeks to find an answer about something. Azrith then asks what the demon mask wants to know, and the demon mask questions Azrith about the events related to the Great War between the Association and Alaris, where Azrith is baffled about this war. And the demon mask further describes where his grandfather was branded as a traitor 100 years ago due to the so-called the Great War. So his grandpa is unable to come out of that humiliation. For that reason, now the demon mask is seeking to hear the truth about that day. And after hearing those words, Azrith looks at Alaris for an answer, and she just tells him to look away from her, because he is the one who sealed her back into the doll. She then speaks in a confident tone. Even though if Azrith hadn't sealed her in the doll, she wouldn't have revealed anything about her past to Azrith, so the only option to Azrith right now is to unseal her out of the doll. Yet she forgot who the protagonist of this story is. Azrith then sits like a king and questions the demon mask as to how he knows about the story. It's just that he wants to hear if the truth about how other people have learned about the Great War. Alaris is quite flabbergasted of Azrith's intelligent way to turn things around. Yet the demon mask is apologizing to Azrith, since he is uncertain if Azrith might be taken aback by the story he heard, but Azrith insists the demon mask to reveal the truth that he knows, and Alaris is yelling at Azrith to stop playing games with her, and Azrith is smiling faintly at her, by indicating she should have just advised him about the Great War as Azrith asked him, and here she is raising her voice and punching the air in frustration for Azrith to stop all this nonsense, and he just muted her down by pushing her inside the kimono. Azrith is intrigued about Alaris's past, so he is willing to do anything just hear the tragedy that happened more than 100 years ago, and all that hatred towards one of the three greatest organizations in Murim, the Heaven and Earth Association, where even the Bright Blade King is seeking for her martial arts that have long extinct, and as to why she became a vengeful spirit with her heart being ripped off from her chest by a person that looks like a king. Alaris is shouting at Azrith that she will just break the doll using her spirit powers if Azrith don't cease his actions immediately, where the doll is starting to crack. And it was at this time, both the demon mask and Azrith have sensed some strong energy, which was terrifying, and looked outside the window, where some kind of strange energy is coming from outside the window. Alaris is confused by looking at the demon mask and Azrith as to why they are looking outside the window without conversing anything. And the demon mask gets up from there and heads to the window. As he is looking from it, he can figure out the energy is coming from outside the perimeters like in the forest, and Azrith also had raised from his seat, and informs the demon mask that he will be leaving first, in order to do something that only he can accomplish. In the forest, there is a massive amount of strange energy is spreading all over the place, that it is even reaching the sky itself, and as we look into it, Murim is being suppressed on the ground, and a person then comes forward using his staff, where this old shaman and the master of Azrith are here, to which the old shaman is expressing his happiness once again for discovering his curse poison. According to the old martial world, there happened a great calamity about 150 years ago, where this calamity is strong that it had wiped off 80% of the martial artists from the previous generation. So if you want to know what had happened before this great calamity, and the one person who helped the martial world at that time, you need to watch this recap that I have made, and the link will be in the description. This is the prequel to this manhwa, where a person called Rock is the protagonist in that old martial world. Furthermore, there is a sequel for this manhwa too. So if you want me to make a recap of the sequel manhwa, with amazing voiceovers for different characters which could give you goosebumps just from hearing the voice only, just comment in the comment section, and I will immediately do the recap for you. So until then, stay safe and subscribe to our channel in order to watch other manhwa recaps from our channel too. Thanks for watching.